Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Our Savior is another Savior. Wanna sing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it fast now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right and getting it fast. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, Emefiele mazuche mefo.
And there it is, one name. So there it is, one name. So one name. Welcome, dear friends. We go again. So I'm here again. You say I'm here again. Will you wonder when I ever left? I seem to be 24 hours on the thing, but necessarily that's what is required at the moment. But very quickly, we'll go back to the evening sessions. But of course, you know that Chatham House space, we have to cover it. So that's been a double booking of some sort. But here we are again, dear friends. Good to see you. Good to have you here. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join me on the studio, and please don't leave it to the very last moment, because the space fills up fairly quickly, and then it's a difficulty to get in. So if you are intending to come and interact with the session, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard just as soon as you can, so that you are in early, and then you are part of the people on the screens. So if you want to come join, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and as ever, the invitation to tip towards the platform. So if you feel inclined to do that, it'd be good to see more than one person doing it for this session at least. So if you feel as though an effort is being made and that effort to be rewarded, then click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. But the only proviso is that you go there and go wild. So don't be derisory. Go there and go wild. So go there and go wild. I'm hopeful that the person that's just coming, I'm hopeful that you stay. You've clicked on. I'm hopeful that you stay, because I've heard your voices on other platforms and I've been keen to sample it on this space. So stay if you can, but the only thing is you have to wait for me to read out the talking points, but stay if you will, because I have heard your voice and it's a voice that my audience would want to hear as well. So stay if you can. So the talking points, massive turnout for Tinubu's campaign rally in Kwara is a sign of acceptance. So this is our APC chieftain. So if we are going by if we're look, and by the way, before I go any further, remember the spreadsheet that we did, that we permutated all of the states to arrive at a winner. It's been updated now. So on Friday, just if you are doing anything, make sure you don't miss Friday's session, because on Friday, you will know categorically with facts and figures, unequivocal, just nailed down facts and figures that tells you who your next president will be. And when we present the facts and figures, you will find it very difficult to argue against them. I have seen them and I'm excited. So whatever you do, make sure whichever session you don't miss, make sure it is the Friday session that you do not miss. It's going to be a blockbuster session. Read my lips, a blockbuster session. So bookmark Friday, you know where we are. So to the headlines. Where is it again? A massive turnout for Tinubu's campaign rally in Kwara is a sign of acceptance. APC chieftains claim. So yes, as I was saying, if we are going to use the size of the rallies as a test case for what is to come on the 25th of February, because the closest you will to the ballot is the rallies that are holding. The mass of crowd that a rally generates is a good indicator as to what will happen on the 25th of February. It's a very good indicator. So you cannot see 50, 60, 70,000 people turn up for somebody's rally, and then you see about 5,000 to 7,000 turn up for another person's rally, state by state, nationwide, not just as a one-off, not an aberration. You cannot see that consistently and insist that there's a contention. If you are seeing 5,000-7,000 in one rally and you are seeing 50,000, 70,000 in another rally consistently, that is a good indicator as to the direction of travel of this election. You cannot claim to be caught off guard when the ballots come in and the results are being read and you are saying, no, this caught me off. You cannot be caught off guard if you are watching the rallies. The only thing that will catch you off guard if the results do not permutate with what we're seeing at the rallies. Massive turnout for Tinubu's campaign rally in Kwara is a sign of acceptance. Pardon me, APC chieftain, but then of course the APC chieftain would say that. But Abia Miller concerned rising violence can scuttle 2023 elections. So I'm bringing you this, not necessarily the messenger, but the message. So Badabia Miller is the person saying this, but disregard him because I'm not sure that too many of us have time for Badabia Miller. But that message that there is a real potent chance that violence will play a part in this election. Certainly, if what we are hearing from Norway or where is it Finland? What we are hearing from? If what we are hearing from Finland is anything to go by, violence certainly a permutation in these elections to come. So really, but Abia Miller speaks to that space. But do you concur? This one now, I'm bringing you this next headline out both in consternation and in alarm. Both in consternation and in alarm. Nigeria not only corrupt nation. This is Yemi OSINBAJO making the headline this time around, telling us that what corruption are you barely aching about? Is this not the norm globally? So there it is, corruption now part of the template of governance, according to the professor from Unilag. Nigeria not only corrupt nation, the diminutive vice president of the Nigerian state making that headline there. So this story, this next one now is coming to a crescendo. This next one is coming to a crescendo. How Chief of Defense Staff Irabo meddled in DSS investigation, shielded Central Bank Governor Emefiele from arrest, gifted him military escort. So there it is. So Emefiele, somewhat, it was on leave, but then the leave extended to the point that he had to be at his desk at a certain time. I think it's actually this, was it last Monday gone, he had to be at his desk. And then if he wasn't at his desk last Monday gone, then really, technically, is AWOL now, is absent without leave. But then that then brings us perfectly into that space that is in contention with power brokers within the Nigerian state who are looking to effect his arrest or do even worse harm. So he has now found his way back to Nigeria, and a press release was a press statement rather was released by the Central Bank of Nigeria to that effect to inform the populace, and they're only doing that, of course, in response to all of the kerfuffle. So a press statement was released by the Central Bank to inform us that Emefiele was back at his desk as at Monday. So that press release. So then, of course, when you saw that, then you wondered if all of the machinations and the brouhahas and the hoo-has, you wonder if that was all in the cusp of, in the realms of fake news and much ado about nothing. But then if he's now getting escort from the Chief of Defense Staff, so the Chief of Defense Staff is the only other person that will militarily be more armed than the DSS. So the guns are out around the Central Bank of Nigeria. That is where we're landing it. The guns are out around the Central Bank of Nigeria. How Chief of Defense Staff Irabo meddled in DSS investigation, shielded Central Bank Governor Emefiele from arrest, gifted him military escort. So to get to Emefiele now, the DSS has to break through the defense ring of steel that's been put around Emefiele. And then, of course, shots has to be fired. So they have to shoot their way in to get him, essentially, is what the Chief of Defense Staff is telling us. So there it is right there. The line, take a big break from political moment to this 99-year-old man marries his girlfriend, 40, after 20 years of dating. And there it is. And there it is. So when he met this girl, who is 40 years old, so a woman now, but certainly a girl when he met her 20 years ago, she would have been 20. But then, of course, if he's 99 now, then that tells you that he was 78. So quite how that is a possibility. You wonder if this is not the ruination of this girl's life, you know, from the very entree into adulthood, all the way through to the age of 40. She surrendered herself to a 79-year-old, now 99-year-old man. 99-year-old marries his girlfriend. I mean, those words, even to utter them somewhat, it sounds so, you know, 99-year-old marries his girlfriend, 40. after 20 years of dating. So quite what's going on there, and in which part of the world, certainly in Africa, but where is it that this is permissible? We find out shortly. Big Tent replies Atiku, says Obi in pole position to win presidential election. So the Big Tent, of course, there's an umbrella circle that circles around the obedient space, which are not necessarily full-blooded obedient, but by virtue of aligning their trajectory with the Peter Obi journey, they form that loose alliance to carry Peter Obi into the Aso Rock seat. So they call them the Big Tent. They call them the Big Tent because there are several vested interests nested within a round circle that forms that Big Tent. So that Big Tent now, speaking to Atiku, who are clearly somewhat politicking, at least from the headline, he seems to be politicking towards the Obi space. Big Tent replies Atiku, says Obi in pole position to win 2023 presidential election. So quite how Peter Obi is in pole position, a mystery that can only be solved by an event. So another pit stop from our politics, it is not African for a man to kneel to propose to a woman. Media personality Ahmed Issa. So Ahmed Issa making this say that I don't know the GBs who Ahmed Issa is, but then of course that headline you line it and line it with that sort of particular culture. You know what they're like over there. Although haven't said you know what they're like over there, is there some veracity to that is un-African? For a man, of course, it's not tradition, but then our tradition seems to have evolved into a globalized culture. So a wider question actually embedded in that. It is not African for a man to kneel to propose to a woman. Media personality Ahmed Issa. So quite that statement. And do you agree with it as a broad statement? All of that we'll find out shortly. This absurd lie does you no good at all. So again, this absurd lie does you no good at all. Obi Ezekwesili tackles Atiku over claims of heading the economic management team under Obasanjo. So I'm only really bringing you this because it is the perceived wisdom within the Nigerian space. It is our general understanding that the vice president usually heads the economic council. And the vice president, of course, under the Obasanjo regime was Atiku. In fact, I think that's a constitutional position. I think that's actually embedded in the Constitution. Correct me. All right, somebody's already tackling me in the comment section, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's actually embedded in the Constitution that the vice president must head the Economic Council. But then this seems to be being said by Madam Obi. This absurd lie does you no good at all. Ezekwesili tackles Atiku over claims of heading economic management. So quite, of course, a functionary of that government. So quite what's led her to that assertion. All of that we'll find out shortly. So a potpourri, a mixed blend, a potpourri, ila alasekwo. It is an ila alasekwo sort of a session. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Just put your hands up and surrender yourself to the space for however long it lasts. Pardon me, hopefully my voice maintains. It's going to be a wild roller coaster ride. And I'm only saying that because it always has been a wild roller coaster ride. So fasten your seatbelt as we take just another micro musical intermission. And then when we come back, we dive straight into it. But then if you want to come join, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. But first, the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ekoko Niruagweshe, the powerful K guys, for the benefit of the non-Yoruba speakers. Even if you're a non-Yoruba speaker, then what that means is may death have nothing to do with you. May death have nothing to do with us. Ekoko Niruagweshe. So a big amen, of course, to that. A big amen to that. So yeah, Ekoko Niruagweshe. So, Ikuko Neru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. A massive turnout for Tinubu's campaign rally in Kwara is a sign of acceptance. It's an APC chieftain saying this. Of course, he would say that, but then, of course, that also stands as a factual truth. The Kwara coordinator, Tinubu presidential campaign ambassador in, pardon me, pardon me, do I need to get some water? The Kwara coordinator, Tinubu presidential campaign ambassador in Diaspora, Adedonyi Abdul Latif, has described the massive turnout at the Tinubu campaign rally in Ilorin, the Kwara state capital, as a sign of acceptance and love for the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu. Correspondents earlier on Tuesday reported that many of Tinubu's supporters came out in their numbers to show their support for the former Lagos state governor. This is despite the absence of President Muhammad Buhari, who was billed to lead the campaign, but is currently out of the country on another assignment. The APC had earlier on Monday, and by the way, I wonder what they'll be making of now Buhari's absence from that space. I wonder what they will make of that, because of course, Buhari had promised 10 arena appearance. He has made one, but he has quickly scurried off to some cutting of the ribbon at some, shopping mall, wherever, this nonsensical escape trips that it makes. So I wonder what the space will be making of that. They'll certainly be going wild, you know how they're like. This is despite the absence of of President Muhammad Buhari, who was billed to lead the campaign, but is currently out of the country on another assignment. The APC had earlier on Monday announced a postponement of the rally due to Buhari's absence, but minutes after the initial announcement, the party disclosed that the rally will proceed on Tuesday as planned. Our correspondent observed correspondents observed that the Metropolitan Square venue of the campaign was besieged by a large crowd of supporters of the Tinubu Shetima ticket in Kwara State. The residents of the state trooped out in their numbers to welcome the APC presidential candidate as his running mate Kashim Shetima, the party chairman Abdullahi Adamu, Information and Culture Mr. Lai Mohammed, and other chieftains arrived in Ilorin, the state capital. Lai Mohammed, of course, being from Kwara State. The APC delegation was received at the airport by the governor Abdul Razak. Reacting to the large turnout of supporters, Abdul Latif noted, as you can see, the venue is filled up even ahead of time. It is a sign of love and acceptance for our candidates. People love our party and our candidates. We are optimistic of winning landslide come February. So there's some certain obfuscations embedded in that statement that you cannot take just as a blanket or whatever. people don't love APC. People actually loathe APC, especially what the grueling experience that Buhari has taken us through over the last 8 years. So people loathe APC. And also the optimism of winning by a landslide. It's good to be optimistic, but that would unnecessarily stay optimism. What people are looking at, one, is Bola Tinubu and his antecedents, and then they are looking at what is up against. So they are looking at the antecedent of Bola Tinubu. They are looking at the antecedent and personality of Bola Tinubu, the antecedent and personality of Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi same, and Dito Kwakwanso. So it is a personality-led presidential election and not a party-led. Nobody is looking at the antecedent of any of the party because if they looked at the well, some people are looking at the antecedent. I cannot say nobody is looking at the antecedent of the party. Some people are looking at the antecedent of the party. But I don't think it is the antecedent of political parties that would determine the outcome of the elections. Because if it is, then Peter will be coasting. I think it is the personality and antecedents of those personalities in contention that will be the determinant factor. But then, of course, the party comes in as well with the structures and everything. Also reacting to the development was a party chieftain identified as Yusuf Babatunde, who said the turnout was a warning to other candidates that Tinubu Shetima are the people's choice. Babatunde remarked that the mood at the venue was lively and a sign of hope for Nigerians. So there it is right there. So you already know what the counterweight to that is, the woo-ha and the hoopla. Oh, they brought them. My friend sent me a clip that they were driving a convoy from Lagos and then they helicoptered 10,000 people from Okitipu. Leave all that. Leave all that. There are elements of that in every campaign rally. There is no campaign rally that is wholly 100% organic. None whatsoever. Not a single one of them. But the core of it will not be the people busting. The core of it will be the people that came at will. You know, they are maybe they are motivated, maybe they are not motivated, whatever it is. Often in this rally, it is an indication of that candidate's popularity within that locality. And the Kwarans have responded. But then, of course, that's subject to debate, of course. But the Biamila concerned rising violence can scuttle 2023 election. So, but the Biamila concerned, I share those concerns with him as well. Femi Gbadabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, has expressed worry that the recent rising violence could scuttle the February and March elections. The lawmaker noted on Tuesday at the resumption of House sitting for the 2023 legislative session, the lawmaker noted on Tuesday at the resumption of House sitting for the 2023 legislative session in Abuja that as the country's general election approaches, there has been a marked increase in violence and vicious attacks on political actors in parts of the country. We must unite to ensure this dangerous trend does not lead to circumstances that threaten the forthcoming elections. The quality of the political conversation in society, particularly in the lead up to the elections, is a determining factor in the electoral outcome and the quality of governance that will result therefrom, Mr. Gbadabiamila said. The speaker commended the Nigerian military for taking risks and offering supreme sacrifices to keep the peace, saying they are the best of us, to whom we owe not only our gratitude, but also our continued dedication to the offices that we hold. So I'm not going to read you the rest of it, of course, but the message sent and but is it received? So there is no equivocation that violence is going to play a factor in this election, both post it. What's going on? So, yeah. So there is it's beyond refutation that violence is going to play a factor both post during, and especially, both pre, during, and especially post the elections. It's almost an inevitability, but to what degree, of course, that is subjective. It will certainly be more than we've witnessed in the last 3 cycles of electioneering. It's almost inevitable because the language of this election is so high octane, and the expectation and the dreams being sold to, I'm not going to call people political neophytes, but new entrants into the political space, the dreams being sold to them and the manner that those dreams are being sold, it necessarily, after the disappointment, almost inevitably would lead to some sort of outlash, a lash out. But to what degree, I cannot guess at that. I can only hope it's just a skirmish. But it's almost a certainty that violence will be a factor. It's just, I mean, you know it as well as I do. Nigeria, not only corrupt nation, this is the diminutive little man at number 2, Aso Rock, making gibberish noise. Vice President Emefiele Osinbajo said corruption. Vice President Emefiele Osinbajo said corruption should not be seen as something peculiar to Nigeria. The Nigerian leader spoke on Tuesday whilst delivering a lecture titled "Values: The Difference Between Success and Failure" at the 100th anniversary of the Baptist Boys High School, Abeokuta, Ogun State. According to him, Nigeria will fail completely if the leaders do not accept and implement what he termed an ethical revolution to bring about the needed change in Nigeria. So, an ethical revolution, that phraseology, it dates back to the days of Fela Kuti. For some of you of a certain vintage, you remember they even put it to song, ethical revolution, ethical revolution. So that phraseology, an ethical revolution, it dates back to the days of Fela Kuti. But then, of course, these are just peppy little buzzwords and catchphrases that they throw out there to be all-knowing. The country does need an ethical revolution, but then, of course, you should start that. Because if you are talking about corruption, do you know why they took so many portfolios from Yemi Osinbajo and gave it to Sadiya Farouk? Especially those social services, sort of, it just embedded so much corruption in it. According to him, Nigeria will fail completely if leaders do not accept and implement what he termed an ethical revolution to bring about the needed change in Nigeria. Osinbajo stressed that the government must lead the ethical revolution by rewarding good ethical behaviors and ensuring speedy punishment for misconduct. So that speedy punishment for misconduct, that right there is the chain that binds the Nigerian state. That right there, ensuring speedy punishment for misconduct, that right there is the chain that binds the Nigerian state. Because I do not know, Nigeria has a global reputation for corruption and brutish governance. And I cannot think immediately of any instance that any of these things has ever been punished. So if you can with impunity act against the law and nature, then what stops you from doing that? So that's just it. So we all know all this. So the peppy little buzzwords, these are one of the things that I detest about Osinbajo, by the way. He likes to preen and peacock with all these peppy little phrases. He just likes to preen and peacock. Osinbajo stressed that the government must lead the ethical revolution by rewarding good ethical behaviors and ensuring speedy punishment for misconduct. I wonder who the government is. Oh, it was you. It is you that is the government, oh, not some other person. It is you that is the government. Whilst asking Nigeria to expunge the view that corruption is only synonymous with Nigeria, Osinbajo said no modern society is free of corruption. Every modern society has had to deal with corruption. Corruption is not a Nigerian thing. Sometimes we deceive ourselves that corruption is Nigerian. Is Nigerian? No. Many countries, in fact, most countries of the world, had been more corrupt than us, but their elite sat down and decided they have to deal with it, because if they do not deal with it, it will deal with them. So if you don't kill corruption, it's just those. Do you not tire of just these peppy little nonsensities that we have here from all these ludicrous yam heads? He said, elites in modern societies today. Oh yes, the professor of law called for elite consensus, asking the political elites, the religious elites, and the business elites to agree that the country will fail completely if we do not accept and implement an ethical revolution, ethical revolution. He called on educational institutions to inculcate the value of honesty, diligence. Can you imagine somebody trying to inculcate the value of honesty and diligence in a Nigerian, within that system that we operate, where bad behavior is rewarded copiously, plentifully? He called on educational institutions to inculcate the value of honesty, diligence, hard work, respect, trustworthiness, discipline, and integrity in their students, so as to raise youths with the right thinking. Speaking on the 100th anniversary of the Baptist Boys High School, also, so he goes on to speak to that association. So there it is right there. Corruption is not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. So what's the first? That's the second citizen of the country. Oh, corruption is not a big deal. What is the first? How Chief of Defense Staff Irabo meddled in DSS investigation, shielded Central Bank Governor Emefiele from arrest, gifted him military escort. So bullet for bullet is where Emefiele is now. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Irabo, on Monday deployed military personnel and intelligence officers to ensure the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, who returned to the country from the United Kingdom, was not arrested by the Department of State Services. Correspondents learned on Tuesday. Correspondents on Tuesday gathered from top sources that Emefiele, who was under DSS radar for several weeks following the investigation of several allegations against him, including corruption and terrorism financing, was shielded by the military personnel provided by the CDS office in Abuja. Correspondents on Monday reported that the CBN governor headed to his office with massive security, specifically military protection, following his return to the country. Apparently, the Chief of Defense Staff was the one that aided Emefiele to defy the DSS upon arrival. Irabo deployed military police and intelligence to ensure Emefiele was not arrested, one of the sources revealed on Tuesday. Sources at the CBN had told correspondents that the security personnel that accompanied Emefiele to the bank were larger than that of President Buhari. Emefiele has returned to Nigeria. He went to the CBN with massive security. He was given military protection. His security is bigger than that of Buhari. So this is it. Now, what does this even mean, and how long can this be sustained? Correspondents last Thursday reported that the Apex Bank boss was still abroad. So I mean, I say, what does this mean? We know what it means, of course, and I'm not sure that the Chief of Defense Staff will be acting unilaterally. So he must have had the nod from higher up to give that protection to Emefiele. But if he has had the nod from higher up to give that protection to Emefiele, why can't higher up just step down the DSS? Why should they have two topmost agencies holding guns drawn, pistols are drawn at each other? So the plot thickens. I'm not sure that we will ever really fully know what is going on within that Emefiele space. One of the sources had noted that the secret police were on alert and on the lookout for Emefiele. But what I've been thinking, of course, is how did he get through the airport onto the protection of the military? Because within that phase of passing through the airport, there's just a swarm of DSS personnel there. So they could have picked him up at that spot before he got into the protection of the military guys. But then, of course, that we know. Or did they, or the military go all the way to the plane and then escorted him and took possession of him? One of the sources had noted that the secret police, yes, Emefiele was part of President Buhari, so it gives us then the backdrop. So there it is now. Emefiele now has military protection, but why can Malam Buhari not just step down why can't Malam Buhari not just step down the DSS? Or if Malam Buhari did not consent to the plot just thickens. It's more confusing than any clarity coming through. But if it's clearer to you, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come and enlighten me. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come and old man married already after 12 years of dating. So it can't even surmount what the obvious problems will be. A 99-year-old Kenyan man, why does it not surprise me that it's in Kenya? Year-old Kenyan man, Johanna Mariti, his name means Johanna, has married his girlfriend, Gemili, after 20 years of dating. The lovebirds tied the knot in a colorful wedding ceremony at blah, 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 Saturday, January the 15th, 2023. When they first met in 2003, Emily was only 20 years old, and Talk was 69. Despite their age differences, their love blossomed as the nonagenarian proposed to Gemili in December 2022, and plans of a wedding ceremony started. According to correspondents, it was Butok's first marriage since he has never dated. It gets more bizarre. It gets more bizarre. According to correspondents, it was Butok's first marriage since he has never dated a woman as well. Not for the 99 years, for 69 of those years, because of course he bagged a real one at the age of 69. But how believable is that, though? According to correspondence, it was Butok's first marriage since he has never dated a woman for the 99 years he has lived. However, Gemili has 3 children from a previous relationship and is happy Butok has accepted them. So it starts to unravel and it starts to make sense, because usually, and also unfortunately, when a woman comes with a dude, it's much more difficult for a single to take them. When a woman comes with like just a small family of children, round about 3 in this instance, the options are that much more limited in terms of the sort of men that she can attract. So that goes on to explain this somewhat. The couple celebrated the nuptial at their Mud World house. So they're saying Mud World house because, of course, I was of the thought that it was wealth that the man would have used to entice her. But apparently it is not wealth that is the enticement. So maybe it's just love. Who knows? The couple celebrated the nuptial at their Mud World house in XYZ village. They were walking around the unfenced homestead with a few relatives present. The couple exchanged their marriage vows at the nearby St. Mark's Soybe Catholic Church, and locals who attended the ceremony described it as very colorful. So I'll just give you a couple more paragraphs because I think you have caught the essence of it. Residents said they had never seen a 99-year-old man. Well, it's not resident, so I think pretty much all of us. Residents said they had never seen a 99-year-old man marrying a woman the age of his daughter. So yes, of course, very much so. Even maybe great in some instances where they marry early. When correspondents arrived at their home, they found the lovebird plans to build a grandiose house for themselves. Their financial inadequacies notwithstanding. I did not marry my entire life because I have always wanted peace of mind. clever man. I was also busy with menial jobs. And when I decided to marry, all my friends were already grandfathers. But when I met my wife, I discovered that I found what I wanted in life. Alice talks less and helps navigate challenges in life. So I don't know, man, but that sounds like the perfect wife. So he waited long enough, and he seems to have landed a real one for himself. Just about two more readouts, and then we come into the room. Hopefully, there are people there. Otherwise, it's going to be a very short session. So if you are available, then click on the thing, because last time I checked, only one or two people. Big Tent replies Atiku, says Obi in pole position to win 2023 presidential election. Professor Utomi led Big Tent of political parties and civil society. I'm only going to give you about 3 or 4 paragraphs of this because it's long and winding, and I'm not really inclined towards the labor. All right. The Professor Utomi led Big Tent coalition of political parties and civil society organizations for Obidati has debunked the untenable and feeble claim by the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, as reported in a national daily on January the 17th, 2023, titled Atiku, It is Too Risky to Hand. Oh, yes, I saw this headline actually. If it wasn't for the Chatham House space, we would have tackled this one. Titled Atiku, It is Too Risky to Hand Over Nigeria to Tinubu or Obi. So, well, of course, he would say that, though. That's fair play in the cut and thrust of politics. In the report, let me check it actually. Yeah. As reported in a national daily on January 17, 2023, titled Atiku, It is Too Risky to Hand over Nigeria to Tinubu or Obi. A weak subterfuge to divert attention from the crisis riddling the party. Atiku, speaking at the... Actually, let me take it from the top again. It doesn't cohere. The Professor Utomi led Big Tent coalition of political parties and civil society organizations for Peter Obi has debunked the untenable and feeble claim by the People's Democratic Party PDP candidate Atiku Abubakar, as reported in a national daily on the 17th of January 2023, titled Atiku, It is Too Risky to Hand Over Nigeria to Tinubu or Obi. In the report, a weak subterfuge to divert attention from crisis riddling the party. Atiku, speaking at the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NES. And by the way, that sentence, I reread it, and that paragraph is still just somewhat gibberish. But speaking at the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, so that was the space that Tinubu spoke in just about 2-3 days ago. So speaking at that was the space, by the way, that Tinubu kicked the Arise TV journalist out of. So speaking at the Nigeria Economic Summit Group Presidential Dialogue on Economy in Lagos, he described Obi as a greenhorn. I don't think Obi is a greenhorn in politics, but certainly he's not even a greenhorn in the presidential space, because he ran as vice with Atiku Abubakar just as early as 4 years ago. So I think that's just like a cheeky comment. In a statement by Charles Odibo, the Director of Media and Communications of the Big Tent Coalition for Obidati, he stated that nothing could be further from the truth, because a vast majority of Nigerians who will decide who becomes Nigeria's next president come February 25th, 2023, have also emphatically stated their preference for the candidature of Peter Obi as a result of 5 polls conducted by independent and credible pollsters. And one of those independent pollsters, sponsored, of course, by Tory Peterside, a known functionary and benefactor of Peter Obi. So an acolyte, a benefactor, a partyman of Peter Obi, commissions a poll that landed Kill surprise that Peter Obi is going to be president. So that was the sort of polling that we've been seeing all the way through. Okay, where was I? Let me pick it up from here. It says, okay, let me just I'll give you just two paragraphs. I'll give you this paragraph, and then it lands on a full statement, which I'm not going to read in full. And a statement by Charles Odibo, the Director of Media and Communications of the Big Tent Coalition for Peter Obi, for Obidati, he stated that nothing could be further from the truth because a vast majority of Nigerians who will decide who becomes Nigeria's next president come February 25th, 2023, have also emphatically stated their preference for the candidature of Peter Obi as results of 5 polls conducted by independent and credible pollsters between September and December 2022 have clearly shown that Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, has consistently been voted for in the survey as the preferred choice of registered voters in the forthcoming 2023 elections. They will not be relentlessly rooting for him if they thought he was a greenhorn. Well, no, the two don't cohere. The two can stand alone. They can be rooting for him and he can still be a greenhorn. And they can even be rooting for him because he's a greenhorn. So the two do not conflict with each other. And by the way, there's a greenhornness to Peter Obi. But if we marry this statement to what we were hearing from Mahmoud Yakubu at Chatham House, telling us that 70.4%, that 70.4 million out of the 93 million registered voters come under the age of 45 and come under the age of 45. Then that's the space, of course, that Peter Obi is attacking aggressively. So does that give some veracity to that claim? You know, if the narrative that we're hearing from the Obi campaign, if we take it as gospel, then Obi will win that election. If the narrative that they have command of the hearts, they have the hearts and minds of young Nigerians, cutting across tribal, ethnic, ethno-religious lines. If we take that as a literal concession, then Peter Obi will win that election by a landslide. If we are even taking that on a percentage basis, that they command the majority of that space, that still gives Peter Obi victory. But then, of course, do they? And do they even have the penetration? Because that statement can actually be true and Obi can still fail. Because what we are hearing from a lot of the anecdotes that comes through, independent anecdotes from people who have no dog in the fight, they are saying that when they traverse the hinterlands of the Nigerian state, there is no Peter Obi presence outside of any real metropolis. And the body of Nigeria is in the hinterlands. It's not in the metropolis, it's in the hinterlands. So this statement, this polling can be true. This statement by that acolyte of the Obi campaign space, it can also be true. And but then, of course, the facts as obtained might not be true. Because the fact that that's obtained is that as popular or as Obi might be amongst the yuppies, the actual Nigerians don't even know that they exist. So these are the anecdotes that we're hearing. But interesting times to come, February the 25th. So very short one. It is not come for a man to kneel to propose to a woman. Media personality Ahmed Issa has said it is not African for a man to kneel to a woman. To him, willing to ask for the hand of a woman, according to him, kneeling to, I'll read it as it's written. And by the way, we have a clip of it as well, so I might just grab that and play that to you instead. In fact, let me just do that. All right. I think that guy might well be the Briquette family anchor. So yeah, that's who he looks like to me, the Briquette family guy. Media personality Ahmed Musa has said that it is not African for a man to kneel to propose to a woman. According to him, kneeling to ask for the hand of a woman's hand, that's what they've written. Oh, well, I think that's a mistype. According to him, kneeling to ask for a woman's hand in marriage shows who will be in charge in the relationship. So there it is right there. Missives from the north. Missives from the north. So now this now the absolute categorical last readout. So then we see who populates the room. This absurd lie does you no good at all. Ezekwesili tackles Atiku over heading of economic management team under Obasanjo. Former Minister of Education Obi Ezekwesili has asked the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, to desist from claiming that he was the head of the economic management team during President Olusegun Obasanjo's administration. Atiku was vice president while Ezekwesili served in different capacities during Obasanjo's administration between 1999 and 2007, including being a minister of solid mineral development and education at different times. In a tweet posted on his handle, Atiku claimed that as head of the EMT, while he was vice president, he was instrumental in designing a private sector revival strategy and advocated for the opening of the economy for private sector investment in several sectors, which resulted in tremendous progress. Reacting to his tweet, Ezekwesili stressed that the presidential candidate of the PDP was never the head of the EMT and should stop misleading the public with the absurd lie. And by the way, she said this on a verified Twitter handle, the Blue Tick. They have, pardon me, I'm going to get a glass of water after this because I'm parched. Dear Vice President Atiku, please ask the handlers of your @Twitter account to stop misleading the public. You were never the head of the economic management team. This absurd lie does you no good at all. Please ask your team to stop it, she tweeted. Madam Obi, of course, a declared member of the obedient space. And then she rounds it up with a Happy New Year. Wish you well. So there it is. So still the manner still maintained. So the manner still maintained, and here they are. Ajale Koko, I see you, and King Emeka, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you on board. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with Emeka if it's ready to go. Emeka, are you there?
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Are you ready to go, or do you want me to skip you for a moment?
Sure. I'm ready to move.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So let's just get straight into it. So let's get straight into it and go into the one that trailed the session. The rally, I've got clips, by the way, which I could play, but not really necessary. We might well play it at some point. The rally by Tinubu in Kwara, another barnstormer, which follows another barnstorming performance in Kano State. So are rallies a good indicator of what's to come on the 25th of February? Or are we still in that space that they were all bought and paid for? Emeka, your thoughts?
All right. Thank you very much, woman. I don't think rallies, political rallies, is a true reflection of the voting strength of a particular state or region or location. Why do I say so? Let's take Kwara State, for example, or perhaps let's take Ekiti. I think Tinubu was at Ekiti recently. Only about 600,000 people have collected their PVC so far, but you could see a huge crowd of people in Ekiti coming out to provide support to Tinubu, and as well as Kano. So far in Kano, I think roughly, I have to be very accurate on this, 3 to 5 million people have collected their PVC. Not 3 to 5, sorry, I beg your pardon. 3 million people have collected their PVC so far. But when you see the insurmountable crowd that was shown on by various news media, you'll be shocked that this kind of crowd is coming out in Kano. What this means, each of the state delegates, including the state chairman, they're supposed to coordinate and bring personnel across all levels to show their support, strength of support to their principal. And we've seen various clips of these folks in the rally requesting for their monetary benefit and monetary compensation, which shows that it's actually rent a crowd. But regardless of this, to play the devil's advocate,
No, hold on a moment, Emeka, because too often that rent a crowd just derisively thrown into a political space. Yes, there is no disputing crowds are rented, but can we put a percentage to a crowd and say this percentage was rented? Because my understanding is that the crowd renting, they will rent sufficient enough to give an indication that there are people there, and then hope that the party stalwarts within that locality would rally the faithful to fill the place and make it look big. But you cannot say a 50,000, 70,000 crowd, not in this instance, but just in general, are all bought and paid for.
No, I'm not saying exclusively every rally, right? All participants, 100% are being bought and paid for. You still have party members in the states. You still have party chieftains, and you still have representatives across each ward level that will be present within that state. So those are not individuals that will be bought and paid for. But again, like what you was trying to say, the only way I think a rally would give an indication would, if the rally is so massive, it shows the level of strong structure, good coordination, good people's management, and the strength in terms of resources that is being pulled together to get a large crowd, right? We can juxtapose this with Atiku's rally that took place in was it in River State. You could see the turnout. The turnout was not even enough. It's incomparable to Wike going to a particular local government just to commission projects. You see the crowd is quite different. It shows, because why is this occurring? Because they've lost the structure. The structure in River State has been lost to the Wike's camp, and that structure and that power retains within the Wike's camp. If the Wike's camp was campaigning for Atiku, you would see that strength, because he will be relying on his structure and as well as his loyalists to gather and bring their own people together to show that strength of support to their principal. But again, like what you're saying, I cannot put a percentage of people that appears to look like a rent a crowd, but
guess at it.
I can guess. I'll be very rather. I'm a very objective individual, and I try to support my claims with evidence. I really do not want to guess, and I can't guess at that for two reasons. I would be wrong. Second, I do not know. But the rent a crowd factor is involved. And why do I say it is involved? Is because we have seen various video clips of people requesting for their fees after they've participated for rallies. So
that's right across the landscape, by the way. Every single, at least the front running parties, because we play them on this platform even. People
I am not sorry that to interject. I am not pinpointing particular political parties, neither am I calling names, but I know it is visible across the four political parties that are taking the campaign seriously. You know, there are 18 presidential candidates. The remaining 14 are not that serious, right? But the 4 political parties that are campaigning seriously, yes, they have been videos and evidences. And I do not want to pinpoint any particular political party, neither do I want to be selective in calling names, but I can tell you, if anybody is in dispute, well, I'm not the host, I would go to each of those 4 political parties and bring out video evidence to show that Rent a Crowd was involved.
All right, carry on. I'm still insistent somewhat that Rent a Crowd or not, the crowd that a political rally that it presents is a decent enough indicator as to the journey of the elections.
Yeah, definitely. It shows. That's what I mean. It does. Okay, for instance, we have so far so good in all the elections that taking place in this country from 1999 to current date, which is 2019. The turnout has been from 30 to 35%, right? It's been from 30 to 35%, and as at 2013, we had
Yes.
over 75 or 73 million people that registered, and the turnout was just 32% of people who turned out to come vote, right? But if you do 32, give me 1 minute. Let me do just a quick math. I won't waste your time. To be sure.
Whatever you are doing, Emeka, make sure you are here on Friday, 9:45 p.m. We are going to present a spreadsheet.
9:45 p.m. What's
UK time? UK time.
Okay.
We're going to. I'm going to flash it across the screen as a teaser. We're going to be presenting. We're going to be presenting an updated spreadsheet that goes through every single state in Nigeria. So there it is.
Yeah,
for the audience. We're going to be presenting.
I briefly watched one of your show where someone was going through the analysis. There were some that I highly disputed, right? And
Yes.
it doesn't reflect the realities on ground. I thoroughly dispute some of those figures. If I do have the time, I'll more or less join in to chime in on my
Yes,
own opinion.
we've really condensed it, and we've set a team of experts on it. By the end of the Friday session, whenever that ends, everybody will leave this platform without any equivocation as to who their next president will be. But I'll carry on with the rallies.
So like I said, right, 32% of 7.72 million people turned out, which is roughly or approximately 23 million people voted in the 2019 election. So if I do an equal rough sum, right? If I do a rough sum, dividing 23 million people across 36 states, what we're having is 640,000 people per state, right? So I know some states have more voters than the rest, like Kano. Even in Lagos, the turnout was really poor. Kano, Lagos, Rivers, Kaduna, Katsina, where again Taraba too, yes, the turnout was really good. But if we want to even it out, 640,000 people per state, and then in those rallies in 2019, you could see the turnout was huge in some other states than the rest. So you can't tell me that the Rent a Crowd factor is not involved. It's actually involved. But Rent a Crowd, the massive the crowd shows, like I said, the strong coordination and the proper structure, the strength of the party in a particular state. I will also give you further examples. Let's take, for instance, Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom, which is a strong PDP state, and APC. If you look at the Akwa Ibom rally and the APC rally, you would see a difference in numbers, right? It shows that PDP is so strong in Akwa Ibom, and that is reflecting in their rallies. If you also look at APC, you will still see their numbers. Not that their numbers appear weak, but it reflects also the coordination of that party. in that state. Now, if you go to 2019 election to go and see how Akwa Ibom voted, you will see that the gap is not so much. Then looking at juxtaposing the results, the actual result from the rally, because the rally, we will tempt the rally as planned, right? Planned, or sorry, rather than planned, potential voters. Now, the results will show actual voters. I don't know if you agree with me.
No, I do somewhat, but carry on.
So now, with the crowd in the rally, it's potential voters. The actual result will show. The results after election will show actual voters. Then you would see the differences with the looking at the rallies, APC rally. Oh, good numbers, good outcome, good turnout. But comparing it with PDP, oh no, this turnout looks much better. Then when you look at the results, it also could. It falls in line. PDP edging APC. The gap's not so wide, but edging APC. So now with this election coming up, you would also see it in the campaigns. If you follow through, you look at the Labour Party campaign, you will see poor turnout in particular states. Compare it with the PDP campaign in that same state, you see good turnout. Compare it with the APC campaign, you probably would see a much better turnout in a particular state. I could name states if you want me to give examples, but I'm just weighing out the option. I don't know if I believe you're following the news, and you can see the turnout in various states, and you possibly know, okay, this may translate, right? This may translate, like for instance, in Kogi, the Labour rally was really weak.
As was in Ibadan and every other space, outside of the core spaces that the expectation that they put in a performance, I don't think they've been derisory in the turnout.
Yeah, even in Enugu too, you could see the turnout was not so good with the Labour Party. That's why I said I highly dispute your spreadsheet. Oh, sorry, I don't know if it's yours or
it's Kulata's.
Okay, so but then you look at the APC, and we know that PDP Enugu State is a PDP state, right? When you look at the APC,
well, it's mine as well. Let me not disown it because now you are trying to rubbish it, but yeah,
no, I'm not rubbishing it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not rubbishing it. Means I'm saying, and the team who put up the spreadsheet do not know what they are doing. I'm not rubbishing it at all. I'm saying I'm disputing, right?
Are you disputing it in its totality, or are you disputing part of
it? Specific states, I am disputing it, and I would take Enugu, which I think the individual, the team lead for that spreadsheet, he gave it to P2B, right? I'm disputing that. The reason why is that Enugu State is part of the G5, right? A G5 group in Wike's group rather. And based on the series of meetings that have been held with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that is one of the reasons why they have not come out to publicly declare that, okay, this is our principle, this is what we want to support, because they have different views. Now, Ugwuanyi is going for senatorial election, okay, after finishing his two terms as a governor. Now, he also knows that P2B has gained strong hold.
No, just to be clear on what you're saying, you are of the thought that P2B would not take Enugu.
Correct.
Oh, all right.
He won't take Enugu.
All right.
It's a shock to you, right?
No. Let me give you our figures before you carry on.
Okay.
We had this is from the previous sheet. The new sheet to come out on Friday. In Enugu, we had 2.1 million voters. Like you said, the traditional voters turnout percentage 35. But because of this new optimism, we've gone for 40%. 845,000 we're estimating to turn out. And of that, Tinubu gets 10%, Atiku 30%, and PDP a whopping 60%. And when we were going through these figures, people were nearly throwing their coffee cups through the computer to attack us that PDP will get 80%. But you are now telling us that in Enugu, Peter Obi will not take it.
Peter Obi will not take it.
All right.
Yeah, Peter Obi won't win Enugu.
All right.
And these are my reasons. The G5, the governor of Enugu is going for re-election. He's going for election in senatorial as a senatorial candidate for the PDP. Okay, now the presidential election would be done in conjunction with the senatorial election together. So when you go, you'll be given 2 slips. Vote for president, vote for the senator you prefer. Not 2 slips. You'll be given 4 slips. Vote for the president you want, and the senatorial candidates you are looking for. Sorry, 2 slips. I beg your pardon.
You see, you're not even clearing your own thoughts. You're not even
No,
clearing your own thoughts.
2 slips. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 2 slips. Enugu governor and not Imo. What's this other guy's name? Enugu governor and his counterpart
is it
in Abia State. Yes, his counterpart in Abia State has agreed they will secretly work for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They do not agree to the position of publicly declaring together that he is their single candidate, right? So in working for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they will be delivering their own senatorial districts to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, those states are PDP states. They are core PDP states. Nobody is taking it. Nobody is disputing that they are core PDP states. So what's going to happen is the other 2 senatorial districts who are also running under the flagship of PDP will be extending their strength to also deliver their mandate to go into the Senate in the next republic. Those people would deliver, and in their view, they will deliver for Atiku. The governor would deliver for Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Enugu. Now, and also one within that 2 senatorial district that is out that the governor is not taking, Chimaroke, the Enugu State former Enugu State governor from 1999 to 2003, is a supporter of Bola Ahmed Tinubu openly. He received him at the airport when Bola came to Enugu. Even the governor was there too. Hope Uzodinma was there. So he is they are friends, a core supporter, and he will deliver his own senatorial districts. This I am so certain about. He's showing it, he's saying it, he is going to deliver his own senatorial districts for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you have 2 senatorial districts in Enugu for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and you are left with 1 senatorial district, which is a PDP state that will go for.
So are you factoring the Obi wave in that space?
I have told you Obi will not win Enugu.
No, but that's not
factoring in the Obi wave is as a result of. Okay, my question to you is who Enugu voters, who do they primarily vote for?
Well, they traditionally vote for PDP, but
okay.
No, hold on.
Now, they vote for PDP. They go PDP all the way. Not even ABGA is a regionalized party for the East. Not ABGA. They vote PDP. Core. Okay. Now, and I'm not telling you the presidential election will take place on the same date as the senatorial election. I don't know. You agree? You know this is not disputable. Okay, and we have 3 senatorial districts. Okay, I took you through the route of that the G5, with the exception of Benue State, who, not because he's trying to save his head, not because he wants to, who is openly trying to support Obi. He's only trying to save his own career because he's also going for Senate too. Now, I'm not saying those governors has agreed, but Wike is going all out for Tinubu.
Wike has not declared his hand. Wike has not declared his hand. Do you know
but
something?
he's going. I will come to Wike. Wike is supporting Tinubu. He's supporting Tinubu. They've had, I'm aware of 3 meetings, but they are more. But I'm aware of 3 meetings, but they've had more. So those Chimaroke is a staunch supporter, confident, and friend of Asiwaju. He has openly declared that he is campaigning for Asiwaju. As I speak to you now, he is doing his door-to-door campaign. He would tell his people, vote PDP for Senate, vote APC for president. Just stamp it like that, stamp it, and tell his agents to monitor.
Are you hearing this guy that Peter Obi will not take Enugu?
He will not take.
There will be riots on the street.
He will not take Enugu.
This guy
will not take. He will not.
He will not.
They might not like it. They might not like it, but he will not win Enugu.
They will soon be here.
Are you from?
They will soon be here to tear you apart.
He will not win Enugu. Matter of fact, yeah.
Are you from Enugu?
No, I'm not from Enugu.
So who is going to win Enugu?
So,
PDP would win Enugu, and with a not landmark.
Yeah, give us the split. Give us the split by your reckoning.
55 for Atiku. I would probably say 12% for Obi. Then within that range, Atiku would Bola Ahmed Tinubu would take the remaining.
All right,
but he will not. Obi won't win Enugu.
Say no to drugs, ladies and gentlemen. But carry on. That sounds like Jack Daniels talking. Is your name Jack Daniels? Have you been drinking?
I think it's looking at those powerful politicians in.
No, I sorry. I think you just disrespected me.
That was a jocular comment. Carry on.
Okay.
Emeka, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Emeka, we joke around here a lot, so don't take everything literally. But carry on.
All right. So what I'm saying is, he won't win Enugu. He's not going to win Enugu, and I just give you reasons why he's not going to win Enugu. Not at the vote, because at the moment now we cannot. We can't actually. P2B is a new variable into the election. In 2019. He was a joint ticket holder. Both him and Atiku got 11 million, right? But we would rely that on the strength of Atiku, because we cannot actually attribute the voters who will be influenced to vote. If we say it's the Southeast, it is not a reliable measure, because the Southeast has largely been voting PDP from 1999 to 2019. So it is not an objective factor to consider that Obi being on the ticket with Atiku gave rise to the votes in the Southeast. No, we won't say that. Then again, so whatever vote that is going to go to Obi is a minus that will be coming out from the PDP camp. Whatever vote that will happen either in the Southwest or even in anywhere in the country, whatever vote that would go towards Obi is a minus for PDP. I don't know if you guys agree with me. So I've had a lot of people say they are new registered voters okay, we had from 73, we have from 72, we have 93 that we are looking at.
Okay, who do you think owns the youth space in the Nigerian political space?
When you say on social media, then I would say it's P2B. But in the reality of things do not show that. The rally in Lagos, the rally in Kano, the rally in even in Enugu, the rally in Ekiti, the rally in Ondo, the rally in Oyo do not reflect that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no,
You didn't see
the rally in Oyo was quite pitiable, and the rally
you didn't see what
Kogi, they shouldn't have done it. It was so sad.
No, I mean what I mean when I'm calling the state, I'm looking at because I'm not looking at Labour Party. I called Labour Party. I said if it's on social media, yes, but the reality of things, I was calling rallies for other political parties. The majority of people there are not old people, neither are they disabled. They were young people. So the reality of the fact on the ground does not show that the majority of the youths are for Labour Party. But if you want to hear the noise, you can go on social media and believe that. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, but do we even think that the Labour Party control the youth on social media, or do they just control a loud minority?
Yeah, I would tend to want to agree with that, right? Because what they've done, what they've succeeded to do, in my view, and I stand to be corrected, but on February the 26th of February 2003, they are shaming and insulting people. So the majority has gone silent, and the silent majority will speak with their voters card on February 25th. Come to February 25th. So what they're doing, the minority has taken over the noise, and not only that, if they are they don't want others to exercise their civic duties or their freedom of choice and preference to express themselves and say, this is who I want to support, or this is who I'm going to vote for. If you go on social media, only the strong, the bold, and the courageous are able to do that. And when you go to the comment section, you see the comment section being flooded with insults and curses and abuses, either personal or they would extend it to his extended family and probably to
I've been a victim of that myself, as you
I
can imagine. I've been a victim of that myself.
Inclusive of me, right? Even when I try
Yes.
to be as objective as possible, you know, I can understand the emotions involved and the emotions invested, but this is politics. You need to keep your emotions.
You know, a lot of these things were captured in the Soludo essay when he was trying to deviate that space from what he termed Nzobo politics. But then, of course, he got the same backlash that the rest of us got.
Of course, but again, it shows the lack of knowledge in politics for these individuals. Because if I were an obedient, or if I consider P2B to be someone I want to vote for, if a Soludo, who is the current governor of Anambra State, is coming and is saying boldly, I don't think you are going to win this election, I will have a rethink. This is a current sitting governor in Anambra State, right? This is a thoroughbred politician, not only a thoroughbred politician, a thoroughbred statesman, and as well a professor and one-time CBN governor in the country. He knows more. He knows the intricacies. He knows the nitty-gritties of politics better than us, whether we have experienced it or have been in it or have delved in it briefly. He is currently in it at this moment. He knows what is going on. He's currently the national leader of ABGA at the moment. So, and he is saying that, hello, Mr. P2B, I understand what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know the games you're playing. You know the games you're playing. You are not going to win. Tell your supporters to be more decent. Tell your supporters to have a grip of themselves. The reason why is that so that there will be no issues in the future when someone who is more ready in the Southeast wants to run for president.
Do you think Peter Obi is handling that space irresponsibly?
In my view, yeah, like you hear his supporters say this is bigger than P2B. This is bigger than P2B. This is not just P2B alone. And him himself has affirmed it to say, I am not running for president. You are running from president through me. I consider that statement to be very weak. I consider that statement to be a reflection of him. He has lost the plot in the sense of having to control his crowd. He has lost the plot in the sense of being the true face, because I think he's the masquerade face, the true face and the true leader of his movement. And do you know why I say this statement? If Obi says something different from the viewpoint of obedience, guess what is going to happen? Insults, abuses, curses to him and his extended family. They are not going to spare anyone. Will be melted on him. I don't know if do you think I'm wrong on this?
No, you are not wrong. And
so
you know, because hold on, if you go to Gbadabiamila's headline, when he was alerting concerns about it says Gbadabiamila concerned rising violence may scuttle 2023 elections. So the language that we're hearing from the political space, there's too much toxicity. A lot of us are hopeful and prayerful, but there's somewhat an inevitability that there will be some form of violence, and it's all wrapped in that language.
Not some form. There will be violence. I made mention of this in a previous show. There's going to be violence. It's highly predictable and highly probable there will be violence, and there will be violence mostly in the southeast and the south.
And in Lagos as well, I suspect.
No, the violence in Lagos is very common, and it's remote in specific local government, right? And when I'm talking of violence, I'm widespread. That's what I'm trying to indicate here. In Lagos State, definitely there will be violence in Amodofi. There will be violence in Ojo local government.
And
those
Alaba,
two local governments.
Yeah.
Well, Alaba is Ojo local government.
Oh,
Those two local governments.
Alaba is Ojo local government.
Those two local government, Ojo local government and Omodofi. There's usually violence, and I will pinpoint
and some part of Apapa. Because of Ajegunle.
No. Apapa is an industrial location. Voting is not really concentrated in that area. Most people visit Apapa to trade and go back. I know that area very well, and not only do I know that area very well, at least I have been around when election have been going on. We don't get to hear so many incidences occurring in Apapa. If you are saying Apapa, maybe you mean Olodi Apapa Ajegunle.
Yes, now, yeah.
Okay, then Olodi Apapa, yes, I would. There's a tendency for yes, please.
Yeah, good evening. I just entered this discussion just one thing you said, and that I need clarification on. What do you mean by a more prepared candidate? I don't understand. Can you
provide more context to that? I spoke a lot, so let me.
No. You said assuming Obi loses, and then he should prepare his people so that when you have a more prepared candidate.
Oh, a more prepared. Okay, yeah, for the Southeast. What I mean by a more prepared candidate, you understand? You see, now I will go through Labour Party, right? Labour Party. When they say Labour Party lacks structure.
Wait, I've not finished asking the question. Why are you pinning the supporters to the Southeast?
Why am I pinning the supporters?
When you now have a candidate that is from the South, why are you trying to
candidate from the South about South? Okay, now let me provide more context so that I'm not taken out of points or misquoted. Yeah. So, there've been this huge clamor for the presidency to be from the south. The president should come from the southeast in this 2023 election. True or false?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the reason why is that only 2 regions in the country has not produced the president, the northeast and the southeast. Okay. So now, the clamor is more high for the southeast than the northeast. And that discussion was currently ongoing in the PDP before the information about Atiku jumping into the race came in, right? Then Wike came in with the clamor of power should come to the south because he was more interested, but he's from the south. So the clamor was to come to the south rather than it for it to be, it should be restricted to the southeast. Okay. Now, so if power is going to come to the south, the only region that has not produced a president is the southeast. So that should be that. So
how does that relate to Peter B's followers? I just wanted to
no follower. Hold on, I would get to that point. So I'm not talking of the followers. When I said a more prepared candidate, I mean a candidate who collectively the structure of the party has agreed that this is going to be our candidate. When I mean the structure of the party, I don't mean mushroom parties, political parties. I mean the current strong parties that we have. I don't know as at then what may happen.
Emeka, my brother, you sound like a PDP sympathizer. I think
I'm not a PDP.
You're among those people that
if you listen to me properly,
saw the writing on the wall when
if you listen to me, many people will tell me, hold on, let me explain myself. Many people will say I'm more of an APC sympathizer. Now you're saying I'm more of a PDP. I'm an objective individual. When I mean a more prepared candidate, right? When just like Bola Ahmed Tinubu fought really hard to become the APC presidential candidate. If this individual has the influence, the support, and the agreement from his party structure that he would be the candidate and represent the party, and this individual is from the southeast, his chances of winning the election would be high.
Let me just summarize what you're saying. What you're just saying is you're trying to enable what has been in place, whereby the turnout we choose one part of the south and align with.
No, it's not just only the turnout.
And they'll just be shuffling it and be sharing it like carrying biscuits. That's just a summary of what you're saying.
Hold on, gentlemen. I suspect that maybe you are new to the space, but we have discussed this sort of conversation before. We were talking about the acceptable face of the southeast that has national appeal.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. And when we condensed because we looked at all of the senior names in the southeast, and we disregarded people like Okorocha because he's somewhat nonsensical. We discarded people like Senator Abaribe because he's too ethnic. And then all of those names.
No. I think it's your opinion.
We landed on. But the name we landed on was Soludo.
Let me tell you. Let
me just land it and then you disagree. Who we feel he has, because the Southwesterners like him, the Northerners don't object to him. He was the governor of the central bank, so he has name recognition nationally, and he did a decent job in that.
But again,
Can I say something?
Okay, say what you want to say.
Okay, come in, Ike, and then you counter.
I want to tell my Igbo brothers that if we want to make this about Southeast presidency, this is the closest we can get. So if we don't get it now, I don't know when next. And by what he's saying, for me, I feel P2B is the most acceptable by all regions. We've not had it this good. When you're talking about
you're on the social media space.
It's not social media.
You are on the social media.
My brother.
He does not have the appeal. I will tell you confidently. P2B does not have the appeal.
And you think it is Soludo that has the appeal?
The widespread that you think.
Governor, but let's not go
let me
there.
explain. See,
if there is an Igbo, wait, let me finish. If there is an Igbo candidate that has made friends in the north, like Bola Tinubu, that has worked for the north, if we are doing this north, we choose someone from the south and give power, and it's your return like ping pong, then that person is Ojos or Carlo. Let this sink inside your head. It is not even Soludo. It is Ojos or Carlo. If you follow politics and follow it very well.
Carlo does not have national spread.
No, hold on. He's right on that, right? Currently, someone who is
So it's
because
not even
at the moment,
Soludo. Who is
hold on,
Soludo?
hold on. Okay, you have spoken. Let me come. One man is right with saying Soludo, but again, a Soludo will appeal more if at the end of an 8 years he's still currently a governor. If you study Nigerian politics very well, you will know that most of our presidents they've either currently finished serving their gubernatorial term, or they are the 4th year of their gubernatorial term, right? Mostly governors aspire to become president. That is why Asiwaju is different. Asiwaju is on a different class entirely. And that is why Asiwaju will win this presidency, hands down.
Is that what you think? You think Tinubu
Yes,
will win?
landslide.
See, let me tell you.
And I will come.
Soludo has not built that
I will come to Asiwaju and why I
Emeka,
think
no, Soludo has not built that.
Let him speak now.
Sorry, Ike, let me speak.
Let me finish on Soludo.
And you, Emeka. So when I say, hold on, I only want to bring the voices cascading over each other down. Let's Ike counter you because he really seems to be off put by what you said. So let him counter you so you're clear on where he's going, and then you can come back.
Can you give me a second, please, before I continue? If you don't mind, Mr. Ike.
All right, let Ike go first. You come in, and then Emeka wrap it up. Yeah, not wrap it up, but yeah.
Let me finish.
No.
Soludo wrote a letter. Soludo wrote a letter, and he said that presidency involves a lot of hard work. But as he was saying that, he was even shooting himself in the foot, because in the next 4 years, it won't be enough. He has not even built a lot of network to come and be campaigning for presidency. Let me tell you, if you are using Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Tinubu has really worked hard. He didn't even start today. From 2007, 2011, he kept winning houses, Senate House, House of Rep, Senate, and made people win election in the north. The only person that has done such a thing, done business with the northern people, made friends, mingled with them even before the start of this democracy, is Orji Uzor. If you are using it in that light, God will keep us alive. In the next 4 years, I will still come back.
Give me 5
minutes.
Give me 5 minutes.
You people are just covering for Soludo because he has come out to do one kind of job, and everybody is saying he's the star boy.
He's a star boy. He is a star boy. There's no equivocation on that. Soludo is a star boy.
He's not a star boy, sir.
Can I ask Emeka a question? Sorry,
yeah, but go, let Emeka come first. I think you've started some sort of controversy, Emeka, but
before Enigmatic,
I will not have chance. So sorry, let Enigmatic go first because he's indicated, and then you come after him. Enigmatic.
Yes, Emeka.
Yep.
I'm listening to your analysis with an open mind. I want to
thank you.
You really have a full grasp of the Southeast politics. My first question to you is: do you know Anambra State very well?
My first degree was in Oka, Nnamdi Azikiwe University.
Okay, so were you on ground, or probably are you conversant with Peter Obi's administration when he was governor?
Yes, I'm very conversant of his administration. Okay. I'm very, very conversant. Not only was I conversant physically, I also read about it too.
Okay, I will ask you further questions. Go ahead.
All right. So sorry,
hello. Take one more.
Can I wrap up?
Emeka, sorry.
Take one more. Take one more. Yeah.
Sorry, I just came to the show and heard you talking. I'm not against what you're saying. It's politics. You are entitled to your opinion and your analysis and all that, and I respect that. But I want to ask you one question. Were you born and raised in Lagos, Emeka?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So
not only, right now the Gen Z generation, right? Unfortunately, do not get to experience Asiwaju administration. So many of them do not know.
It's okay. there's this pattern that's come up with obedient and the Southeastern people. They always fake image and show up like they come like it's a Yoruba name, but they're two nations sound Southeastern. So I'm kind of worried. Like you sound so much like a South person, but you said you are from Southeast. You don't need to tell me where you're from. But which part of South
No,
are you from?
I'm from Umuahia, right? I'm from Umuahia. But I schooled in I was brought up in Lagos. My university first degree was in Oka, right? So I practically know Oka very well.
You're good.
Emeka, I feel you are new to politics in the Southeast. With all due respect.
No,
With politics in Nigeria. In your own analysis,
sir, I have to dispute that very, very well. I have been in the strategic war room for a presidential candidate that actually won, and he was not likely to win when he won. So I can tell you, you don't restrict me to the Southeast. I'm very well known. I know the Nigeria political space properly. I've written publications using my pen name. I know and I have analyzed, not only just I have brainstormed on how to land a presidential election that made a candidate that
Emeka,
was not likely to win
Emeka,
and defeat an incumbent candidate.
Emeka, from your knowledge, from everything you have said, to be fair, honest with you, you don't sound like someone that has been in politics for a while. Even you don't really understand.
I would consider that as your opinion, and I'm telling you, you came up. Hold on, you came up. You said, Oji Uzokalo. If there's any one person, and I agreed with you, and I know why. But when one man was saying Soludo, I agree with you. On what
basis are you calling Soludo?
You have not. I said, let me speak. You have spoken. You don't want me to speak. 5 minutes, I will explain. Now, we take you through history lane so that you will start from history, then we get down to the present.
Okay,
now,
no problem.
With the exception of Obasanjo and Buhari, all presidential candidates or presidents have been a governor. True or false, Ike?
No, that's true. That's true.
Okay, good. You agree with me on that. Now, for you to become the president, except whether you have become the president or head of state at one point in time. That was why I said Asiwaju is on the class of his own. For you to become a president in this country, you must be a person of influence. True or false, Ike?
That is true. So,
okay, good. Now hold on. I'm taking you through. I'm taking you through. You know, I'm breaking it bit by bit. I'm taking you through logic, so we can agree. It's not like I want to put my opinion. I'm stating the facts for you here now.
Yes, and I'm waiting for your answer. I want you to land.
Good. Now, for someone who is influential in politics, is considered a political bigwig, right? And at a point, a leader of his political party. I'm not saying national leader, I'm saying a leader, either in a state or in a senate, in a senatorial position. Do you agree with me?
Just
to be considered to have influence. To be considered to have influence, you are either a leader in your political party. I am not saying national leader, but a leader in your political party. Either you are in the Senate, or you're a leader in your political party, or you are the governor.
Yes, and I will agree on this third point.
That is correct. Yeah.
Now, as the governor of a state, you are the national leader of your political party in that state. Do you agree with me?
No, you are the state leader, not the national leader.
You say you are what?
The state leader.
Sorry, you are the state leader. Sorry, I beg your pardon, please. You're state leader of the political party in your state, which means you hold the structure, the political structure of that state is in your palm.
Continue, I'm listening to you.
All right. Now, why do I agree with you on Oji Uzokalo? He is currently the chief whip for APC, and you know what it means to be the chief whip. You are the one who will go around to get the votes if you want to pass a bill. He has to, he will go across opposition term to convince them to vote. Okay, he's an influence, and I would see him as a national leader in APC.
That is true.
Yes, but again, we are talking. Why I said okay, woman is right, but not there yet, because if we say, and I am saying it now, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the next president, except he dies. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu becomes the president, which he will run for 2 terms. That is 8 years.
Yeah.
Soludo would at that point would have completed his term or have a few months to complete his term, because he's just the governor now.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm getting somewhere. Hold on. Now we have this rationing of politics in this country where power will move to. It is a gentleman's agreement. It is not signed anywhere, but it is a gentleman's agreement. Some political parties have enshrined it into their constitution, that if a presidential candidate, and that is why the G5 is fighting Atiku now, if a presidential candidate comes from the south, after the tenure, it will move to the north. That is what is happening, and that is why even when the body language of Buhari was showing that he wanted Lawa, the governors said no, power must go to the south. Now, if Bola Ahmed Tinubu finishes his 8th term, power will go to the north. So at that point, Soludo, right, will not have as much influence anymore as the governor. He has stepped out. He will not become an ex-governor.
It will be too old.
Exactly. He will become an ex-governor, except he controls Abga party so strongly that all decision passes through him. That is when he will continue to remain relevant.
Okay.
And if power goes to the north,
hold on, let him land.
If power goes to the north, it will be 16 years before Southeast will want to lay their petition again, right?
Yes.
Now, at that point in time, if Oji Uzokalu continues, if he continues to remain in politics, he will be so influential to petition to become the face of the Southeast president.
He
now,
will be too old then.
He'll be too old.
No, he's in his 50s. He's in his 50s.
It's a lie. You don't know his age.
Oji Uzokalu is in his 50s. This guy is correct. He was governor at the age of 39.
Yes. He entered at 39, and you are telling me I don't know. He's in his 50s. He just gave an interview and he said, I'm in my 50s.
I think
yes, now.
He's in his 50s. But for Soludo, the only time Soludo's chances of laying claims
is 62. Hold on. I just checked. He was born 21st of April 1960, 62.
Okay. The only time I think Soludo would lay claim if Atiku wins. That is why he's supporting Atiku now.
Okay. Now.
If Atiku wins after Atiku's 8 years, by that time he's also finishing his term. He's still currently a sitting governor with just a few months left. He would use his influence as governor and state leader of Anambra, and even Abga. He's a national leader now because Abga is currently in Anambra alone, and use that to consolidate his power. As a matter of fact, I see him going back to PDP.
Please, can you round up? Let me just.
Hold on.
Use that to solidify his position so well that when they say power will come to the south, then the Southeast will lay claim, and he will be the face for PDP. If Atiku do not win, Soludo's chances of becoming a next presidential candidate is 0 to slim. It's so slim.
I assume that you've landed. All the arguments you said about Soludo, actually, all of them, they just fell flat on the face. Let me start with the age. Soludo is 62 years. Add 16 years to him. God giving him good health. You think he'll be fit to be president?
I just gave you now. You weren't.
Wait. Let me finish. Don't allow me to finish.
No, Ike.
I allowed you to finish, my brother.
You did not allow me to finish. You just want to speak. I said something to you. I said if Atiku wins, the petition for him to become the PDP presidential candidate is strong. Hold on. I will finish with this. Let him land that sentence. I will finish with this. If Atiku wins after 8 years, his petition to become the face of PDP, bearing in mind that Southeast must produce the presidential candidate, is strong. But if Atiku does not win, and he will not win because Asiwaju will win, if you want to bet me, bring your house, I bring my house. Asiwaju will win. 8 years, after 8 years, power will go to the north. After 16 years, Soludo will be irrelevant. Soludo will be politically irrelevant, except he controls the party in Abga, and I doubt if he will.
Okay, let me just you
can you hold on a second, please? Hold on a second.
Can I just finish, please? 5 minutes and I will leave here, please.
It's for the two of you, so that we can continue the conversation in a very
let me just I just came in because of him, because he's misinterpreting a lot of things.
Sorry, Ike, I don't want to be muting people because you know I like the interjections and the free flow. But let Enigmatic come in because he wants to put to both of you. Then you can come in. Yeah.
All right, so, Mr. Ike, don't rush. You and Emeka, we are protecting you guys. You guys will have the floor. One, Mr. Emeka, for avoidance of miscommunication or misconception of your ideas. First of all, the first question I would have expected you to ask Mr. Ike is summarize what I just analyzed. Then you can.
That's true.
Yeah, that's how you take it. So you understand, if you actually understand what you've been able to analyze all this while, because anybody who can listen on the platform, I told you we are listening with open mind. I've never heard from you. I'm hearing for you for the first time, but I still have questions for you. But tell him first to summarize what you just said.
Okay.
If you understand what you've been saying.
From what Emeka said. Good evening, Emeka. How are you?
Thank you very much.
From what he said, you are trying to explain the trajectory of Soludo to power, and you kind of ruled it out with Asiwaju winning because it will be 16 years for you to come back south. Now, you said that the easiest way is with Atiku winning, right?
Yeah, not just the easiest way. But,
let me not
just the easiest way. Soludo wants to be president.
Yes, now we are saying the same thing.
So,
and I'm telling you that
what I failed to say was that the reason why he is supporting Atiku as president against his own party candidates. I don't know if you are aware, Abga also have a presidential candidate.
Yeah, of course.
But
I know, Professor Umade, I'm aware.
Thank you. He is supporting Atiku because he wants to be president. And if Atiku becomes president,
can I summarize what you said?
Okay.
From what you said that if Atiku wins, he will be at a good position. Then he's a national leader. He's a leader of a party.
Yeah, he will go. He will
position himself, right?
He will. Thank you. He will go to PDP.
Okay.
Yes, he will join PDP. Yes.
And you say you know Southeast politics, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let me analyze. Shebi, I got your points, all your points well. So can I react to them one by one?
What I now said, because I started with for you to be president.
No, Emeka, hold on. Let him counter you. Because he had a good listen. Go on, Ike.
Now, my brother Emeka, do you think that the likes of Osita Chidoka and the rest of all the Igbo elites will allow Soludo that are working underground, we allow Soludo to just come and pick the VP?
Not
do you really know about
not VP? You see, you didn't understand what I said.
To come and be president. Do you think Ifeanyi Okowa, that is contributing all he has for this campaign, will just allow power to come and they will give it to Soludo? Maybe
Ifeanyi Okowa will expire this after this presidential campaign. He will retire back to Asaba. Once Atiku is retired back to Dubai, Ifeanyi Okowa will go to Asaba.
Let me finish. In that note, I would say you are new to politics in the Southeast.
Okay.
Because you are talking about a party, Abga, that has only one state, that does not even have House of Rep or
They have one house of rep. So what I told you, you didn't listen very well. You did not listen very well.
Guys.
Emeka,
can you allow him to finish so you can now take it
now,
from there?
You are talking about APGA that doesn't have a region. APC has 2 states in South.
No, it said they will move to PDP. You were not.
Thank you,
I want to nail him on the cross.
Thank
if he
you.
moves to PDP, I want to nail you on the cross that you are wrong. That you don't even know Anambra politics. As in, you are just totally new to the. You think that he will come to PDP?
No, hold on.
Wait, let me finish one man.
The way you're going to go there, but if you want to nail him, I can help you nail him.
He's assuming that he will leave APGA and come to PDP and take over the structure of PDP in Anambra State and the structure of PDP in the Southeast. And you think those political gladiators that are in Anambra State will just fold their hands and watch him? If you really think that is the case, then you'll be up to the shock of your life. That's it. You're just saying is you are just theorizing.
All right, Emeka, let me say something before you. I think you should pay attention to what Emeka is saying, because politics is about expediency, and these political stalwarts that we are saying they have in the Southeast, they have them everywhere. They are all backing Obi, not because they necessarily like Obi or anything.
No, they are not backing Obi. Point of correction, they are not backing Obi.
No. Some of them are backing Obi then, not because they necessarily like Obi, but for the expediency of it, that is the best chance in a long while for the Southeast to land the first seat. And as soon as this cycle completes, and if Obi does not succeed, that support will not be there anymore. And if Soludo emerges as a real prospect, that support will park behind him.
Correct. But again, Woman, I want to correct you on something. Not that you are wrong.
No, but where
not that you are wrong. I just want to chip in. I want to chip in something.
No, you can, but where I was hoping I will push you to is that Peter Obi will still be in play when Soludo wants to come out as.
Let me even react to him.
Thank you.
The guy is not even reasoning that.
Woman.
Wait. Emeka, 1 minute. I'm leaving.
Everybody, just hold on, Ike, because that's where you should have taken him to. That's where the fight is. That's where the argument is.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you very much.
Hold on. Peter Obi would still be in play, and he would have built up and shored up an even stronger base to launch at the presidency post Atiku. So Peter Obi will be one of the strongest, if not the strongest person in the Southeast politically, based on this cycle that he has been through in 8 years' time. So it's not a shoe, and they're around about the same age bracket, Obi and Soludo. So it's not, and Soludo is not especially liked. People begrudgingly like him because of his intellect. He's not an eminently likable person, which Peter Obi is. So
no, you can't say that.
No, you can't.
Why you can't say that?
Why you can't say that?
Can I react?
Emeka, I'm going to step you down for a moment. I just let the conversation flow.
Okay.
So sorry, carry on. Carry on.
You want me to speak or Ike?
No. It wasn't you that was stepping down. It was Ike that stepped down because it was just
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what I mean is, you are right, but there's something I wanted you to say. Why I say you are right, I don't want to completely say you are wrong, but you are right because you are giving the view from an objective point of view and from your own analysis. Soludo, right, what you say he's not liked. We would say he's not liked because he has not run for national office, but he's liked in Anambra. That's why he's currently the Anambra state governor, right?
No, because he was the APGA candidate. That's why he won. APGA wins Anambra. We all know that.
And that's why the people who brought him to APGA liked him and said, yes, come. We think Anambra will like you. And Anambra said, yes, we like people who come to APGA. And they liked him and pushed him to become governor. Okay. Now, let's refer back to Soludo's statement. No, not statement, his article. He said, Obi, we know the games you are playing. And you yourself know the game. Okay, but he did not say the game. The game you just mentioned it now. That's why I said thank you. Obi is not running to become president 2023. Obi is running to show people his political value. The reason why Obi was unable to get the presidential candidacy for PDP is because Wike told him you do not have political value. And he now saw that Atiku will not pick him as his VP. He decided to consider his option. That was when Obasanjo stepped in and told him,
that is false,
go
my brother. You are just that is false. Don't come here to mislead people. That there are many things I would like to say, but I won't come here to say. But you are totally just believe it in your heart of hearts that you are very wrong.
I thought they said you should step down.
Don't come here and be lying to people. You are wrong, my brother. That's not even what happened.
If you say I am lying, dispute it. No, you understand?
Or if it's lying,
dispute it. Exactly. You just don't come and say you are lying and you say nothing.
Let me interject in a minute. This I agree with Ike. I've said this like 6 months ago in this platform that the only reason this guy Peter Obi went to Labour is because Atiku can't despise Peter Obi because the last election he did 2019. I don't know.
They don't. No, my brother, they don't despise him, right?
I'm using the word because hold on. Okay, my uncle is a PDP national big body, and he has told me then, and I said in this platform, he was waiting for the ticket of vice VP, and Atiku team didn't show no green light. That's why he moved.
Exactly. He wanted to be president. He wanted to be president. He wants to be the presidential candidate. Because he felt, okay, there's an agreement, a gentleman agreement that power will come to the southeast. When I mean power will come to the southeast, the PDP presidential slots would go to the southeast, and him being one of the national leaders. Why do I say he's a national leader? Because he ran as a VP presidential candidate. So him being one of the national leaders would have a good edge to become the presidential candidate amongst others who will be contesting with him for that ticket, because they will do their primaries, right? Then he now saw that Atiku's body language shows he wants to run. Then he was considering, okay, Atiku may pick me as VP because we did 11 million. Maybe we will do better. But like you rightly said, the signs were not there that he will be VP. He decided to leave. Typically, I'll be expecting him to leave and go back to APGA that made him governor. The vehicle he used to go to Anambra State government house, that was what he used, APGA vehicle, to go there. He ran on their ticket. I was thinking he would go there, but again, no, he did not go there because someone advised him. Not only someone advised him, two people, laudable people, strong people, told him, go and join this party. And he went. Before they told him to go and join that party, they sent him to the UK to go and discuss with party members, conservative party members in the UK. And then they said, go and join this party. And who are those two people? Atedo Peterside and Obasanjo. If you take me anywhere or come and dispute it.
Excuse me. The only reaction I have to what he said, I think before my first day of coming here, I explained how P2B emerged, so I won't go back there. But to tell me that P2B was wishing he saw that the VP he will not get, then from there he now because of that.
Hold on, no, my brother, you say you know the politics.
Hold on. Sorry,
wait,
hold on,
make I finish.
So don't Emeka. Ike, how do you think? Remind us how Peter Obi came out of.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me build it up for you. Remind us how Peter Obi came out of the PDP. Because why people are silent when Emeka is talking is because a lot of what he's saying we have discussed endlessly for days on this platform, and we have suffered a lot of beating. So he now a new voice, almost echoing a lot of things that we have been saying.
This is my first time. This is my first time being here. I've never.
Let me explain how.
Now, let me tell you what the space thinks or what I think. I think Peter Obi, forget all of that money. I'm sure you are not naive enough to say it's because they were playing money politics. That's why he left PDP. I'm sure you know enough to know that's just
No,
nonsense.
I didn't say that.
No, because that was his excuse. But what a lot of people believe was that he saw the writing on the wall. He knew he couldn't get that ticket, and the vice was not nailed down. So we didn't quite reach where. I didn't quite reach where Emeka is going.
Okay, let me tell you where Emeka.
Okay, go on.
Let me tell you where Emeka. I think I explained handshake across the Niger the other time, and how how they were looking for candidates and how they wanted him to be candidates in PDP because PDP has the structure. That's true. When Obi saw that he wasn't going to get the ticket, that was when he left. But telling me that even the VP in OC, that's not true. If
I will tell you,
let me finish. Okay, stop continuing.
Hold on, Emeka, let him land.
Let me tell you. Yeah. Know this and know the. I know the people, the likes of Bemire Bruce and the likes of Reno Mokri and other people that are working with Atiku, knowing that if Atiku had won that primary without Obi leaving, it would have been the same thing. But Obi would have had the right of first refusal. Just know this and know it again.
Obi did not have the popularity that he had now.
Let me tell you why he will not. He didn't even consider Obi because he wanted from the onset. He told those coming, my VP would be a current running governor.
Sorry. Do you know that when Atiku declared
listen to
presidency,
me. Oga, you say you know I'm past me. Oga, you say you know I'm past me now. You know I'm past me. No problem. But
stop spreading lies. I'm telling you that saying that Obi was rooting to be VP.
Hold on. Don't. It's not lies. That's his understanding.
Sorry to say that you're lying. But what I'm just trying to say is that Obi now saw that even the VP he will not get. That's why he left.
He will not get. Shishi, he will not get. And if he had run, he would have come last.
Who do you think? Who do you think Atiku was thinking of picking? Don't you think
he has already picked the person he was thinking of picking?
Wait. Don't you know that Obi leaving PDP somehow destabilized Atiku's camp? Don't you know that after the primaries they had to go back to the drawing board and start thinking, who should we pick?
Sorry, please, can I interject? Ike, what you just said is not true. 2019 election, Obi brings zero value to PDP. He didn't bring anything. Hold on, relax. Don't shout with emotion. Yeah, I don't support any candidate. I speak to the narrative. You cannot just come and start shouting. It's not like that. We speak with fact. I'm telling you, go do your findings. 2019, Obi did not bring any political value to PDP as a VP. Political value 1, financial value 2. Whatever makes a presidency, Obi did not have 2019. That's why this year, political PDP big wing did not want Peter Obi, and he saw the writing and he moved. He's getting clarity now.
Sorry, sir. What you are saying right at this moment, it's not completely true. Okay, we cannot say Peter Obi did not bring any value because 1, we cannot even extract the value. That's why I say it's not completely true.
And that is why we will use this election to test his value.
Exactly. But you know what, Grimmy talk? Southeast has predominantly voted for PDP. So, and I said it initially, whether the vote was as a result of Obi's being a joint ticket holder with Atiku, we cannot extract that.
No, we can. Emeka, we've actually We've actually tested it on this platform. When we took the election results from 2015
and 2019, and you did the minors.
Yes, and there was no significant margin to show an Obi bounce in the Southeast. So we tested it.
There was no significant margin to see an Obi bounce on the Southeast because it didn't reflect
on the Atiku Obi ticket.
So what you are saying is that comparison between 2015 and 2019, they were all negative. So
no,
it will be neutral because the Southeast has always been a PD.
Southeast and South have always been a PDP stronghold. So what you are saying, yes, you could be right because
Obi brought nothing to that ticket.
Abia State, you because APC gained more grounds in the Southeast in comparable to 2015 when the Southeast did not really entirely voted for Buhari. Yes, you could be right on that. So I have not done the analysis, but you have given me something to go and think and go and look at. Then I can use that as an argument-based point to show that I think Obi, and I told you Obi will not win Enugu. Maybe it will be one of my talking points to reflect truly that Obi is not going to win Enugu. So back to what I was saying is, now I know Ike is interjecting and saying this, and I'm telling him what he said is not completely true too. Obi saw that he could not get PDP ticket because he saw Atiku joining the race, and he knows Atiku is the money bag, right? We all heard from Wike saying 1 billion naira was exchanged in Lagos and was given to Ayo, the current PDP chairman. That money was given to him so that he could to pacify him because the Wike group brought Ayo. It was actually Governor Autumn that brought Ayu to Wike, and Wike gave okay, no problem. Please, I hope Ike will call me a liar when I say that Wike, after the defeat of 2019, Wike was the rallying point for PDP. He was the sole financer, and all machination and structure was submitted to Wike. Am I a liar?
No, this is not a lie. Just what you're just speaking here is half.
Okay, hold on now. I'm coming. Hold on, I want to tell you. You say VP, you say you don't want the VP. Okay, Wike was part of the people who pushed using Okowa. They all collectively agreed, all the southern governors from both political parties said power must come to the south. That none of them will be any VP candidate to any of the any northern presidential candidates. Am I wrong? If you say I'm wrong, Okowa was the one that read the communique in Asaba. Okay. Now, when they told him Atiku, I can remember when he said it. Atiku, are you going to run? Atiku said, of course I am going to run. He was leaving Nigeria. He said, I am more experienced. Share the people that want to run. Let us see. I'm going to win the party ticket. That was the sign. And after that 1 week, P2B decided to leave. He left. And even as at that, Atiku has already promised Okowa that he will be his VP. The same Okowa that read the communique. If you say you call me a liar, Wike said it when after the PDP primaries, Wike did not want to go. They pushed Wike to go and meet him. Wike went to his house. He now said, "Oh, Wike, let's work together. This and that. You know, you could be my VP."
Did not go to his house, sir.
Sorry, he came to Wike's house in Abuja. Sorry, I beg my pardon. Sorry. He came to Wike's house and said, "No, you will be. You know, I'm not choosing my VP." Wike told him not. This is now from Wike's mouth in one of his rallies. He said, "But you have already chosen your VP." Atiku said, "No, I have not. You know, they are just pushing him. He said, "But I hear you have chosen Okowa already." He said, "No, they are just pushing it." Wike said it, but you are here calling me a liar when Atiku has already picked Okowa as his VP. Even before all those ones, he was saying go and form a committee. When they formed the committee, and the committee said it is Wike that should be the VP candidate, what did he do? He picked the Okowa. The same Okowa that Wike told him you will pick. He picked it, and that is part of the reason why Wike is still upset. But you are calling me a liar. He has picked it. Okay, he has picked his VP. That is the reason why he left. That's the reason why Obi left.
I will say two things.
Hold on, react, and then after your reaction,
we will leave this space. Yes.
Yeah, no, I want to leave this space, but I want Emeka to take us, because he said something very controversial earlier on, that Tinubu will win the election, which a lot of people do not see. But I want him to take us on that journey that that lands Tinubu. But react to what he said first.
Okay, let me react to what my brother said. First thing that brought me here is not even about him saying Tinubu will win or not. By next month, we will know who will win or not. Rather, what made me come here was what he said about Soludo being the next person the best position Igbo politician. You know,
No,
that's
I said
really in 8 years time, that's really comical.
Best position. Best position.
But that is that anyone that says that actually, yeah, I will call that person can be assumed to be an alien in Southeast politics.
I will
that's
remember you your first question. You said, what do you mean by best position? Your first question was, what do you mean by best position? One man, please correct me if that's not his first question.
Yes, but you are being pedantic somewhat. I think the greater point he's making is the point he's making now.
Now, what I'm trying, sorry, I didn't get you, sorry. The audio is not that much here.
Carry on. Take him to where you want him to be.
Yeah, so what I just want to tell him is, now, you said the decision to choose Okowa came after Obi left PDP, but let's leave that. Secondly, let's leave that because you are
not a good listener.
Okay,
before you even left PDP, Atiku has already picked.
One man, this guy has been interjecting. He doesn't even allow me land.
Emeka, give him the space to take you
to
where he wants you to be.
I will run around. There are two things I will say that I'll leave. One, if you are saying that in 8 years' time, with all these things Soludo is doing, he will be the person like the most favorable candidate for Southeast. First of all, I'll call you a comedian. Then the second one is about we will know the 25th is not far away. So let's not stop talking too much. Let's test Obi's popularity, and we will come back. You said Obi will not win Enugu, right? I'm waiting for the shocker. I'll be glad.
He won't win Enugu.
No problem. Please don't run away from this show. Don't run away from this show.
Yes, certainly not on Friday because I want you to take on Kulata. That'll be interesting. But what about Edo State? Will Obi win Edo State, Emeka?
Edo is a battleground, right?
Okay, let me finish before you people continue on that.
Yeah.
So, Emeka, on the 27th, when the results start trickling in, we will know who is right and who is wrong. And in 8 years' time, let me tell you that the Labour Party, if they don't win the presidency, they will have state governors, they will have their state. They even Igbo state government. Let me not talk much. Let's leave this.
Yeah, you're dreaming about
are you saying
let me tell you.
What you are saying is that Obi will be the president. Is that what you are saying?
No, what I'm trying to say is this. Two things are possible. If Obi does not win, then he will place himself in a very good position because his party must have done very well.
What I'm telling you is that
my brother,
Obi will not win. Not that if Obi will not win. Please remove the
now. I am saying, if Obi does not win,
no, remove if. Say Obi will not win.
Don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me what to say, my brother.
Hello, Emeka.
Allow me to finish. I said if Obi does not win, if Obi does not win, he has placed with the number of votes, the seats, House of Reps seats, and the Senate and the governorship the party will get from the lower south and some part of middle belt. He has placed himself in a good position. Should he be interested in the seat in 8 years' time, which I doubt. And let me say this again. Saying that with all these superficial kindergarten permutation, you said that Soludo will be the right person in 8 years' time.
I want to tell you
that you are a neophyte in Southeast politics.
You listen selectively. You don't listen very well, right?
Okay.
Your first question was, what do you mean by best position? I asked you to provide more context, which you did. I said, okay. And
what I'm just saying,
and I told you, I'm not saying
about Southeast.
I now told you.
You just sounded like a comedian because let's not go more.
Please,
you're not going to badger him into a position that he is not.
A lot of water has passed over this conversation because one man also came in and discussed. One man was even the person that called Soludo, and then you now interjected to say, you are talking of Soludo. If anybody who is a bridge builder is Ojus Okalo,
And I interject. One man was telling I interjected and said, "You are right."
Yeah.
And so one man is also right technically. And why do I say one man is right? Because I now went back to Soludo's statement to refer back to you that and to make my opinion that Soludo wants to be president. I'm not saying Soludo will be president. I say Soludo wants to be president. And his chances are high when Atiku wins. That is why he is supporting Atiku. Because if Atiku finishes his term, he is a current governor, still retaining goodwill, political influence, and can be able to spread and negotiate with people. Because if he comes to the Southeast would lay more claim to say, don't do us this bad. It is now truly our right to produce a president.
And
within that point, hold on, let me finish now. Within that time, if the PDP and probably the APC, they say, okay, Southeast produce, the leaders at that time would come and contest. Would it be only Soludo? No. Leaders will come out and say, okay, I'm a leader, I have influence too in the Southeast. I will come and contest. And what did I now also say? I say, if Atiku does not win, which I now said, because Atiku will not win, and Asiwaju is the next president, that after 8 years, it will go to the north. After that 8 years, then it will come back to the south. That is now 16 years. And I doubt Soludo to hold political influence and goodwill for 16 years because he would have been out of power. And once you are out of power, you are forgotten. If you leave your governorship seat, you are forgotten. Don't take it from me. Even Wike said it himself, that some people are forming ex-governor group, ex-minister group, that I am not that kind of person. When it comes to Wike's debate, I will talk more on him. I don't want to be jumping from topic to topic. One man was
Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
No. Sorry, Joel. I want to move from that space. I want Emeka to give us his permutation.
God keep us alive. We will still come back here by 25th.
What are we coming back to? Wait, sorry.
Because we are coming to counter the rubbish you just finished.
Which rubbish did I say? Which one?
It's not rubbish now.
Did I say Soludo? Did I say Soludo is going to be president by 25th? Is Soludo?
I am telling you that if Atiku wins, and in 8 years' time, Soludo will not be he will not even be in any position of consideration.
And you are saying 25th.
Sorry, let
you are talking of something. Wait, hold on, one man. I think this guy's senses are not correct. He's talking 25th.
No, you can't say that. No, you can't say that.
Why I'm saying that, and I'm sticking to it, is because is Soludo on the ticket running on the 25th? Is Atiku not going to be there? And I'm saying if Atiku wins and he said 25th, and I'm saying after 8 years it will come to the south. Is February 25th, 2003, 8 years?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You are the poor listener. I'm telling you February 25th, if Atiku wins, and I'm telling you that in 8 years' time, Soludo won't be in good position to be considered for that seat. That's just what I'm telling you.
A lot of things can happen in
run around.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I've just told you what I said. Head on.
No, thank you. Because we've been circling around it for a good 20 minutes now. I would
love to say something.
Yeah, hold on. Can you hold on? I have to say that if Atiku becomes the president, then in 8 years' time, there's every possibility, almost the most likelihood that Soludo will succeed him. So that
it's very possible, but it might not happen. Anything can happen in politics, but it's very possible. And why I say it's very possible, because he would still at that point still remain the governor of Anambra with just a few months to round up. And within 8 years, he would have gone back to the PDP. He would have consolidated his influences, would have spread his nets to talk to people that power will come to the south. And I want to run for the candidacy of PDP. Please vote for me. He would have solidified his position properly. And people who look at the situation at the permutation would take him seriously. And this is why I am saying, because I thought he wanted to say that Obi will win. that's why I wanted to hold him and say, okay, let's come.
And I'm saying that Obi will win. That's
let's
the reason
come
why
February 25th. Let's know the kind of palm wine we are drinking in our various homes. Let's come February 25th, 2003. Now we go come know whether Obi will win.
And this is Joel of Nashville, please. I wasn't the one going back and forth with you.
Okay, thank you.
I have listened to you. In some cases, you were right, about the permutation between Atiku and Soludo. But the thing there is that, you see, this is a race that we're running. Coming here to tell us that Tinubu is as good as the president of Nigeria, I think that is bunkum.
He's the incoming president.
No, that is bunkum.
He has not told us why yet. He has not told us why yet.
Yeah, not told us why. But the thing there is that I am telling you right here that Peter Obi will win the next president, will be the next president of Nigeria.
My brother, I will refer you to
my brother,
interview done.
Wait, Emeka. Yeah.
All right, you cannot railroad our thoughts into thinking that Tinubu, that has been part of the old establishment, all right, will be the next president of Nigeria. And I think disagree with that. Well, it's your opinion.
When you give me the time to explain, I will explain why
no.
It's not why I think why he is the next president.
I've seen your train of thought, so I know where you're headed. You're not different from what I was thinking you're going to be. You have been given so much time.
I'm being objective,
speaking the language.
So I'm being very objective.
You're not being factual. But the issue here is
Emeka, you have to let him land. So go on, land it quickly, because I also am curious to find out just why Emeka feels Tinubu has a good chance.
Exactly. That is for people that his permutation appeals to. But for those of us who think that things should be done differently, we are working seriously hard. And with this election that is coming, is going to be one that will be remembered. Remember, we have about 75 million youths in this election. I am telling you in this election that it is too early for anyone to hatch their egg. So if you think that out of all this that Tinubu will win, I am telling you that Obi will win. The people of Nigeria.
Why do you think Obi will win, sir? Why do you think Obi will win, sir?
I want to make this thing short so that you can now tell us the reason why you thought.
Before you drop now, I want to, because
you are not going to railroad me into your thoughts.
No, but I want to. I want to now tell you.
You must let him land. But carry on, Joel.
Emeka, you have to know the rules and regulations of this. You can't.
I'm sorry. I just asked the question. How will Obi win?
I am not here. And my brother, look, let me tell you, even if I tell you how Obi will win, you would not even believe. You will still, go this back.
I am objective.
Hold on, Emeka. I will tell you how Obi will win, but let Joel finish first.
No, he should tell me.
No, hold on. I will tell you, but let Joel finish. Go on, Joel.
Okay, so the issue there is that the people of Nigeria are the ones to decide, not this panel, not even you. You have one vote. You can believe anything you want to believe. But in this election, it will be different. Yesterday gave us a lot of hope. We have been seeing some progress. Peter Obi has been on an upward trajectory, and we believe that as time goes on, he will be back. When he's back, we're going to hit the note. We're going to get whatever we can get from there. I believe that Peter Obi will be the next president, and we are working towards it. Thank you, one man. I am
okay. Sorry, sir.
All right.
My question will be.
Hold on, still, Emeka. So I will tell you why and how Peter Obi will win, and then you can counter it with why you think Tinubu might win. Peter Obi, he resonates with this moment in time, and a lot of the disenfranchisement within the Nigerian state, they have found a vehicle within Peter Obi to have expression and to come out of that disenfranchisement. So a lot of that NSAS movement has now coalesced into the Peter Obi space. The Sorosoke generation, they've adopted him as well. And a lot of people will say it's internet noise, but it transcends the internet. it transcends the internet, because the internet is not some abstract something. There are people on there and they have spheres of influences. And the trajectory and all of the pollings that we have seen as well, there's been no polling that's not indicated that Peter Obi has the lead. And those pollings, they've gone to the length and breadth. There was the last one that they did. They went to all the 6 geopolitical space, and Peter Obi was still ahead. Now, we see it in the rally, we see it in the energy, we see it in the endorsement, and the moment is ripe also for the country to pivot from a tradition to a new paradigm. And Peter Obi wraps all of that into the narrative of now. So Peter Obi, a man of the moment, and the figures and the trajectory, they tell us, is on the way to Aso Rock. So that is why Peter Obi will win. But why will Ashwaju win?
All right. So I was taking notes when you were speaking, and I was just picking out the keywords, right? So I pray nobody interjects, so we could just have this conversation to your satisfaction as the moderator. You can cut me off at any point or interject.
Yeah,
so you made various key points, which engulfs your conversation, showing why Peter Obi would win, right? I respect that. So the first one was NSAS movement. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said that.
Yes,
right?
NSAS is part of his body of support.
Disgruntled Nigerians, right?
Yes,
Second,
disenfranchised.
right?
Yes.
Disenfranchised Nigerians. Sorry, let me change it. Disenfranchised Nigerians.
You
spoke about polling,
yeah.
the recent pollings, right?
Yeah, all of them indicates Peter Obi.
Recent pollings, which showing that Peter Obi is leading, right? You also mentioned 1, 2, 3. You also mentioned rallies and energy, right?
Yes.
Rallies and energy. Then on the 5th one, you mentioned endorsements. Did you name the number of endorsements? You say 2 or a few. I don't know if
well, all of the major endorsements from the Afenifere space or Hanese. Yeah.
Major endorsements. Okay.
Yeah.
So then you now also say Peter Obi is the man of the moment.
Yes,
That's
because the moment wants to pivot from tradition to a new paradigm.
Tradition, pivot from tradition to a new paradigm to a new paradigm. I'll call it as new change. New change. All right. Then the 7th one, you said he has the figure and the trajectory.
Yes, all of the momentum is with Peter Obi.
The figure and the trajectory. Which figure?
Yeah,
when you say figure, you know you are going towards numbers, and numbers is evidence facts. Which figure? So this is where I just listed that the 7 keywords, but this is where I'm lost. So I can know how to take each and every one of them.
Well, it's only really the figures coming out of the Vox Pops that all the samplings of our voting intentions from all of the 4 corners of the country.
Okay, so you are not sure about the figures, but you are looking at projections. So if am I right on that projection?
Well, yes, because it's a new
so if
paradigm.
If you are looking at projection, what projection? Who is projecting? So because we have to, what you listed as something that we can all look at clearly, but you now made mention of figures. And when you say figures, and I'm saying, okay, what figure? Who gave the figure? Which medium gave the figure? And if it's also projections, which medium gave the projection? And who is projecting Obi to win? Okay, I will start with that. Nobody is projecting Obi to win. Please, anybody can quote me wrong on this. Nobody, no media house, not even INEC, which they will not do. They will do it after they count the votes. Is projecting Obi to be the winner. No media house at this point in time. Yes, some polling units, but we'll come to that. No media house. So anybody can quote me right. I know if it's in the US, CNN will be projecting a specific presidential candidate to win and a certain amount to win. That's or percentage to win. No projection. No, we don't have any projection. We don't have any media house or whoever or any reliable source projecting him. Man of the and let me go to the NSAS movement. Now the NSAS movement, quite unfortunate what happened, and the those who lost their lives regrettably is quite sad, but the NSAS was restricted to the South and just a few states in the South. They did not indulge in any NSAS, and a few places in the North Central. The core North anybody quotes me now, those who are calling me a liar, was there an NSAS in Kano?
Not at all. They even held a protest to protest against the people that are doing the NSAS in the north.
Thank you. I remember that. Was there an NSAS in Katsina?
Yeah, there was skirmishes.
There was no. Katsina was silent like a graveyard. It was Kano that came out. Few of them came out to protest against the protesters. And Kaduna, a few of the southern line belts protested, and the governors sent police to flog them back to their respective houses, and they all ran back to go and stay where their mother chased them from. Katsina was carried on with their day-to-day activities. Sokoto, nobody. The sun in Sokoto was as bright as ever, and people were going about doing their trade. People were doing Zamfara. In short, the IDPs were still in their location. Nothing happened. Call North did not observe NSAS, and that is not a reflection of any sign. So the NSAS movement was largely in specific areas in the north. Yes, they joined the Obi movement. I agree with you on that. Disenfranchised Nigerians, I can agree with you on disenfranchised Nigerians or Nigerians who are disgruntled and they are angry with the way governance has been for the past 8 years. Yes, many of them have joined the obedience, and some of them have also joined PDP. Pollings. Which pollings? Is it the one that Atedo Peter side and his company and his boys who did? The one that the guy came to channels and could not even give the variables and from the statistics model that he used. Then Atedo now came later on by himself to speak. I have told Atedo is sponsoring P2B. He's not that extremely biased. Or are you talking about the one from the NOI, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's polling unit? The one that said Jonathan will win and Jonathan lost in 2015? Is that poll? So those are polls that are irrelevant and do not stand the test of time. Those polls are not polls. And what was their sampling size? Many of them can't say. How many samples did they use? Even many of the respondents said that they are on the fence. They are on the fence. And you know, in Nigeria, when you say you're on the fence, you are an Agbado man, as they will call you. So you don't want people to know your choice. You don't want people to know your vote. You don't want people to insult you. You don't want people to insult you. You will just say you're on the fence. But on the voting day, you will go and vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you don't want people to call you Agbado. You just say, I'm on the fence. I'm here to make my choice. Is that even Atedo himself said it? I read it. Many of the respondents said that they are yet to make their choices, or they're on the fence. So I will disregard those polling units. Based on being biased, they could not even articulate their sampling sizes, and the NOI poll got it wrong. They got it wrong. They got it wrong with Jonathan. Did they say the article will win? I can't remember. But I know about Jonathan. They got it wrong with Jonathan. So I would disregard those people. They are not reliable to me. Endorsements, major endorsements, or Haneze, a faction of Afenifere, Obasanjo, Edwin Clark, who else again is the major endorsement?
Well, are those not weighty enough? Those are weighty.
Edwin Clark endorsed Edwin Clark. See, you know, I said I rather would look at objective viewpoint. Nobody has come up, including yourself, Mr. Moderator. All respect to you. You have not interjected to say I'm wrong on specific or in most of the things I'm saying currently now.
No, I'm just waiting for you to finish, my brother. All the stuff you're saying, I don't want to be rude.
Okay, no point. Okay, you can come in when I'm done. So Edwin Clark endorsed Jonathan in 2015. Sorry, moderator, Mr. Woman, true or false?
Well, it's true, but you have to understand that.
What am I going to? Why am I saying this? It's not that I don't want to be rolling out comments.
No. Let me just hold you to that spot. You have to understand that when you get this endorsement, is to add on to the bank of voters that you already have. Goodluck Jonathan had no base, but Peter Obi has a base, which is the Southeast. So the Edwin Clark endorsement adds on to that to give him a greater
No, are
chance.
you saying, no, to call you on your point, are you saying the endorsement signifies just one vote, or are you saying that endorsement signifies a large chunk of votes based on his influence? Because that is why an endorsement is made.
Of course, the endorsement it's a sphere of influence. Edwin Clark,
no,
he has a sphere
we have to
of
be
influence.
objective, because now me myself or you yourself, I don't know who you support. If you say, oh, I am endorsing, who do you support? Sorry, please.
Nigeria, that's our candidate.
He supports Tinubu.
Okay, he supports Tinubu. Okay,
yeah, I can speak for myself. Nigeria.
They said it on several shows that you do woman. Yes, you are woman supports Tinubu. Yes, regardless. Let's say you support Tinubu. If you yourself woman come and say, "Oh, I endorse Tinubu," right? Would newspaper
they said woman support
the major dailies carry the news that woman, the host of the woman show endorsed Tinubu? Would they carry it? I doubt they will not. They will not. The dailies will not even care. Why? Because you do not have the influence that matters. You cannot influence people to do your bidding. So I will take you to an objective, but I'm making it more objective. I'll take you to another objective point in the United States election. You would see specific candidate coming out, or no candidate or leader coming out to say, I endorse Trump, I endorse this, because they have influence. The dailies will carry it and say, oh, which means the people you influence, which would be in the hundreds to the thousands, would move and vote. There will be a large chunk. That is why it is an endorsement. For those who are supporting, if you say endorsement is just one vote. So back to Edwin Clark. Edwin Clark endorsed Jonathan. 2015, Jonathan lost. Edwin Clark also endorsed Atiku. 2019, Atiku lost. So what am I saying? Edwin Clark's endorsement does not matter. His influence does not matter. I'm crossing him out. Obasanjo endorsed Buhari. 2015, Buhari won. Obasanjo endorsed
Jonathan.
Atiku. No, he didn't endorse Jonathan.
No, he endorsed Jonathan in 2011.
Yes, he endorsed Jonathan in 2011. Jonathan won. He endorsed Jonathan in he endorsed Buhari in 2015. Buhari won. He endorsed
he endorsed
Atiku.
Yar'Adua won.
No, he didn't endorse Yar'Adua. He put Yar'Adua there.
Well, that's an endorsement, but yeah.
Well, you can call it, but
so he has a 90% record.
That one is more than an endorsement. He
has a 90% record, though. 90%.
He took Yar'Adua and put him there. Even Yar'Adua himself was so afraid and came out to say the election that brought me to power is not credible.
It was also an endorsement.
Yes, I say it's more than an endorsement. It's a higher level of endorsement.
He used incumbency power to put him there.
Exactly. So from that, based on my logic, we would say Obasanjo's influence is remarkable, because when he gives endorsements, the party, the political candidate he endorses seems to win, right? But Edwin Clark and who again? Edwin Clark is irrelevant.
And Afenifere.
Afenifere is already factionized. There's a faction that is supporting Asiwaju, then a faction supporting. Is it a faction or is just one man that is saying that said he's the leader? Well, he's a de facto leader. It appears he is a handful of them that is supporting Obi, because the other faction is saying that's not how we do things, and we support Asiwaju. So we will discount Afenifere's endorsement. Ohaneze endorsed Jonathan 2011. Jonathan won. Ohaneze endorsed Jonathan 2015. Jonathan lost. Ohaneze endorsed Atiku 2019. Atiku lost. So that is true. I mean, 1 out of 3. they are not highly reliable.
Sorry, Emeka. Do you know what a base is when they say somebody has a base in politics?
Yes, I know.
That's
That's the kind of person that we endorse. So I am being objective. I don't want to come here. I don't want to come and say. I don't want to come. Okay. What I mean is, I don't want to come and say, "Oh, Aneze is crap," right? I want to give you my thought process to tell you.
Let me just insert this, and then you carry on, and then give us Tinubu quickly, and then I want to move the conversation to bring in other voices. But when you are talking about a political base, let's say, for instance, the base of somebody like Buhari, for instance, he has two bases. He has the military as a base, which is a very strong base in Nigerian politics, and then he has the North.
But the military does not vote.
No, but they influence politics in Nigeria. I think we all know that.
No.
Oh, hold on. Can you hold on? Don't pick on every point. So somebody like you made me lose my train of thought. Somebody like Obasanjo. Somebody like Obasanjo, for instance. Oh no, somebody like Tinubu. He has the base of the Southwest, which is his base. But somebody like Goodluck Jonathan, outside of his own homestead, which he doesn't even have, because he was a deputy governor before he got lucky all the way through to the presidency. So he has no political base. So all those endorsements that he got, they were not adding on to anything that he already has. But Peter Obi has a very, 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 very strong political base, which is firstly the Southeast, and then those satellite people that we've described as the disenfranchised and the youth space. So he already has a strong base. So when you then add those influential stakeholders to add their influence onto that base, it builds it even higher. So it's a different space from the Goodluck Jonathan, who was just a lone ranger.
I won't call base the Southeast as people base. No. I would say yes, there seems to be an affinity for people in the Southeast to prefer Obi. It is not a base. A base is people that would not change. A base like foundation, it will not change, right? They will do whatever they do. The base has always been voting PDP. So if you say it's a base, that base will vote PDP. They will not vote any other party. And that is why PDP has or continuously to be the party in the Southeast, because there is a base. So if you are saying a political base in the Southeast, I will say it is PDP and not P2B.
No, P2B is really Southeast. Just
what
take that out of your mind.
I know some of you have you do selective listening. I said, let me repeat myself. I said a base is like a foundation that does not change. If you are building a house, when you lay your foundation to make your house strong, your foundation will not shift, regardless of anything. Even if wind blows your house away, your foundation, you will still see the foundation layout there. A base does not change. And since 1999, the PDP base in Southeast goes to vote for PDP. There are some people who have affinity towards P2B. That is not a base. Those are individuals. They might be in the millions. That a base is 10,000 supporters of, let's say, Soludo. He controls 10,000 votes. That is his base. And he says, I want you to vote for Atiku. The base, whether they like P2B or not, they will vote Atiku. That is a base. One man, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I disagree. You see?
I disagree too.
Yes.
I didn't want to interrupt you. Though, but
what I will say with due respect.
All right, Emeka, time. Hold on, because I don't want us to be too stuck in that space. I wanted to move us to your permutation that lands Tinubu.
So I wanted to discount. You say
okay, we consider this. We discounted. We continue.
All what you have said.
For time.
Yeah. All your 7 points Okay, the last I didn't talk about was man of the moment. I didn't say any. Well,
Yeah,
man of the
is he
moment.
not the man of the moment?
He's the new kid in the block. He's the new freshness in the political scene.
Is the golden star in the firmament? Is the bright light
He's
in
not
the
the
Nigerian?
golden star. He's not the golden star. He's the new kid. He's not the new kid in the block. He has been in the political scene since 1998. Though. He's not the new kid in the block. He pretends to be the new kid. He's masquerading as one. He was a PDP member. He left, went to Abga, became the governor in Abga. After he served his tenure, instead of to maintain the base, many of you, I wanted to say with due respect, then many of you don't understand what base is. Rather to build his base and solidify Abga properly, after he promised to Ojukwu that he will not leave Abga, that he will die rather than leave Abga, that it's on a newspaper. He said it. He abandoned and refuted his promise and ran back to PDP to become VP. After that, they lost. He still stayed. And when he saw his chances were darker than darkness, he ran to go and form. He ran into Labour Party. He paid money, actually. He paid money. He got the presidential candidacy for Labour.
Emeka, stop being petty. Just be objective and keep it moving. Stop being petty.
I am being objective. What did I say that is petty here? What did I say that is not objective here?
No, let's not have that pit stop. Take us to your permutation for Tinubu.
So what I mean is that
people are waiting.
All what you have said does not show Obi will win. These are just opinion points. I was looking for figures. I was looking for maybe indication of projection. Now let me go to why Asiwaju will be the next president of Nigeria. 21 governors. The 21 governors in APC camp, none have left or broken rank. They are all standing solidly behind Asiwaju. And we have all agreed here, including Ike, who called me a liar, that governors are the state leaders for their political party. They control the structure. They control the resources. They control the people and the party chieftains in their states. Right down to the wards, they control it. An example that many of you would know is Wike boasting openly and publicly that his candidate will win because he controls the party structure. Yes, there are some weak governors, no doubt. There are some weak governors. There are some states where the governor is shaking. An example is Makinde. And even this guy, this PDP, I remember him, I think in Taraba. So there are some
weak or something.
Yes, there are some weak governors, thank you. But largely, the 21 APC governors are standing solidly with Asiwaju. 2, he controls the Lagos State voting base. And for you to be president, as election result has shown, you must be a majority winner in this. In 4 or 3 of these states, Lagos, Rivers, Kano, Kaduna, and Katsina. In 3 of these states, you must be a majority leader, or else you are joking. You said P2B will win. You made those are opinions. They have discounted them. What people are saying is that Lagos will vote P2B, that the South will vote P2B. Somebody ridiculously told me if P2B will win by 60 million votes, and I smiled. I said, "How many 60 million Nigerians have actually voted since 1993? 60 million Nigerians have come out to vote since 1963. That is a bonanza. The federal government is sharing free food." Then you are saying he will win by 60 million votes. I laughed. Some are saying the South will largely vote for P2B. Then he just needs 25% vote in the North.
Waiting for your permit. All this, you're running around the bush. Just tell us.
I am not running around the bush, my guy. You are interjecting.
No, take us there because people are waiting to,
Asiwaju controls the Lagos State base, and Lagos State currently is the highest state with the highest registered voters, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong. They have 7 million registered voters.
You are right.
Thank you. Then Lagos State also represents the highest number of people who have picked up their PVCs currently. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You are right. Carry on.
There's something I want to say, but I will not say it. I will say it after the election. There's a strategy, and you are dealing with a master strategist who controls the block of Lagos State, the base. That base will not move. That base will, whatever he says, that is what that base will do. That's a base.
Hold on. Do you consider this election to be an ethnic election?
Yes, they've introduced ethnicity and tribalism into this election, which is very sad.
No. Yes, I agree with that. But
which is very sad.
It is sad. But if you consider that, and there is all the indication that that is the case, that is an ethnic election, then you cannot be so categorical about Lagos State. Because hold on. Lagos State is a melting pot of so many vested interests. And the Southeast, there's a good representation of them in Lagos State. In fact, probably outside of the indigenous people, in fact, not even probably, certainly outside of the indigenous people, they are the most represented within Lagos. And if they vote along ethnic lines, then the votes in Lagos, Tinubu might win, but not handsomely.
Oh, Tinubu will win landslide in Lagos. I've given you two results.
MC Oluomo.
Yes, possibly yes, non-possibly yes. Yes, that is his base. That's his base. But he will win landslide, not just MC Oluomo alone. He will win landslide. People are saying, because the more people registered in Lagos, that those people who registered in Lagos, that's why I sometimes I laugh when the obedience speak, that they are obedience. I laugh. You are dealing with a master strategist, and you are saying the states that he controls, that have always voted all parties that he represents, right? Will vote Labour Party, a party that has not won election before in this country. That Lagos State will vote Labour Party.
They won't vote Labour Party. They will vote obedience.
No, obedient. They will vote obedient or they will vote Obi. Is that what
they will vote Obi? Yes, they will vote Obi. Of course, that's their
No, and I'm still telling you now. Obi is Labour Party now. Obi's name will not be on the ballot paper.
Yeah, but the logo of the party is recognizable as the obedient.
Obi is Labour Party. Labour Party, yes. Labour Party is Obi. Obi is Labour Party currently. You cannot distinguish both at the moment, right? But what I'm trying to say, I'm just stressing on my statement that Lagos will lose to Labour Party. APC will lose to Lagos Party in Lagos State. Will lose to Labour Party in Lagos State. It cannot happen. It will not happen. Landslide. Take it to the bank. Landslide. Based on the strategy on ground. Landslide. Now, you can see Asiwaju discussing and lobbying. He has been to Kano 3 times. And you saw the turnout. Though rally does not reflect the actual voting results. But like you said, it gives you an indication, but you must still also factor in those who have been paid to participate in rallies. You must factor in that. But the turnout, you saw the turnout. You saw that he was even marveled. And he said, I am here to just dance. Because the people in Kano are saying to him that we are strong in this place. And Asiwaju, you will carry the day. That's what they are telling him. Some people, I saw your thing. You said your guys gave it to Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso went to...
Sukulata will come in a moment because he doesn't
like Kwankwaso. Don't forget, Kwankwaso was in APC in 2015. He left and went to 2019. APC won Kano. Ganduje defeated him, and Ganduje has defeated him twice. Ganduje again. If Kwankwaso is not even going to finally, but let's see, we are watching. Let me hold that. Ganduje will not. In short, APC Kano. Let's leave it at that.
Give percentages to that to Kano.
Kano currently, the last I checked, how many people have picked their PVC, I think roughly, was it 3 million or not? I don't want to speak. On Friday,
Yeah.
I will speak more on numbers, right? On Friday, I'll speak
give
more on
us
numbers.
percentages, because
No,
if you are saying
trust
it will
me,
take...
on Friday, I said I will attend your show on Friday. I'll speak
Yes.
more now because I want to be looking at the screen, looking at other statements made by party chiefs, do some more research, and then I will speak on percentages and numbers on Friday. But
All right, hold on. Just for the benefit of people who are hearing him say Friday, if you go on the platform, we've already put it out. On Friday, we have condensed figures. We have reworked the figures that we presented a few days ago to condense figures to make them as tight as it can possibly be. And on Friday, without equivocation, you will know who your next president will be. You will know at the end of this session. But carry on, Emeka. Talk us very quickly to how Tinubu, because people are wanting to come in here.
Tinubu will win largely in this state. Tinubu will win in Lagos. Tinubu will win in Kano. Tinubu will win in Kaduna. Tinubu will win in Katsina. APC, when I say Tinubu, I mean APC, right? Because it is the structures in those parties that will tell the voters who have been campaigning for him on where to go and vote. So they will vote APC. So Rivers, very sweet one. Now, we all know that Wike and his group, they are negotiating. They are negotiating, and it is no longer, yes, they are denying, but it is no longer news that Tinubu and his camp, they've met with Wike and they've discussed. One man, I don't know, you know, right? Please, if you think I'm lying.
Yeah, we all know that. Yeah, carry on.
All right, because we're a bit quiet and I was wondering.
No, if you are
now, we are also aware that Wike has said he would tell his people who to vote for. Not only that, he will instruct his people who to vote for. And he has shown that by appointing 200,000 special assistants. He has also given them letter of appointment. Those 200,000 special assistants cut across all the polling units. 4-4 in Rivers State. Now, he said he will tell them the strategy they will use. Now, what I am saying is what I think he will tell them, not what I know. What I think he will tell them, these people should go and get 4 person each or 5 person each. That is 1 million votes guarantee. So those people will pick the 5 people that will come and vote, each special assistant, to make it 1 million. That's what I think. I'm not saying he will, but why did he appointed these people to lock down Rivers State and ensure that whoever he says is his presidential candidate would be the one that will win. He is discussing with Tinubu. Now, why many people, the media is playing pranks and saying maybe he will vote, he will say it's Obi. And a lie. Obi has nothing to give to him. And he knows Obi will not win. So Obi will not win because they have not won election in this. Labour Party has never won election in this country. So what he is discussing, what Tinubu stands a better chance because already Atiku, they are quarreling, so they are not going to reconcile anymore. And I said this 4 months ago. He has made his position known. They are not going to reconcile anymore on that. Sorry, 3 months ago, right? So he is discussing with Tinubu. Why? There will be a pending EFCC case on him immediately he leaves his seat as governor because no more immunity. Why do I say so? Fubara, who he is speaking as a successor, there is a warrant for Fubara's arrest. EFCC has already, you can Google it. Fubara is wanted. But again, Fubara is going around in Rivers State campaigning. In all the commissioning, Fubara is there. But EFCC, They have not gone to pick him up. Why? There's a deal in place. So
sorry, can I interject in this, please?
Yeah,
yes,
come in, Solomon.
Yeah, this thing is said now about Fubara is very, very correct. In fact, this EFCC stuff, the same thing is applicable to this guy in Kogi State too, and that is why he's even strongly with Tinubu. That is this their governor there now. That is why he's really strongly with Tinubu, because he's going to I don't know
Kogi?
how
You say
connection. Yes.
Are you saying the governor in Kogi is struggling with Tinubu?
No, he's strongly with Tinubu because of this EFCC stuff too.
Yeah. So there's a pending EFCC case on Wiki. So they want Fubara to come in to give a statement. I'm waiting for Wiki. But they've not gone after Fubara because there's a deal. They are doing some deals. Now, Wiki would want immunity for that EFCC case so that he will not be prosecuted or persecuted regardless. He will want to move around as a free Nigerian. Also, there's something another that I'll try to remember, I just forgot. So based on this, Tinubu is the more likely candidate that can offer him this immunity. So in this race, in this 2023, let me be objective, right? I'm trying as much as possible. I'm very objective. We have 18 presidential candidates. All of them have 0.18% to win. But we all know 14 of them are not serious. They are part of the people, which Labour Party used to be before Obi went to pay money and making them the new fresh kid in the block.
So
they are part of the people.
Sorry, serious or not serious?
Oh, it's very, very unserious. They are part of the people that collect money.
Don't let him lead you astray. Don't let him lead you.
They are part of the people who collect. No, guys, wait now. If you want me to talk about Showore, I will talk about it.
No, don't talk about Showore.
They are part of the people. They are part of the 14 political parties that are unserious, including Showore's party. They are part of the people who collect campaign funds from INEC every 4 years, share it amongst themselves, and go back to go and sit down. And wait for another 4 years to come again. They will come and share. Labour Party used to be part of that party.
Are you saying that Showore is corrupt?
Eh? Showore is very corrupt. Now, what you mean? That is it from my mouth to what to hear. Somebody that is collecting money from politicians and blackmailing other people. What do you mean? He's very corrupt. When he will collect money, he will blackmail people.
It's easy to laugh that Showore is corrupt. Now, if they say Obi is corrupt, you will start throwing tantrums on the platform.
Please, please don't come for me, please. I know the reason why I made my comment.
No, he was poking at Ajanle Koko.
I was poking at Ajanle Koko. It wasn't you.
I know what you are doing, but you don't take that when
somebody is calling me.
Please don't come at me like that, please. I don't.
All right, Emeka, bring it home in about 2-3 minutes because
okay, let me
ask question.
But take Ajanle Koko first. Then bring it home.
Okay.
Did you say Showore is very corrupt?
Oh, he's very corrupt.
Okay.
He takes money. So what do you term corruption?
Okay. Can you substantiate that?
He takes money. He takes money from politicians to write against their own enemies.
Who are the politicians he took money from?
He has collected money from this former River State governor. What's his name? He's currently Minister of Transportation. Amechi. He collected money from Amechi. Let him come and say it. He collected money from Amechi.
Hold on. He collected money from Amechi to do what?
To write against Jonathan. He collected money from Amechi. Amechi gave him money. Let him come out and deny it.
Okay. Let
him also say who is sponsor. Who is the major sponsor?
Emeka, hold on. Yeah.
Hold on now. You see, do you have fact to that effect to present to this platform?
Okay, sorry.
Do you
allegedly? I do not. The facts, except you want me to go. I don't have the receipts. The transfer.
No, you go and get your fact from
the wire. Hold on. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. I do not have the wire or the document to show the transfer that was made, right? I don't have it, so I will use allegedly.
So
Let
you
me
heard
qualify my
about
statement.
you had some
From a
people saying it.
reliable source, very reliable source.
Hold on. Sorry, Emeka, you are new here, but as you continue to come here, and you've illuminated the space, so we'd like you to come again. But as you continue to come here, you will very quickly discover that the one cardinal sin that you can commit here is to speak against Showore. You will get a beating, I'm warning you. You will get a beating.
Yeah. What I want you,
Ajalego will flog you.
Emeka, sorry. Ajalego, sorry. Let me ask one question. Sorry, Emeka.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Emeka. Is Tinubu corrupt? In one word, is Tinubu corrupt? Yes or no?
No. Leave that. Everybody knows Tinubu is corrupt.
Let me answer his case. Let me answer his case. Let me answer his question. There have been allegedly corrupt cases filed against Tinubu. One of them is the Code of Conduct Tribunal, right? And it was said that Tinubu falsified his assets declaration, and he went through during the Jonathan period, and there was a reason for it. There's an underground story, but he was found not guilty, and off he went. So the Code of Conduct Tribunal was set up, and the president of the Code of Conduct Tribunal then was his name very young guy. Then his name came and he left. Now he now got appointment in that administration, right? For bringing Tinubu. Tinubu was in the dock, but he was found not guilty, and the case went. They've also, currently now, which they are saying he's a drug baron, he's a drug trafficker. Some people have alleged, and I've said, like Tinubu discussed in the previous show, Tinubu saying, Dino saying that, Dino should go to the police and lay a petition so that the police can investigate again. But nonetheless, in 2003, Tafa Balogun, also a corrupt IGP during the Obasanjo era, under the instruction of Obasanjo, when Obasanjo was persecuting Tinubu, investigated Tinubu based on the 1993 issue, which have now resurfaced again. And he wrote to the American embassy in Nigeria, and the American embassy replied and said Tinubu has no case to answer. But they have gone back again to bring up these court documents, for politics again, and allegedly calling him a drug trafficker. Okay, so to those people, even though he was not arrested, he was not charged, he was not sentenced, he was not even imprisoned, and even the court case, it was the accounts. Because I don't know if you know legal jurisprudence very well. When they say one man and V means and in law, and Emeka is either that would definitely, if it's one man and Emeka, it's a civil case. So I am the respondent or the defendant in a civil suit, and one man is the applicant. The applicant or the guy bringing the lawsuit against me. So, but if it's the Crown in the UK or Canada or Australia, which they refer to as R, and one man. So they said the Crown and one man, or the United States and one man. So they'll put the V there. So it is the Crown, that's the federal government, or the state of Chicago, the state that will be prosecuting a woman. That is a criminal case. In this case, it was the United States and the account owned by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his brother, and his mother in 1993. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the person in charge of those accounts. Please, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. It is the account.
Is taking money. Hold on. Iyaloja is taking money to America to save in America.
Yeah, according to the court report, I will not say
All right, Emeka, you've deviated very heavily from where I was.
You know, people interjecting. People interjecting and asking questions.
All
not
right,
that
what I want to tell you before you go is this: get your fact on Showore and come and present it to this platform. That's number one. Then number two. Hold on now. Number two, you think if politicians have anything, as you said, that people that have the fact, you know them, and with Showore attacking politicians every day, frontally against them, even with the administration, even against this person you are talking about. What do you call the person that you said gave him the money? He have attacked him several times on the project that he did, and Amechi. That it was
sir, I know. Sorry, I bruised your. I got you upset because you are a supporter. You are a supporter of Showore. Sorry, sir. Let me just say this.
Now you have been talking for 15 hours. Let me talk. Yeah. So even Amechi has attacked him. So if Amechi, if as you said that they have this thing, had fact that he took money, you think they wouldn't have used it against him all this while? I mean, just
okay, sir. Sorry, sir.
Get your fact right.
Sorry, sir. What I said. I know.
Sorry, Emeka, stop. Abandon that space. And just take us.
No, to the one man, let him say it. He can't just
let me say something. Let me say something. I don't want the guy to be upset.
His name is Ajande Koko.
One man.
I don't want him to be upset this night. I don't want to.
I'm not upset.
Okay, what I would say, sir.
Yes.
Though I would say I am a secondary source. Okay.
Secondary source. But you are connected to the primary source.
So a reliable source.
Get your distance.
So what I would say, sir, I know you're a bit upset.
I'm not upset. Keep using that word. What do you mean upset?
Okay, sorry, sir.
You are saying
sorry,
upset,
but you sound upset. So what I would say is that
what I can say about Emeka, you are a good Tinubu supporter. You're a good paid Tinubu supporter, but I ask you two good. Wait, hold on. I ask you two good questions. You might look stupid, or you might look it's nonsense. And hold on. No, I'm not asking question. I said I've asked. I said I've asked. No, I said I've asked. No, I said I've asked. First, I asked you, are you a Lagos? Were you born in Lagos? You said yes. I said I asked you, Tinubu corrupt. You went to the left to explain how to be not a corrupt man. So hold on. Let me land. You are new to this platform. There's a section on this platform. When you come, they'll give you your first 1 hour to talk. But come tight and prepare next time. You get the beating of your life. We'll be watching. We are taking your notes. So now let me tell you this one you just did right now. Without equivocation, you said Showore is corrupt. You even know who is paying him, but you don't know who is paying Tinubu. You don't know who's paying Atiku.
Now you see, I said I wanted to say something. Let me say something about Showore. I will say allegedly, right? Let me add allegedly to it because I'm a secondary source.
All right, Emeka, I want to change the tempo a little bit. You are still here. Hopefully, you spend the whole session with us. But I want I want to move the conversation because I wanted you to land the Tinubu narrative. But
they didn't allow me to land.
Yeah, because you're going on the scenic route. Take the shortcut to it.
I will wrap up now. Let me just wrap up. I've been speaking for long and I'm getting tired. But before I wrap up, allegedly, right, on Showore, allegedly, right, so that it will not look like it's a statement of fact. Okay, allegedly. So, but he's not a serious presidential candidate. He's not serious. He knows. So Rivers, only Asiwaju will be able, because now I said about the 14 presidential candidates, if you take them out, we only have 4 that are serious. And within that 4, then there's a 0.25 chances of them winning, because it's going to be a 4 outcome, right? Now, we have Koka, so we have Atiku, we have Asiwaju, we have P2B. within without naming anybody in any particular fashion or manner. So that's a 0.25 chances. But again, we all know the party that has the widespread, the structure, the strength, the base. They have their base typically, and then they have those who will swing either by convention or either by maybe vote buying or probably by rigging. But there's a core base, and those who will swing to them by those means. And then you also have the opposition. The main opposition party in this country is PDP. Others are just coming up, they are new. They are not yet opposition party, but the main opposition party is PDP. They have 19 states. They have 19 governors. That is within them. They also have
that's
more.
not true. They don't have 19 governors.
Sorry, let me do the math.
They don't have 19 governors.
Sorry, they have. Sorry, they have. We have 36 states. No, we have 35 states in the country. APC controls 21 states. Right? No. APC controls 21 states. We will not count Abuja. So they have 14 governors.
Yeah,
sorry,
like
14 governors. Yeah. 14 governors. Sorry, I beg my pardon. I just did the math. They have 14 governors.
I'm just waiting for you to finish because almost.
You said 21 before. Now it's 19. Now it's 14.
This guy will never finish. You know.
APC has 21.
I'm just waiting for him to.
APC has 21 states. Then, if you subtract 35 from 21, is 14. I beg my pardon, please, that I say 19. Sorry, it's 14. Now, out of the 19, you have 5 states that is out. So they have 11. Yes, true. They now have core 11. They have core 11. Now, they remain the opposition party, right? Plus Anambra, they have 11 because, what is his name? Soludo is campaigning for Atiku. So they still remain the major opposition party with 11 states core still supporting Atiku. Labour Party has never won an election. No, they say that's the structure. They don't have the structure, but they are saying, Obedient are saying they are the structure. The election result will show the structure, right? That's why in a forum I said Obi will be the biggest winner in this election, despite the fact that he will not be the president. He won't be the majority winner of the election. He will win the election, but he will be the biggest winner because he will have the biggest outcome. His political value would be known. So, Rivers State, Wike will support
have you been listening to this platform and then going around repeating what we say here? Because that's what we say all the time.
This is my first time. You know? So there's this guy
that's what I just said. I'm hearing what you've been saying here.
There's this guy who told me, who mentioned your name, one man. They've always been saying, go to one man show, go to one man show. He supports Asiwaju. This is the first time I'm joining this show. And actually, this is the first time I'm listening. But I listened to your Excel sheet while I was waiting to join this show because I've been like one man, I've searched one man. So the guy, what's his name? He was the one who mentioned it simply, one man going to the moon or what. So I checked and I saw it.
Is it in Genge Media?
No.
I've listened to you before, Emeka. You come to Niger Watch and
yes, I'm a regular in Niger Watch. I'm a regular in Niger Watch. So the guy was in Niger Watch. The guy said it.
I'm here for you, Emeka. Just
continue. The guy said it in Niger Watch. He called the name because I have been searching for woman. I will search woman, and you know how YouTube is. I wanted to know more about this woman because they've said a lot of things about him, and they've also recommended the show. But I can swear on my late mom, this is the first time I've been on this show. This is the first time I've listened. I was listening while I was waiting for this show to start. I was watching the statistics, and a few of that I said, I do not agree with this. I do not agree with this. So I was listening to the show. This is the first time I'm listening, and this is the first time I'm on this show. So maybe we hear maybe that's the reason why they say go to one man show, go to one man show. Probably I speak like you or I share your viewpoints. Anyway.
Don't elevate yourself that high. What are you doing?
No, I am not. I am not. They don't. I am not.
What they mean?
Do you have genius genes?
What they mean is that he is a supporter of Tinubu, and they know that you're a supporter of Tinubu. That's the reason why they say you should come to the show.
They don't know that because I've not declared support for Tinubu.
So what I mean is, so Wike will support Asiwaju. Whether will he do it publicly, because this is January and he said in January he will say so, but I can likely guess why he has not come out. You know, they are still validating polling unit agents. Sorry, I'm a bit something is in my throat. They are validating polling unit agents, and it appears the Atiku camp in Abuja do not want to send the Rivers State polling agents to INEC. So, and you know, they've already threatened they would kick him out of the party if he goes ahead with his plans. So maybe this is my opinion now. Maybe that is why he's yet to come out to say, I am supporting this person, right? Then again, my other guess is that as Asiwaju has not campaigned in Rivers, hopefully, if the polling unit agents registration is completed, Asiwaju would move to Rivers to campaign, and in that campaign, Wike would take the hand of Asiwaju up and say, this is my candidate. That is my opinion. And I think that might be what would happen. But Wike will support Asiwaju. For the others, they will do it secretly. Otum will probably, maybe to save his political career and go to the Senate, will support Obi for Benue. Benue is also a battleground. Will support Obi. Based on these states that I listed holds the major chunk of the vote in the country. If we can win 3 out of these states, plus you get your 25 votes, you are going to be the president of Nigeria. But it appears, Tinubu would win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these states. And that is why I am calling it a landslide for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Asiwaju of Lagos, and probably the Asiwaju of Nigeria, the Jagaban, and the incoming president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So of all of the debuts that people have made on this platform, I'm not quite sure that there's been one as compelling as that. So that's Emeka, ladies and gentlemen, announcing himself on the platform with a bang. So thank you, Emeka. Thank you. Stay with us. So stay with us as I'm going to do some administrative stuff. Then I'll move the conversation on, and then we'll go next to DOG just to bring the tempo down. But first to acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in, of course, led by Alexander Gomez. I know for a fact Peter Obi I know for a fact that Peter Obi will win all the Southeast states, I think he intended to say.
Won't win all the Southeast states, I guess that's what he's trying to say.
Now, Peter Obi will not win all the Southeast states.
No. I think it means will win. That's what I suspect he is. But Alexander, if you're still listening, correct.
No, Peter Obi will not win all the. In short, as a matter of fact.
No. So it's just this. That's just a subjective opinion. So that's it says. I know for a fact Peter Obi will win all the Southeast states, and this is
no. But I'm calling you out on that. Peter Obi will not win the Southeast states.
No. Hold on,
Emeka, calm down.
Emeka, please put yourself on mute.
Okay.
These are super chats coming in from people, so I'm just reading them out to acknowledge because they've made the spend. So just to acknowledge this is Buchi Okafor. I know for a fact Obi will win 2023 election. So that is it. A lot of people know a lot of things for a fact. Buchi still with the super chats. Believe in Emeka's quack analysis at your own risk. So that's your subjective view, Buchi. But thank you for the super chat. RB. Put a respect on King Emeka's name. So it looks as though you are making fans and friends in the comment section. People, of course, you come their instant friend if you agree with their political view. Their instant enemy if you disagree. Oladipo is today's program for Emeka. So there it is. They're just saying just how you have dominated the session thus far. Oladipo still. Maybe we should name name tonight show Emeka. So there it is. People that's the backlash. That's the yin and yang. Some people want to put respect on your name. Others are throwing brickbats at you. Oladipo still. Tinubu will win Rivers. Emeka Tin Lala. Emeka Tin Lala. You are a dreamer. So there it is, right there. So Kulata comes in. On Friday for BAT, we will factor a pessimistic economic case, neutral on G5, slightly conservative on Southwest, pessimistic on North Central, and optimistic on Obedience, to avoid any doubt in the results. So we thank you for that super chat, Kulata. But that super chat already indicates to the direction of the travel of the presentation for Friday. Joel sets a trap for Emeka. I didn't see the trap, but certainly Emeka, I didn't see him falling into any trap. So those are the super chats. So only then to go on to the buy the coffee, and then of course you know where we're going. Ayo, as ever, of course, does as he always does. And he continues to dominate that space. So Ayo does the buy the coffee thing as he always does. So there it is. There's Ayo right there. So thank you, Emeka, for that explosive delivery. So thank you, Emeka. So let's go on then from Emeka to DOG. So DOG, you are up next. I'm not quite sure how much of the readout you heard, but let me take you from there. Let me kick you off with the more light-hearted narrative of this 99-year-old man getting married to a 40-year-old girl. So they've been dating for 20 years and they finally tied the knot. 99-year-old man marries his girlfriend, 40, after 20 years of dating. So do you think even Viagra can surmount the difficulty that relationship would have at DOG?
It's funny, but they've probably been doing it all along in the past 20 years. They just do they have kids together? Did the story say
no, they don't. That's the thing. The girl had woman had children from a previous relationship, 3. But curiously, the man he had not had a partner until he met that girl age 69 when he was 69.
Wow.
Is that not the most bizarre of things?
It's a funny one, kind of. I think at this point they are just gonna be in that same relationship they've been for the past 20 years, probably loving each other, looking after each other, and not expecting to probably get kids out of the relationship. They just want to spend the rest of their life together, and whoever dies. What I was gonna ask is does that mean the woman was cheating while married with the man?
No. I think she was in a previous relationship which broke down, but from that relationship she had 3 children. But then she then met
20.
That's the thing. It's in Kenya, but then in the north, that's probably even too old already. Anyway, but I suspect that she will end up living a life like a nursemaid.
That's what they will
that's what she will end up doing.
And they'll probably inherit what the man has, and that's our own life. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So just to break the ice a little bit, massive. This was where I started Emeka off. Massive turnout for Tinubu's campaign rally in Kwara is a sign of acceptance. So Tinubu's rally in Kwara turning out to be yet one of the largest rallies that we have seen in this cycle so far, and we already saw something similar in Kano. So what I was asking Emeka is that are the rallies not a good indicator of how the elections will pan out? Because you cannot have somebody having 20,000 people, 50,000 people at this rally, and you are insisting that somebody that had 4,000 is going to beat him, whether you are claiming that he bought the 50,000 people or not. So the rallies are a good indicator or not of how the elections will pan out.
Yeah, funny enough, Emeka said some things that I've actually heard the same thing. Even before this rally, I spoke with somebody in Nigeria 2 days ago, and the person said the governor of Kwara State has said is going to be a an outstanding rally for Tinubu. He has promised it. And what Emeka has said, a lot of it about when it comes to the structure, the governors, the grassroots, that is where all this vote comes from. And all these people we see in the rally, most of them are not bought. Point of correction. They might get some tip to get there and all that, but most of them are probably party member. Then that's where you will see the union of traders, market people, mechanic, motor drivers, tailors, union of tailors, and all those people. Those people are always affiliating themselves with the party because they get helps from all these guys. And that is where I agree with Emeka. And this person actually told me again that Tinubu will win more than what we said on the platform, because I was pushing what we said on the platform. The workout we did with Kulata, the person said Tinubu will win in Kano, that he will win Castina. He even said he will win Enugu, and he said,
and that was what Emeka just said now.
Yeah. So when he was talking, that was why I was like, let him flow. I just want to listen to him because he was almost saying exactly the same thing the person was saying to me, and this person is a top person in APC. So they know what they've been doing. They've been working all day. They've been working day and night. So, and the funny thing about Nigerian politics, it's only if you are new to it, you will argue these things. You see, the votes come from the unit, the ward, the local government, and there is no way you can beat what has been on ground, which is the base. And I actually totally agree with him. Is the way he has explained what it means by the base. That is the base. The base never change. And that's for a fact. Everybody that say, we are still hanging on the fence. We've not. Some people doesn't just want to make it known to people coming to them that they are not voting Obi, because sometimes even the obedient are so aggressive, and the way they talk to people. We've seen several different channels saying people are trying to like push Obi down their throats. Like if you make any statement against Obi, the way they will come at you. So people are trying to avoid that. Some people will say, I've not made my decision yet. A lot of people, I sent you something on Instagram. If you all these market people that really goes out to vote, they don't even watch all this Chatham House interview. They don't watch all these things. They don't even know what Chatham House is. So that's the thing. And if we all look at it and we know if you know politics of Nigeria and you speak to people in Nigeria, you can just see Tinubu is going to be the one to win this election. It is only if you want to decide. Everything looks in his favor. And I've always said it. I don't think anybody in government that wants immunity won't weigh up their option to go with the right person, the person you can say, okay, at least in the worst case, this person will win. So, likes of Wiki, I see them coming into play and supporting Tinubu. Some of them will do it openly, some of them will do it underground, in underground way. So, all this probably saying Castina, forget it. Buhari has been bringing 12 million votes. When Buhari campaigns,
11,
that's
11,
when you will know.
11
Buhari
million.
doesn't speak English when he campaigns to his people. He's speaking Hausa, he speaks the language to them. So forget all these things. And it took a lot of things to Castina. It did a lot of things for Castina. They moved Uni. They even took a port there without a sea. They took naval base there. They took it. So you've done a lot of things, and I think
Can
I
I
don't see.
interject you, DOG?
Yes, sir. Come here, sir.
You see, all those people that are doing their permutation, that Tinubu will win in Enugu or in any eastern state, they are living in the past. They don't know politics at all.
I bet you differ. I can't say these people don't know politics, sir. If you want to disagree with them, you can disagree. But
let me tell
these
you.
ones they've been in politics since God knows when.
Okay. You said it. They are APC. Even this Emeka that is talking is an APC. What do you expect from them?
No, I'm not an APC man. Please,
okay,
please.
Hold on.
No.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry that you're not. but you are affiliated to APC somehow because you are supporting Tinubu. So those people don't know politics, and my history, the historical perspective into this, will tell them the greatest politician from Yoruba land, Obafemi Awolowo, did not win any place in the East. Same with Abiola. The only place that
Abiola won. It was obvious Abiola won. It was just the government of the day that didn't allow it.
No, in the East, hold on, DOJ. In the East, Ajanle Koko said, they said they didn't win any in the East.
So the reason why was we were running a regional government at that point in time. Awolowo was
no Abiola. I think he said Abiola.
Abiola, yes, Abiola won some states. I will check. Let me not speak off the top of my head.
Abiola won Enugu
yes,
state.
Abiola won some states. Let me not say
it. He lost the old Imo state, Abia state, and then I think Anambra state. Yes, he won Enugu. Go and check. There were 4 states in the south.
He won Anambra state. He did not win any other state. So
he lost Anambra state. He won only Enugu state. Go and check. He lost Anambra. He lost Enugu. I mean Abia and Imo. So he won Enugu state. Yeah, 1 out of 4.
All right. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
So what I'm telling you is this: you don't know what when Igbo says Ngbekwenu, you don't know the meaning of that. Igbo was not in the race when Abiola won. Igbo was in the race when Awolowo could not win in any part of the East. Igbo man is in the race now. And you are telling me a person that knows politics with all the facts that we have in the past, historical fact, telling me that Tinubu will win any party when an Igbo man is in the race with Igbo Kwenu, and we see the way everything is charged up, the sentiment. I mean, they are living in the past. They don't know what it is.
Sir, can I come in? Can I just come in for 10 seconds? Can I come in for 10 seconds? 10 seconds.
All right,
10 seconds.
10 seconds, then back to the
all right.
yeah.
Start counting. Start counting. Now, sir, my opinion, I don't know about the speaker speaking. I'm not saying Tinubu will win any state in the Southeast. I am not saying that. The Southeast largely has voted PDP. I do not see that changing regardless whether P2B is in ABGA or in Labour or is in anointed Nigerian party. I'm not saying I see them going. That base goes with PDP. That base would continue, right? But with Tinubu coming in and P2B coming in, then there's a change. P2B was a PDP man. Though he ran with ABGA, he was a PDP man, let's not forget. And like one man has said, they've done the analysis, they did not see the value in him when he ran with Atiku. I do not see some radical change that the whole entire state, the 5 states in the Southeast would vote for P2B. It will not happen. What I'm also saying is that like Buhari ran in 2015, he got how many votes in Abia? But in 2019, he got 90,000 votes in Abia State as a result of Oju Uzokalu, who decamped for PDP to APC and largely brought a chunk of his vote from his senatorial districts to return him to the Senate and give it to Buhari so that he will not be persecuted for his EFCC cases. And that's why he's scot-free now.
Yeah, taking it from
I see the same thing playing out in Abia State. I see the same thing.
All right.
Let me land. I see the same thing playing in Abia State. Oju Uzokalu will deliver his senatorial districts into Asiwaju. Chimaroke Inamani will do likewise for Enugu. Umahi will do likewise for Asiwaju too. So 2 senatorial districts will go. So I am not saying, what I'm also saying is that Bola Ahmed Tinubu will do very well in the Southeast compared to any other candidates that has run for APC. He will do very well in Ebonyi. He will do well in Enugu. He will do well in
You've already given us those permutations, but let DOG carry on. Sorry about that, Emeka, but pressure of time. DOG, back to you.
Yeah, taking it from there. You see, I didn't say Tinubu will win all the states in Southeast, but it definitely will win some of those states. Coming from where Emeka stopped, like PDP, the Southeast vote is majorly in the past, mostly for PDP. So let's say Peter Obi has come out of PDP to go to Labour, and there is this Igbokweno thing that you mentioned in support. Not totally everybody in the Southeast will automatically go and vote for Peter Obi. It doesn't work like that. Most of the people that have been in politics, everybody look for bargaining power. Like now, the presidential election, they do the presidential election first before the gubernatorial. You also have a way of making people jump on the bandwagon of who to vote for when it comes to the gubernatorial election. Let's say, for example, like in Oyo State, is a PDP state. If Tinubu comes out as the winner of the presidential election, obviously some of the votes will obviously go to APC automatically because everybody wants to be in the same party with the federal level. So everybody would jump and switch their vote for the gubernatorial governor of candidate of APC because obviously they will be favored in that manner. That's how the politics work in Nigeria. People don't think. That's why I keep saying. Sometimes I even wonder. Peter Obi goes to different states. He has never brought out, this is this person contesting in this constituency for honorable. This is the person contesting for senator. Because the more they gain grounds, the more you are more liable to get more votes coming from that state. But you just go there in the name like it's like you've surrendered all other position to other parties. You are just campaigning for yourself.
No, DOJ, that's not true. Every state that he has visited, and you see those large crowds, they always introduce the governorship candidate and some other position.
Sometimes I wonder whether much obese can just come here and say blatant. I don't even understand.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
I'll come to you next. There's just for balance. Yeah, but go on, DOJ.
What I'm pinpointing is every time Obi campaigns and say things, he might go to rally and bring out people. That's not campaigning for them. It's your statement, the things you say, you don't factor them in most of the things you say. He's just always speaking for himself to get to that presidency. And every time they ask him, why do you think he will survive without having anybody in the parliament and all that? He always comes to that, everybody in the parliament. He won't say, some of our people will win, like the so person in constituency. This person is doing well in this constituency. This person is. He doesn't speak to that angle. He just succumb to that and say, we are all facing the same problem. That means you are agreeing that nobody in your party will win any of those seats. That's what I'm pinpointing. Not like it doesn't go to rally and bring them out. Bringing them out doesn't mean anything because even him is still struggling. He's still looking for people to endorse him. And all this endorsement doesn't...
Very, very well.
Huh?
He's struggling very, very well.
Yeah, so I think that again is another factor to it because the more your people gain ground in their bases, the more you will get more people from that area to vote for you, that unit, that ward, to come out and vote for Peter Obi. But if you are not making them take advantage of this momentum of yours, it's just all about you. I don't see how you want to do it. That's
remember in Rivers State when he threw the candidate under the bus?
Yeah, exactly. And you know why he did that? Because he's trying to look for Wike's support. He's trying to succumb to all these people's. When they come, he just succumb to them and he just campaign for himself. He doesn't really like. If I'm in his shoes and he's telling me, the House of Representatives did this, if they won't agree with your bill, Some of our Labour Party members are capable, and you know some of them will win. And you even mention some strategic places and mention their name for people to be aware of them. That's why sometimes I say most obedient are not a party member. They are just obedient. They are just only supporting Obi. And that alone is a minus, a disadvantage for you as a politician. You need people that are supporting the party, people that are moving for the party, people that will wear clothes, the union of tailors, mechanic. Those are the people that come out to vote. The airlights don't go out to vote. They don't stay in the sun for that much. They all
Sorry,
watch
my
the
brother
TV.
that is speaking so beautifully well. They have not even completed the number of polling units to agents to send to INEC. They are struggling to find members. All those people making noise on social media.
They have completed. Labour
And
Party
all
has
those people
completed.
making noise on social media, go and
No, Labour
report
Party
yourself.
has completed. They've completed they've compiled and
When did they
completed
complete? The last I checked,
have.
they have not. They are struggling.
No, they have.
When?
They have, to be honest.
When?
It was even last month or so, I think. Yeah, it was last
the
month.
report just came out last week. They have not completed.
You are wrong. So Solomon,
they've
you are
not
very,
completed.
they have over
somebody made that statement and they debunked it that
and I'm telling you, whoever debunked that is just the usual lies. I'm telling you now, right? They have over 90,000.
It was this 90,000 that they were saying, and the person said that they've already
do your independent research. Don't believe all those those are just farrago of bunkum. Forget all those nonsense.
That's another thing, Solomon. You see, a lot of news fly around. Most of them are propaganda.
These people are pathological liars. You should know already.
I know, but carry on that.
Yeah. So, to me, at least, as young as I am, even though I'm not too young, I've been following politics since the days of the SDP hardcore because they have
George, you are
meeting
more
in
than
my
45
house.
years now. Who say you're a young man? You're more than 45 years. Don't deceive us here now.
Forever.
Because you are fine face, you're working in Woolwich and all that places, and you say you are young. I beg, George is an old man, oh, he's almost 50.
No, so yeah, so for me, if you look at it and you look at how everything works out in that system in the Nigerian space when it comes to election, forget all this noise. I even think people like somebody was trying to condemn the views of the obedient when Tinubu went to Chatham House. I even think instead of Obi copying that, going to Chatham House to do that, they should put their energy more because all this thing, I think you say at the end of the day, after this election.
Obi did not copy going to Chatham House, by the way. It's on invitation.
They condemned Tinubu going there, but later Obi too went there, which is like a normal tradition where everybody do it, you know. But where am I going to exactly? My point is, I think at the end of the day, you see this election, it's just that the shocker we get at the primaries, APC primaries, when Tinubu won the primaries with a gap that you won't even believe compared to what we've been hearing and all the noises in the party and all that. We think Tinubu, he doesn't have a chance, and see what happens. You see, election will come. People that will go out and vote are not these people shouting. Can they wait for INEC that when you stay at a polling booth and they've not arrived at 11, most of these people that even want to vote to be will probably choose to go to one beer parlor or go to and play football. You see, politics, these are the people that goes out to stay in that queue. It's the market people, the tailor, the mechanic, those ones that goes to all this politician house, the ones they've given them, they've financed their business, they support them, they know they are party member, they go to ward meeting week in, week out, you know, there is a local government there. So those are the structure, those are the basis. The governor of Kwara State 2 days ago, they say he has said 2 days ago that Tinubu should not worry, that what he will say in Kwara, it will be something that he has not seen in his life. And I think, again, the way we factored the percentages for Peter Obi and Atiku in Lagos, but I understand what Kulata was trying to do. So not to like make the obedient feel okay, we are going. So he's trying to like cut it short, at least at the worst. Then even at the worst, from what we've done, Tinubu still won. But for me, I think Tinubu, that APC has been probably winning almost all the senatorial seats, all the parliament, or everything in Lagos State for many years. Is now his turn. You now think he won't get close to 60 to 70% or percentage of the votes? I think he will get. And that Lagos that you are looking, a lot of people are just shouting Obi, shouting Obi. It's few people. A lot of people are for Tinubu in Lagos. A lot of young guys, a lot of young people, they are for Tinubu. So Lagos, the person to be in Lagos, Kano, Katsina, Enugu, and somewhere else in South, Rivers.
DOG, you can't factor out Ubi in that Lagos State. To be honest
Also,
with you, you can't. Let me tell you what
Hold on,
Tinubu.
Dale. Hold on, Dale. Let Solomon interject.
Yeah, what will happen in Lagos State space is bully. They will have electorate bully, like all these the agros in Lagos State will play in, and all in the name of tribalism and all that, and yes, and rigging. If they can't see, people are in Lagos State, they are not going to the way people are expecting these votes in Lagos. I don't see how it's going to work out, to be honest with you.
Tinubu will win landslide in Lagos.
Okay,
Solomon, don't let us deceive ourselves. They will bully people. It's been part of our politics. They will do all that, whatever they can do, even when there is no, when it's just PDP alone, they bully themselves. So now that Peter Obi is in play, they will do all they can do. But what my point is, in Lagos, Tinubu has get a hold of Lagos for many years. It will now be his turn when he did Lagos the most. It will go extra miles to achieve it. And I don't see the way Peter Obi will get more than 20% in Lagos of that vote.
If he gets 20%, I'll give him so much respect in Lagos. If he gets 20%, I'll respect him a lot.
No, let's just to dance to, because you just need to dance to, okay, the noise a bit. Okay, let's think, okay, this noise is real. Okay, 20, but I think Tinubu will get 60 to 70% of the votes in Lagos. Point clear.
Oh, no, hold on. So that means you are not registering PDP in Lagos at all.
Yeah, because
PDP,
now
PDP in Lagos
hold on, Emeka.
I think because of the momentum of Obi, most of the votes that is meant to go to Atiku will probably, a bit of it will go to Peter Obi. That's why I'm saying that. And the new voters in Lagos, and a little bit of people, because I don't think people factor in the NSAS. I think it's few percentage out of the NSAS people, the Sorosuke people are supporting Obi. Even before the election, before this campaign and everything, we've seen a lot of people that are carrying placard at NSAS that are already organizing seminar for Tinubu immediately the election season started, that they are doing seminars up and down. I've seen Tinubu's rally in Lagos. I saw a lot of people that were part of NSAS that I know. They are there. They are there with Sheyi Tinubu. All of them were there. You can see them there. So all these things doesn't play in. That's why I said, even Peter Obi himself, once he lost this election, that is it. Because now the Southeast now has probably 16 years to have a chance again. Peter Obi, this momentum would die off immediately after the election. There is no way. It is only if you switch party again. And what does that say of him? Anyway, so that's my take on this, woman.
If PDP, if APC rather win that election, there's a good chance. Remember when PDP were telling us that they will rule the country for 60 years? There's a good chance that APC will rule that country in perpetuity, because Tinubu will hand over to Shettima, and by the time Shettima is done, he will likely hand over to his vice.
That's a very quick call to say Tinubu will hand over to Shettima. We don't know yet. Anything can happen. They've not even won the election, right? they can fall out. You understand? 8 years is still a long time.
I don't think they will. I
I'm not saying they.
I think
I'm not
Shettima
saying
knows
they
how to
will.
manage Tinubu. He knows how to manage it.
I'm not saying they will. I say they can. Right? It's a possibility. Anything can happen. But what I wanted to say in the last part that of the speaker who spoke very beautifully well. Yeah, DOJ. He the reason why you made mention of PDP, the PDP in Lagos currently has collapsed because many of them now have moved to the Wike group. Some are still with Atiku, so that structure is very weak. Though they've been weak previously, but they are now weaker now. That's why you can see that the gubernatorial candidate is non-existent in Lagos.
He's crying on TVC, complaining,
exactly, and
blaming those ladies.
Many are calling him.
Why are they not supporting Funke Akindele? And I'm thinking, is he playing dumb? Does he want to tell us he doesn't even know TVC is like rumored to be Tinubu's TV station?
He's aware. Some people have rumored that he's an APC spy in PDP, and I will not rule that out, right? To make the PDP look ridiculous and very weak, because he was supposed to pick this other guy who is the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate on the advice of Bode George. He went against it and went to pick an actress, and both of them are playing Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and as if they want to shoot a new movie in all their poster card going around. Probably, maybe both of them. That one, the actress also left the husband to join forces properly, a holy matrimony with the gubernatorial candidate, so that both of them can be Mr. and Mrs. Smith, patrolling Lagos State and dancing all around. So they've weakened the PDP so badly, and you can see in the rally, it looks like some people who came out to play football. To play football in Lagos State, when Atiku, who is the presidential candidate, came to Lagos State to campaign, the turnout was so poor.
Emeka, I think somebody wants to interject.
Let me ask you a quick question. Okay, let me ask you a very quick question. And in Lagos PDP now, I want you to give me numbers between PDP and Labour Party. It's a given that APC is definitely going to win Lagos State. But between PDP and Labour Party, who do you think is going to come second? And give me reasons why you think.
Condense that a lot, Emeka, because DOJ has a
I think Labour Party may put up a good showing than PDP, because PDP is now weak, right? They are now very weak. So Labour Party, but again, you can't tell, but Labour Party, will do more. They will do well in Lagos. They will do well. They've never won. They've actually never contested. Most the votes that they get from previous elections are some party members who are voting. 300 in some states, maybe 2,000 or highest, probably 200,000 cumulatively in several elections, right? So what they do is they are just what do they call this stuff? Shell political parties, or off the shelf. So every 4 years, they will come out, dance a bit. INEC will give them money to campaign. They share it across party chieftains and states to share across the members. They go back to the chef box and go and hang themselves and wait for another 4 years. So this time around, Obi is now in momentum. So we must acknowledge that fact. And I greatly respect and admire his courage.
Give me one factor why you think Obi is probably going to be second. I just need that.
Yeah, because we have urban youths who are disgruntled and disenfranchised and angry about the way the poor governance in the country. So these urban youths in Lagos they are educated. Lagos is a metropolitan city rather, with highly educated individuals, young people, and Lagos State is a growing city. So this youth, which now is the core base.
What? Obedience. Let me give you my response to that. Hold on, so that I will give you floor. I just want to have. Let me give you the biggest factor that I was expecting you to speak to is the tribal demography now.
Hold on, Emeka, please hold on. Let the conversation be fluid. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know when you look at the numbers in PDP Lagos, even when Jimmy Agbaje gave Fashola a big run for the money, when you look at the people that actually concentrated, that he has a concentrated vote from, you are talking out when you put the numbers to the Southeast people living in Lagos, the Igbo people living in Lagos. Naturally, they tilt toward, they are pro PDP, right? They are
not true.
They are pro PDP.
Not entirely true.
Oh, hold on. I believe they are pro PDP. Now that Atiku has done what he had to do, and then Obi is a factor now. I see a big chunk of those numbers, right, tilting towards, because I see maybe 3 out of 5 Igbo person in Lagos voting for Obi, natural PDP person, extra PDP person voting for Obi instead of Atiku. So
I'm not discounting your statement, because I believe there's an element of truth in it. But what I would want, and I will speak more objectively to my own point of view, like there are also many Yorubas and many people from Edo who reside in Lagos that would vote for Obi. So in Lagos State, 2 local governments do not align to the popular voting bloc. Ojo and Amuodofi. Those 2 local governments have always voted PDP. And if you find that those 2 local governments is where hoodlums go to fight, Okota, Festac.
Yeah, but no, hold on, Emeka. Those 2 local governments are not where elections are won in Lagos.
I know. Alimosho is one of them.
That's the only space that matters in Lagos.
That's why I'm trying to say it is not tribal. They are more Igbo people.
You are not getting my point. Let me put it straight.
Alimosho has more Igbo people.
Hold on, Emeka. My point is, we have South people, we have Igbos, we have Hausas living in Lagos. Given the fact that Hausas, they will probably divide their votes between Atiku and Kwankwanso, right?
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you on that.
I'm just getting
round it off quickly so that D can carry on. We're 4 hours in.
Yeah. Forget about those 2 local governments you are speaking to now. I'm talking about take the Yoruba out of the race now. Take them out of the picture. Let's think about non-Lagosians, non-Yorubas out of the equation now. So Hausas, Igbos, and South people, the dominant factors in Lagos. Who do you think they will be voting for? Peter Obi or Atiku?
You see, largely, right? That's why I said the introduction. Sorry, I might not answer the question the way you want it. The introduction of tribe and ethnicity is sad. I would look at results, because in a particular local government, I would not want to say, yes, there might be a predominant tribe in that local government, but I would not want to conclude to say that this local government is an Igbo local government. But because I know I have once lived in Amuodofi local government. Actually, my family house is there. So yes, I am Igbo, but I know that local government, there are also Yoruba people there, but that local government has been voting PDP, right? They've been voting PDP. Festac, they've been voting PDP. What was this? Isolo local government will be voting PDP. So the fact of this thing is that, yes, tribe is a factor to consider, but we also have other people, young Nigerians, those who are crying out on social media morning, day and night. Morning, afternoon, and night. Many of them also reside in Lagos. The EndSARS movement actually started in Lagos, predominantly in Lekki Toll Gate and then in Ikeja.
EndSARS is not starting in Lagos.
Oh, goodness me. All right, Emeka, let me just go back to DOJ, because we are under pressure of time and so many people not. Yeah, so let's get back to DOJ.
Yeah, so, and if he like I like the question Enigmatic is trying
Answer
to
the question, GOG, if you understand
yeah
it.
I would say majority of them will vote Peter Obi. But what I want you to know is there are still Igbos in Lagos that will vote Tinubu. Because Tinubu is not a tribalistic person. He has put Igbo people in his government and he has a lot of them around him. And
Thank
they
you
are
very
also
much.
working and they are
Thank
working
you for saying
him.
that.
What?
Thank you for saying that.
He was agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah. And some of them are working for him. And it's just simple. You see, if we can even use the platform right now. Emeka is Igbo and is with Tinubu. So let's factor that into, like, there are some people willingly they will just love Tinubu. That's why for the fact that he has put Igbo people in his cabinet,
Don't
carries
put
people along.
Don't let the obedient come for him. They already.
Let me help you, DOG. Let me help you, DOG again.
It's already too late. They are coming for him already.
Let me help you, DOG again. How people can support Tinubu.
Enigmatic, we are used to it. We no go shake.
DOG.
Yeah, coming.
Yeah, let me help you out, Tinubu. See, let me tell you, there are people who went to Lagos, left wherever states they are, and how Tinubu will get reasonable votes in the southeast, even if at least he will get 25% in some states in southeast. There are some people who left their place, went to Lagos and started hustling. They got in contact with Tinubu. And because of how generous Tinubu is, it's not like I'm not saying in a way of defending him, but in my own observation and with what some people I know, how generous he is, he will just come. He can one or two ways help them influence their life, either in the monetary aspect or with his influence, he will give them an opportunity to make it and to get established in life. And those people now, they've been in Lagos and they still come from their village. They always extend their hands to the village and to their own place, helping people. And with the kind of thing that they've achieved from Tinubu, they will canvass for him without even being politically inclined, without being in the political space. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're making points. Yeah,
so
I'm with you
even in
that,
Delta State, just like in Delta State, people like Ayeri is one of, even if Ayeri was a PDP guy, but he's an APC. This guy is a very big guy. If they are calling guys as in with money, these guys are people. He will influence in worry there that they are having hope. Yeah, Ayeri. Yeah. In worry there, they're having hope that Obi is going to get vote, but people like this, Mr. Jollof is there now for Atiku, and he's with Okowa too. So this kind of way that Tinubu is going to get votes in the southeast, and they should not take it away from you. Yeah.
Solomon, just a second.
No, why not? Carry on.
Solomon, let me tell you what will play out in Southeast, what people probably do not understand. And we've been very conservative about numbers to APC in the Southeast. What I've been saying all this while is, if Buhari, if I don't know who Buhari in 2015 and in 2019, right? It's just going to be a replica of what will happen now. Anything they will make it
better than what Buhari even did, because Tinubu influenced even Sheyi.
I'm trying to stay below the belt now, right? They will make a sweet deal that they've always made for the 25% for the 25% constitutional vote. Anything beyond 25% is like a solid sweet deal for them. That's what will happen.
Then in Rivers State, if you watch one interview, one rally that they did in Ikwere, where Wike was Wike's faction were talking about Atiku and PDP stuff and all that. Wike told them, see, Ikwere, I forgot, like they have 13 wards in Ikwere, and if you see those wards, the kind of population there is even, it will cover some place. Ikwere is very big. That these guys are with Wike, and Wike has told them that I've done what you told me to do, so you will do what I as in they are in line with him. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. And if this guy should go to APC, you can't take it out from him. Tinubu will get enough votes from Rivers State, and Amechi is still there too. Tinubu.
No, I don't see. But let me tell you one thing, right? In Rivers State, I do not see Tinubu winning Rivers State.
No, but at least you will get more than his 25%.
What if we can endorse the same? Even that, you don't see
he will get more than his 25%.
The politics in Rivers State, right, is probably still gonna, because these people are naturally entrenched, right, in PDP. So the only game changer that you probably will see is what Wike is doing now with those 200,000 foot soldiers. So there's probably an incentive that he has probably given them more or less like
it probably along the lines that Emeka said, that each one bring 5,
right?
You know?
They machine that to some certain numbers. So if Tinubu will be making anything at all, they will be trying to make a very big inroad in Rivers State, maybe instead of 25%, maybe 40% or 35%. But I do not see APC.
Yeah, if Wike endorses Tinubu, he will win Rivers State. Reasons being that there's also Senator Magnus Abe, who is a close friend and ally to Tinubu. He's running for gubernatorial candidacy under SDP, right? Yeah. So, and if you notice, Amechi is not happy. You notice he's not on the campaign train, even regardless of yes, he came second, but a distant second, and he's not on the campaign train, though his political value is diminishing by the hour. They are happy because it appears that the deal may have been finalized, but let me say may be finalized. So there's the APC factor there. PDP will win the gubernatorial candidacy and the senatorial candidacy. That is why he has appointed 200 people. He didn't do that to dance around. It is to give them specific instruction on what to do, and he wants to ensure. So that is what he will be selling to his desired candidates. That this might
one man.
Yeah.
One man. Sorry, I normally don't do this. Can we go to a different topic? Because Emeka will not let us be
Yes, no, but Emeka, when you interject, condense it into a very, very short summary. Because,
my apologies. Sorry, my apologies.
It's just managing the time. We delight in hearing from you, but
my apologies. I'm sorry about that. So my apologies. But if Wike, let me condense it. If Wike endorses anybody he endorses, we win. There's a more likelihood he will endorse Tinubu than Obi. He won't endorse Atiku, they are already quarreling. Neither will he endorse Kwankwaso. There's a more likelihood he will endorse Tinubu than Obi. But if he endorses Obi, Obi will win Rivers. But if he doesn't, if he endorses Tinubu, Tinubu will win Rivers, in my own opinion.
Yes, I think everybody agrees with that.
Without Wike, Obi will get votes from Rivers. Without Wike.
Yeah. And I think that Lagos, right? I'm seeing Labour Party probably coming second after APC. I may be very, very.
I'm kind of with you on that.
I think Obi is coming second after, because just let me give you that floor to go ahead just to have. But Atiku is probably because what I know about PDP in Lagos State now. There's a lot of things going on within PDP, and then because of the question I was asking Emeka the other time, that you should subtract every other thing and focus on that factor. So they will vote overwhelmingly for, except maybe if, of course, you cannot discountenance what will happen. MC Oluomo, they will beat nonsense out of anybody who doesn't want to listen that very day. No, you cannot count that out of Lagos State, because this is Jagaban's election. It's not any other election. And he will do everything possible to ensure that at least 60% of the vote belongs to him in Lagos. So that's just it. Go ahead, OG. Thank you.
So I agree with you on that. So I don't see the way the momentum wants to build up. This is not the Southeast. This is Lagos State. And this man has been running the show for many years, even for the likes of Buhari, the governors. Now is his turn. You think he doesn't have strategies and how to get numbers in. Like, look at what Wike is doing. assign people, each people 5. That's strategy. Is the game of numbers, and is looking, okay, that's the easiest way to get people. Even each people from their family, they can get that 5, and friends, So the way I see it is, no matter how we look at it, we've looked at it from the collateral spreadsheet and all that, and we've seen, even though it was really generous to Obi, we see what the difference was. So, and there is still a lot of things that will still go in play, because a lot of people will switch. When you see where the music is, you want to dance along with them. So if I'm Wiki, obviously I'll be looking at, okay, I won't be governor, I won't be senator. With all this trouble, of course, with everybody now, I want to go with the winning party, or the most guaranteed winner. Obviously, he's going to choose the most guaranteed winner. He won't just go with the noise. He's not stupid with all he's been doing. He's not stupid to just follow the bandwagon of the noise. And so sometimes I think when we come here, we should be open-minded and try and be realistic. Nobody's condemning any of the candidate, but sometimes you need to just be realistic and look at where things are going. And Emeka, I really enjoyed you. I just think you need to familiarize yourself more with the platform, because when people interject, you need to make them land. Then you put up your position to them. It makes it flow and it doesn't waste much time.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So brilliant.
One man, can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Just something real quick. Enigmatic. It's a hello.
Yeah, Joel. Yeah, there you go.
Baba Mihai Hafa. I heard you talk about MC Olomo. My brother, you need to go to Nigeria this time around, right? People are ready. I'm just telling you, my brother, it's going to be war. I'm just telling you, everybody should respect themselves.
Don't go for what you cannot.
Mr. Joel, let me tell you something, Mr. Joel. You see in Lagos,
if you start war in Lagos, you guys will regret it. Don't just say.
Yeah, people will regret the Igbos in Lagos will regret it. Trust me.
See. Let me tell you something. They have tried
not playing this time. Hold on. Let me just tell you. Let me tell you why this election is different, right? This election is different because the numero uno of APC politics in Lagos State is on the ballot. 1. Number 2, there has been this agitation about this. This is not offensive now about this. Lagos belongs to nobody. There has been a conversation behind the scene. This is a secret I'm telling you now. That Lagos that belongs to nobody will know who owns Lagos in this election. So some days to the election, don't be surprised if parents are warning their kids about going out to vote, because these guys are not. Do you know what they are doing behind? The best advice is, whoever is trying to try anything crazy in Lagos, they should please stop it. They should.
Enigmatic. But if you are so confident that Tinubu will win, why coerce people? Why make people?
No,
is that part of the strategy?
This is the problem, Joel. Do not conflate this argument or debate. I'm not doing anything like that. What I basically said is, number 1, I just want to mention it, right? But in Anambra State, I see something similar happening, because it's like Soludo is having it out for Obi now. He's removing all his stuff. Don't be surprised if they go to some certain wards in Anambra State and they start beating some people on the day of the election. But let's stay in Lagos, right?
They did it 3 months ago in Enugu State self, when the Labour Party were having their meeting. They went there and they even killed people in Enugu State. So it's already.
Make I talk pidgin now. Look, Joel, we are all Nigerians, right? We are all Nigerians. Let's leave politics aside, right? Some of us, we are very close to the ground when it comes to politics. That's why we laugh when we come here. But if you know anybody who is planning something crazy in Lagos, even if you're a Yoruba person, right? If you are Omagule, that you are planning something crazy, these guys will deal with you. They are not playing this time around.
But enigmatic. This you've not answered my point. My question was this. I said, If Tinubu is so confident that he was going to win fair and square, why do you bother about the little vote that will go to Obi in Lagos?
I said it earlier that I'm giving Obi the second slot in Lagos. So that's to tell you how things going to pan out in Lagos State. But the question is, you are asking this question like as if you are a political amateur. Do not do that. Do you know what?
Thank you for you used a very very. I think I like the term you use, political amateur. Yeah. So
it's usually neophyte that you've used that you usually use enigmatic. Or a Lilliputian or a Lilliputian.
You see this platform have made me develop thick skin. So those words don't mean anything to me.
No. They weren't offensive words though.
Yes. So you understand what I'm saying? So those words don't move me no more. The issue is this, one man. It does not matter. Nigeria belongs to everybody. In this election, enigmatic. In that meeting, that cocoon you guys are meeting, right?
No.
Also tell them.
Hold on.
Let me land now.
Enigmatic, let him land. Yeah. Sorry.
In that cocoon where you guys are meeting too, enigmatic. Also tell them.
It's a coven. It's called a coven, not a cocoon. But
no, you understand what I mean. You get where I'm coming from. No. Enigmatic. Beside there, right? Just make sure on that election day, right? Anybody that is coming to vote, allow the person to vote. Any attempt to disenfranchise people like the one they did in Agor the last time. Now you saw what happened. Now they tried it in Agor in the last election. Have you forgotten?
Bro, this is Yoruba land. You don't need to say nothing.
Nobody is fighting Yoruba people.
They will take it to another level. You yourself will not even understand. The way you're talking, you talk like somebody that knows school in Nigeria.
Hold on. You cannot make it.
One at a time.
You cannot make it a Yoruba versus Igbo.
Just like you saying in the north.
One at a time now, guys.
Can I talk? Allow me, let me talk. This is just an election. You guys are making it tribal. We are just saying people that want to go vote in an election, allow them to go vote in an election. They are not fighting you. Just allow them to vote their choice.
Let's have this.
And you're saying that I should know that I'm a political amateur because I know that violence. It has always been part of our election. I know that violence has always been part of our election. But in the recent years too, that same violence has come down. Do you understand me? So the world is not going to come down because Asiwaju is coming out to be the president.
You are right.
The world will not fold. So what I'm saying is this: with the way Nigeria are suffering, Nigerians are suffering. So you that is coming to fight me,
we know Nigerians are suffering. No, we don't have to hear that. Can you hold on? We know Nigerians are suffering, so you don't have to add that with every delivery because you always add that with every delivery. Everybody here knows that.
No. Yeah. The reason why I'm saying that is this, right? Yeah. At this point, Nigerians have been pushed into the wall. So, and they're trying to make their own choice. And you're trying to tell them not to make a choice. We are calling for war. I do not care. See, I do not care where that election is. Whether it's in Lagos, whether it's in the Southeast, whether it's in Anambra, whether it's in River State. Allow people to make their own choice. Or you are calling for something you do not want. Nobody owns monopoly over violence. Nobody.
Please, can you give me a second, please?
Nobody. Every Solomon bleeds. He bleeds. He bleeds blood. When they talk like Every Solomon is our spirit.
Joel.
Why are you guys trying to threaten? We are coming here for an election. Let us take this election.
All right, now you don't have to. Okay, righteous indignation. Okay,
Edmatic. Edmatic.
Calm down. No, don't calm down.
Edmatic, I want to talk to you.
Okay. Sorry. Make your point enigmatic. Have your interjection. Wall piece. Round up that space. The DOG, and then we go on to Desmond.
No, sorry. I want you to talk about something.
Hold on. is spiraling out of control. So let's follow that sequence. Take us to where you want us to be enigmatic. Okay. Have your interjection, war piece. Round off the space, DOG, and then we move on to. We've just been spiraling round and round. But carry on.
So look, I think everybody who with open mind, including you, I think they understand what I'm saying, right? Underline this. I'm not calling for violence. I'm not telling anybody to go do something crazy. I'm just saying more. It's like an advisory. It's just like in Edo State now. You can imagine what will happen in Edo State because what's his name? Obaseki will try as much as possible to deliver Edo State for Atiku, right? So he will throw everything within the range to ensure that Asiwaju or Obi does not take that state. So whoever wants to stand in his way in some of their solid areas, right? In the basis of PDP and then Obaseki, you can imagine what will happen. I'm reiterating this again. In Lagos State, this election will be different because Tinubu is on the ballot. Tinubu is not a politician that goes for anything less that he wants. So when he wasn't on the ballot, you can see what he can do. Now he's on the ballot.
Enigmatic, I beg, sorry. Let me tell you something. I beg.
So go ahead, whoop it. I'm not calling for violence, and I want you to understand.
Now PG, I want to speak with you. I want to speak that PG thing, you know. Now you want to talk to. Enigmatic, you and I, me and you. You know, say I know say me and you now a go man for this place, you know. So calm down. Throw away for those things. No location, yeah. We don't need yawa. You understand? We'll reason this out later. Okay.
No Allah. Thanks, bro. So Joel, okay, no Allah. So calm down. No,
can I just chip in on something that I think many obedient and a few Nigerians do not get? That was the first statement I made on Niger Watch when I debuted. I said there's a clear difference between politics and governance. I also went as far as to define them. Politics is the process whereby you gain power. You play for power, you struggle for power, or you take power. You do that through an election. Or maybe you can do a coup d'etat and kick out the government and you take over the place. Governance is the control and administration of a jurisdiction, a district, a state, or a country. They are clearly different, but it's a yin and a yang. You cannot go into governance without being involved in politics. Likewise, without politics, there would be no governance. That's how you choose your leader, either by force or through a democratic process. What people keep saying, they think, they want an utopia in an election or in a political scene. Oh, if all things being equal, things can never be equal. Even in the United States, there was rigging. Trump was shouting through the bail-in ballots. So in Nigeria, we cannot rule out those things that we know, which I think, I don't know his name, was trying to say. It is always a factor in Nigeria. I understand Joel. He's saying people want to go and vote, but what will happen and what actually happened in those local governments when the polling agents see the turnout and see the number of votes? They will signal people who would come to disrupt that process so that those votes won't count. Elections or politics, those who are involved in politics, we want to win at all costs. It is an unfair game. It is not fair. God even knows. It is an unfair game to gain an unfair advantage. And whatever it takes, politicians will go at it. That's why they say it is a dirty game.
Okay, do we also have right to violence? Do we also have right to violence?
No. All right, round off that space, DOG, and then I'll move on to Desmond.
Yeah,
but sorry, before you round it off, because I've been watching the comment section as well. we are not, nobody should advocate violence, and certainly this platform not advocating violence. So, so the language of violence in election is not one that we want to promote. But DOJ, yeah, round of that space.
Yeah, I think I've not seen anybody promote violence on the platform ever before, not today and not since I've been joining. And whatever anybody has said tonight, I don't see them trying to promote violence. I think people are just trying to make sense out of the whole situation and make people understand themselves. But in this situation, when somebody doesn't want to like be open-minded to get what you mean, they will term it and use it and make you look as if you are stupid, you don't know what you're saying. Enigmatic was not saying, oh, there will be violence. What he was trying to say is, there is no way that man has been winning Lagos for people. Now is his turn. Now everybody here, even the obedient, what they complain about is, oh, how can somebody have a hold of a state like that? For somebody that has that hold that you're even worried about, you think he will just let it go easily like that. That is what Enigmatic is trying to put to the platform and let people understand, you see. So, yeah, and even in the US, all this Western countries that we know, there is always rigging, there is always this disruption somewhere, things happening because it's election period. And like my other brother have said, politics is different from governance. You have to play politics. If you can't play the politics, you can't get into the position you are vying for. So it all works together hand in hand, and some people are good at it. In blessed memory of Babade Jibu, that's the way they play the politics. That is why most of these top people need those people, because they know how to strategize. They have people they finance. Like Babade Jibu house now, every Friday he has people he gives money. He has union of whatever association that comes to him to get finance. Those are the bases. Those are the structures on ground. And those are the things that come in play when it comes to election day. So as far as I can say for now, I don't see what is going to change this now. It is only if something drastic happen in that country that will stop the man Jagaban from being the president of that country. My opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliantly put by DOJ, as you all know. So from DOJ, let's be hopeful that Desmond has not gone to bed. Desmond, you've been very quiet.
Yeah, one man, I have to be quiet. You know, I have to listen to all the blatherdash. A lot of people.
All the bulabaloo.
All the bulabaloo.
All the bulabaloo. So good to have you, Desmond. Are you recovering from your little whatever? You were a bit poorly.
Yeah. I've recovered. I'm now preparing for another journey to Nigeria next 2 weeks. So,
in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Wow. So did you just go back home because you caught a bug or something?
No. That I had a sort of business.
You had reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
So are you going to be there for the electoral phase?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
One man, I've had a lot of things that I don't even know where to start. Especially from the man that calls himself King. I don't even know which
King Emeka. Yes, King Emeka.
King of Imo State or Abia State.
King of Kings.
I put it to you, Emeka is not an Igbo man and is a hardcore APC online campaigner. I put it to him.
I know, but let's give it to his name, you know.
Yes. King of Igbos.
Yeah, King of Igbos.
Respect. Be careful the way you talk to your king. Be careful.
So it's funny when someone that's not a king that calls himself a king. So you have to see the manner of, you know.
Well, you call yourself Trigger too, but carry on. Yeah.
So basically, I've listened to all his lies and all his contradiction on himself anyway, because I can remember when one man put out to him all the statistics that Peter Obi would win, and he basically came out and debunked it and said P2B doesn't have momentum. And later around the section, he said, okay, he has a momentum, so I don't even know where he's standing. And we asked him to bring out the facts of...
Woman, sorry, my brother. Can I interject? Because I don't want to be misquoted. Is it okay?
Finish, please.
Moderator, I'm just asking the moderator.
No, let him land, and then at the end of it, you can pull him back on.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted to know, so I don't, I know the flow. Thank you.
So, all right, carry on.
So now they asked you what Tinubu, how Tinubu is gonna win, and you basically brought out two reasons, which you first said he has 21 governors, which you basically cut down to 14, and said he has a Lagos base. That's the two reasons you gave, which I don't see that as enough reason. But anyway, talking about base. What is a base, one man? I'm gonna state the facts, right? What is a base? A base is basically like I'll say is a point where something develops, right? Or say, center of operation. That's what we call a base. So we can basically statistically say that P2B developed from southeast. So at that aspect, you will say southeast is not his base. But if you say is the center of his operation, yeah, it might be his base. But where P2B developed from, we all know it, is the space of NSAS. We can agree to that, right? That is where P2B basically developed from. So his base, we can actually say, is the mostly entire places that we had a NSAS riot or NSAS movement or whatever. That would be his base, which is almost the entirety of the whole Nigeria, which is his base. So now, one man, I want to state some facts to you, right? How P2B is going to win. I don't want to go into Tinubu's rally, which is massive, which is understandable. Rallies are always going to be big. I just want to state
some rallies are not.
Maybe some
So
rallies.
then are you saying the rallies doesn't really mean nothing again because
No. Rallies, sorry. I would say rallies are okay due to momentum, which also brings me to the point that when we say noise, all this noise doesn't win election. Statistically or factually, noise have always won election. You can't see someone like, Ajaliko Koshowore that doesn't have the noise around him winning election, or other parties. So statistically, factually, noise has always win election in Nigeria. So let's get that fact. But anyway,
it depends on the noise. The noise can be defined.
It doesn't have different type of noise.
It depends on the noise. So you have to be very objective about the noise too.
In 2015, Buhari had all the noise, social media noise, grand noise, and he still won election. So
do you know why the noise resulted in Buhari in Aso Rock?
Because
can you tell me one reason?
Because the main reason I would say the main reason is because people are tired, tired.
No, that's not the answer I'm expecting.
That is the main reason.
So the main reason, let me tell you why the noise, Buhari's noise will be different from Obi's noise is because you have to look at the numbers of political parties that came together to make that noise with their structures on the ground. No, hold on now. With their structures, with the finance, with the teamwork, with the strategies that actually brought him to Aso Rock. So you cannot compare that noise. Hold on, you cannot compare that noise, and don't forget,
enigmatic
70% of the noise, right? Hold on, 70% of the noise that you have for your man now, I can tell you the numbers of they dominate. I think the Twitter space,
social media,
Instagram, the social media generally.
I've heard it a lot of times.
And then 60% of those the dominance, they are abroad. Maybe 2% or 5% of them.
Fine and good, and Matic, let me finish.
home.
So
Okay.
we are talking about noise, and
Yeah.
I believe that it's people that vote. You get, no matter which election, whether you're contesting for local government, people that vote, even if 10 parties come together, that 10 party will not give you the votes. It's all about the people, how your momentum are, the I would say the space around that period, whether people are tired of the current system, or they are still, eager to vote the current system. That is why when we talk about structure, there are some governors that has been there and they don't even win their second tenure. Do you get? It doesn't matter because they didn't do well and people are tired, which is the people that vote. It doesn't matter whether he has the structure as a governor to win whatever. If he doesn't do right with the people will vote him out. Yes, he can rig and all that stuff, but if the people are massively unenchanted by that person, he's going, whether he likes it or not. But anyway, so
is it in Nigeria or in the UK?
In Nigeria, I'm talking about in Nigeria.
The people are. You say the people are what?
We've had some governors that didn't go through their second tenure. True or false?
Yes, true.
There are some governors, mainly or your state. Hardly a governor completes his second term. Yes, you are right. But most times, most governors in Nigeria since 1999 complete their second term, whether they delivered poorly or not. So I was just wondering if you were referring to UK.
Okay, wait. And even those governors, okay, let's have this instance of when APC took over the Nigerian space. PDP was almost in the whole states, right? So what happened? What happened then is the people that...
My brother, 5 governors, including Atiku Abubakar, pulled out from the PDP.
Listen.
They pulled out from the PDP to join APC, inclusive of Asiwaju's stronghold of Southwest region.
And there was a merger with CPC. Everybody,
and the merger, it was ACN, CPC, and
ABGA.
No, AD was in ACN. ACN, CPC, and the G5 from the G5 PDP members, which was Kwara State, Saraki, Amechi, Kwankwaso, who again, this Tamboa, and who was the 5th one, plus Atiku Abubakar.
Can you allow this guy to finish, my brother?
No, he's making some fallacies there. He's making fallacies that
allow
need to
him
be
to
corrected.
land before you interject. Now he has not even. We have not even understood his line of thoughts. This show is not all about you. For about 4 hours, you've been talking. Allow him to land on his point.
All right. Okay. No. Let's do exactly that, because the interjection.
I mean, you interject and take over the whole show. Is it about
that includes you as well. It's been second level. We've not had interjection to this level ever before. Ajale Popola attests to that, but I'll carry on this.
Okay. Now, let me continue with my facts, right? So, one man, with all things being equal, I'm going to state why P2B is going to win. With all things being equal and all things not being equal, right? So now, let's go to the base of P2B. P2B, whether we like it or not, is the loved son of the Southeast, which is his base, one of his base, you get. And one man, you can agree with me, whether a lot of people that are pro-Tinubu don't want to agree to that fact, we all know that P2B is going to win Southeast. I don't know what Tinubu is going to get in Enugu, but I know P2B is going to win Enugu. I don't know what he's going to get in Imo or wherever, but I know P2B is going to win each and every state in Southeast. We all agree to that. So that makes it his base. Another base he has is the entirety of the places that that did the whatever, the protest, the NSAS protest, which is almost the disenfranchised people in Nigeria, right? That is tired of some sort of governance, which is mostly the whole Nigerian space, whether it's northern,
No,
southern.
take the north out of it, bro. Take north out of that.
You know why? Because we still had an NSAS rally on the northern side, so it can be taken off. So when I began,
you can surrender the southeast to Peter Obi.
I'm not okay. Fine.
That's part of being unrealistic.
You asked him which state in the north did they hold NSAS rally?
we already made that. We already brought
Yeah,
that.
they did not hold any state in Abuja. Abuja, is it? See, in Abuja, it was in Abuja that they countered the NSAS more.
Solomon, we brought out that fact here. So I don't know why you're still trying to interject.
Yeah, they did not do anything. They did not. Please talk with facts.
All right, no problem. One man, you can bring out the fact.
No, you don't have to talk with fact. Or you can talk with whatever it is that you have the for this one day you have the privilege to present your prejudiced views.
Okay, so one man, now these are the facts on ground. Whether King lies about it or not, he came and said the polls, the people that did the poll didn't come out and did the sample size, which we all brought it out here in this platform, and we saw the sample sizes and all that stuff, which he came here and said the people didn't even know the sample size and all that shit, which is a lie. One. So the polls have said that P2B is gonna win, and people can say that this is pro P2B. Why? These people has brought out polls saying that APC would win. We never said that they are pro APC. They brought out polls that PDP would win. We never said that pro PDP. Now they brought out polls that P2B would win. That is when we begin to make this, crazy, I don't want to use bad words, but bringing out this crazy thoughts that they are pro P2B, and they will still come and say P2B Labour Party is just a starter in the show. If Labour Party is a starter in the show, why is this polling unit, this polls that are coming out, going for P2B, who is the new kid in the block? It doesn't even make sense. So one man, that is number one factor about it, that P2B in a poll has won almost 90% of the poll. Now let's get down. I just want to take it towards everything that they have said. Now let's get down to Lagos, which people are saying that is 20%. All right. So let's state it statistically, right? NNC has come out and said that Igbos has 40% population in Lagos, right? That is the fact out there. You can go check it. I'm not sure if it's true, but I believe it. So now, if that is the fact, if Igbos are 40% in Lagos, how many percent of Yorubas are in Lagos? I can't even put it in numbers, right?
Sorry, can you call the numbers again?
40%. And
Igbos are 40% in Lagos.
Yes, that is.
Where are you relying? What source are you relying on?
I've said it.
It's a source.
Let me tell you what.
No, guy, you have to stop doing that, please. Now, it's a source called Man of Prestige. That's the source.
Man of Prestige.
Yeah, there's a source that we have on this platform called Man of Prestige.
Yes, Man of Prestige was the one who made mention of your show on Niger Watch. Yes, he was the one who drew my attention. He called the right name, and that made me go search for it. Anyway,
yes, He came here to tell us that the Igbos are 42% of Lagos. So
yeah, it's not like it's the fact out there. You can Google it, okay? So
right.
it's out there. It's not like you just came and said it. So now, if the fact, I'm just saying it due to the fact. I'm not saying we don't know what's going on. I'm not the person taking the facts. I'm just saying what is online. So now, if the Igbos are 40 to 42%, how can you say that if the Igbos majority are gravitating towards P2B, how can you say that 40% of Igbos in Lagos is only 20% that will vote for P2B?
But you have to factor in if there is 40% of Igbos in Lagos, not all 40% will be able to vote. Not all 40% will be voting age, and not every Igbo will vote Peter Obi.
I understand that. I'm taking all that facts. You get. So I'm not saying that Igbo P2B is gonna get the whole 40%. I never said that.
There's just a second. Are you going by the books of Kanayo? Because it seems like you are reading from what I saw something today. Right?
No, not. I'm just saying what I brought up online just now.
Okay.
So now, one man, 40% of Igbos. Let's assume that 30% or 25%, or even 20. Let's say 25% of Igbos vote for P2B. Now we go to the Yoruba part. Yoruba is in Lagos. Most of them, the Yorubas in Lagos, most of them are intellectuals. One man, I was in Lagos, so I'm saying this as a first hand of person that asks questions and try to get people's feeling. So this election in Lagos, Etiosa local government is gonna play a major role in this election. Now, why? Because of voter apathy, which started with NSAS, right? Is going to play a lot of role. And now, if you put that into your facts and if you put that into my permutation, you see that a lot of Yorubas will vote for P2B. Will vote for P2B in the sense that the ones that know what they want. They're not being tribal. Do you get? The ones that are not being tribal anyway will vote for P2B, which I know that some Yorubas are not tribal. They're mostly intellectuals. And when you put that to my permutation, you will see that P2B is not gonna get nothing less than.
There's just a second interjection, real quick. So when there's a projection of Yorubas, tilting towards Peter Obi, they're intellectuals. But when they drive away or probably do not want to support him or say something against him.
No. I said mostly
right?
intellectual. I didn't say all of them are
okay.
voting for. And mostly intellectual. Listen to me very well. Mostly intellectual. So now, what's my stream of thought? So one man, voter apathy here. Let's take this to a fact that last 2019 there was the total vote of 26 million, right? 15.1 for Buhari and 11 for Tinubu. For Atiku, making it a total of 26, and we have about 96 million registered voters. If you minus that, we're talking about 70 million that did not vote. The number of votes that is used to win, that Buhari used in winning the election, was just 15 million, right? Now, we go to the new registered voters, which is largely because of voter apathy, which is how many millions? 12 million new registered voters. Let's take that to our permutation that 12 million is not just for P2B, right? But the large amount of that 12 million is going for Obi. The large amount of that 12 million is going for Obi. So
for which states, if you say the large amount, which states? You can't say 12 million because 12 million is 12 million is distributed. The new registered voters are distributed across states, with Lagos being the highest, followed by Kano, followed by Kaduna. So those are states that are even APC states. And you are still saying they will go for Obi.
Listen.
Child.
Calm down, I'm talking now. If Kanu was one of the people that had NSAS movement, Solomon, that's a fact. I can bring it out for you. Kanu was one of the people. So when I said the base, what is the meaning of base, right? Is where something is developing from. So now, if Kanu was one of the people, we can put that as a voter empathy for them going to get their voter's card to get rid of whatever government that is in place right now. That is voter empathy.
You must be joking to think a Northerner will factor in NSAS into their decision to vote the next president. Come on, man. Let's be realistic.
I'm dozing off already.
You guys are not listening to me. I first started with the base, right?
Did not make any points.
This guy
talking, to be honest.
he speak before me. I thought he was making sense when he was saying he has facts to counter.
No, these are all the facts on ground. I've not said anything here that you can say, okay, it's not true.
You are not saying you've not said anything.
You are not even saying anything.
You are saying a lot without saying nothing.
I was taking notes initially. I only have 2 points. 2 points. At the end, I just say there's no need to take notes again.
Just saying NSAS. And NSAS won't vote for Nigeria. You guys are claiming NSAS, but you cannot claim IPOP, that are in
the guy was. I thought he had facts, so I was taking notes so that I can counter him. I only wrote 2. I wrote 2. The first one, I wrote 2. And like this guy is not making sense.
No. Fantasy is allowed to. One man went to. Everything is allowed, including fantasy. But carry on.
One man.
Yes, sir.
Tinubu winning is also a fantasy. I have always said allow the Nigerians, allow the Nigerian people to decide. There is no need for the see, one man. There's no need to to be a bully on the election day. If you know that the people you're already a clear winner, allow the people to vote.
Hold on, Joel. By fair means or foul. By fair means or foul. That's how elections are won. By fair means or foul.
It's okay.
No,
with that said, sorry, Des. I'm just going to be short.
Alexa, play me Joel of Nashville.
With that and
Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering.
The issue here is this. Allow Nigerians to decide. Most of us talking on this program stays abroad, right? So we are out of touch. Like we don't really know what is going on. We only call one person that tells us what we want to hear because they want to get money from us. Allow the Nigerian people to decide. I came back from Nigeria. I know what they're going through. I know what the decisions are. It's going to be a fight to finish. It is not going to be like the other election.
It's not going to be a fight to finish. And don't worry about all that. It's not going to be anything like that.
It's okay.
It will be a very peaceful.
That word.
No. Hold on, but it's going to be a very peaceful election, and people will celebrate the victor. And I think everybody, you know why it's going to be a
there will not be election in one side. This is what you're saying.
One man. It's going to be a peaceful election.
Where election no go day? Where? Solomon.
Yes, I want the general. Yes, I want the general.
There will be no election in Finland.
What the code for that side?
Babaja. You don't say I pull I carry a put inside trap. Inside your trap. I tried him. I put him inside your trap, and you collect water. Like
you make I just tell you one thing before you come out. Make I tell you.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Make it not go that side. Now Abuja make it stay.
No. Hold on. Solomon, don't go home during the election. No, just stay in Abuja. Stay in Abuja. Let them elect there. Your one vote won't change anything. Don't just stay where you are.
One man. And Solomon is not an Igbo man.
Please, I don't like this thing, Mr. Joe. With all due respect, please, you can talk about your.
Solomon is not in Nigeria. Where are you from?
Solomon is not Igbo. He's not Igbo.
Mr. Joe, I'm more Igbo than you are. Let me tell you. I'm more Igbo. I'm a strong man Igbo. I'm not a Jew man Igbo. Do you understand? I know what's up. People like all this. Excuse me. Let me say something. People like all this. They are selfish. They are selfish, but they are not Jew men. Do you understand? They know the politics in Nigeria.
Solomon, speak Igbo language to prove that you are an Igbo man.
No, I will not speak it for them. I cannot speak it for them.
No, you are not an Igbo. Not Igbo.
Solomon, don't answer them now.
Solomon, not Igbo.
I am not a Jew Igbo man.
You speak Igbo language. You not be Igbo.
I speak Igbo. No, I speak Igbo well.
Solomon, Igbo man, we don't see fine Igbo get away one to suicide.
All right, back to this one. Solomon is our Solomoni from Sudan. Our Solomoni from Sudan. According to Nandekano, is our Solomoni from Sudan.
This is quite sad, right? This is exactly what these guys were doing to me in the other platform.
We were watching them beating you up. We used to enjoy that.
It's really painful when people who really do not know you are saying you are not from a particular place, and you are telling them this. I can really feel Solomon's plight because I face it to a point you begin to.
No, I'm not pained though. I'm not pained, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay,
I'm not pained.
That's fine.
Yeah,
that's
because
let me continue. We know those who are not Igbo, who are not Benin. This is not a Benin man. As a king, Emeka, you're not Igbo man.
Okay. We know where it comes from. Solomon, we are not Igbo. Me and Solomon, we are not Igbo men.
No. Yeah. I
don't know Igbo anymore again, Abi.
Emeka, from your accent, you are only for Olaye's nephew. From your accent.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Well, I don't know whether Solomon and King Emeka is good for now. You get, but what I care about is when
Dex, if you want to talk, try and be polite in the way you talk. It's not every time. You don't need to talk like you just try to be polite. It's very, very important.
They are the whole strategy.
It's just an advice. Piece of advice. Come down from your high horses.
All right. Sorry, Solomon.
Please allow Hope Merchant to speak.
Hold on now.
Hope Merchant.
Hold on. Sorry, Solomon, you are the full-blooded. You've even changed your name to Ezeo, but they won't let you.
No, that is my name. My name is Ezeo.
Just a piece of advice. Don't declare for Peter Obi. And then after just declare.
Solomon, I will keep on telling them the truth. Yes, my name is Ezeo. I will keep on telling them the truth.
Solomon, analyze. I want to hear your analysis on who will win this election. You are very
no. We will get there, but Des is giving us his analysis at the moment. So let's get back to Des. Des, back to you.
Yeah. One man. According to voter apathy, in Africa as a whole has actually their eyes has actually opened. That is why you see a lot of African countries electing new party presidents, like Malawi and all that sort of them. They're electing new party presidents without that structures, that old structure and all that stuff. So when someone comes and say this structure has been there for a long time, I think it should go back to some African countries that recently, the structure lost their presidential election and go ask them what happened, which is because of voter apathy that is going on now. And voter apathy, if voter apathy can happen in those smaller African countries, in Nigeria as the most populous black nation, I think voter apathy can go all the way in winning this election. But that is just me. I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but I'm just gonna stick to what I know. So what I know is that a lot of people in Lagos, like I said, are intellectuals, and people carrying this obedient movement are mostly intellectuals. You know, that's why you go to diaspora here, and you say that most obedient are in diaspora. So, but that is a plus for us when you say that most obedience are in diaspora. So, what are diaspora votes? Maybe we can't vote. What can we do? What we can do is, if let's assume that about there are 5 million to 10 million or whatever, 10 million diasporans in the whole world, right? Let's assume that 7 million is for Obi. Let's assume that. That 7 million, we know that 7 millions, one of them, each and every one of them have someone in Nigeria that is probably qualified to vote. We know that. So what is that diaspora going to do? I'm going to tell my family, which I have a lot of them. I have about, let's say, cousins and all that stuff. Let's imagine they're like 20. 20 of them, I will tell you, are voting for Labour Party because I've instructed each and every one of them, vote for this guy because I'm sending you money, right? I'm paying for your bill.
Is that vote buying? Are you admitting to vote buying?
I agree to that. I don't care. That's why I say.
I hope you are not threatening them because that's not fair.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's fair for them. When it's obedient, everything is fair. If it's not obedient, nothing is fair. When it's obedient, every crime by the book does not exist.
When I said I'm gonna say this with all things being fair and all things not being fair, I said it here. So if you guys are listening to me, listening with I don't know, you have to
this is just
wisen up.
It's not fair for you to just be threatening.
Do you get?
Of elections.
So listen to me carefully before you start interjecting.
Okay.
Now I've said diasporans have their own votes, whether we like it or not. They have people that they influence, hugely influence.
Can you put a number to that vote? You know, diasporans cannot vote.
I have said diaspora can't vote. Can you?
You can put a number to that vote.
Put a number to the vote.
Okay. Hold on, Emeka. What Des is saying is actually right, because for everybody in diaspora, there are at least about 3 to 5 people that have some form of financial dependency on you, and then if you want to leverage that politically, and then you want to use the numbers of in diaspora, let's say for just the purposes of the conversation, let's say there are 1 million diasporans with at least 3 to 5 people under their influence. So you're talking about a 3 to 5 million strong voting base right there.
One man, sorry, I beg your pardon, but this is not the first time I'm hearing this. When I mean this is not the first time, I mean in an election cycle. The first time was in 2015 diaspora vote, in 2019 diaspora vote. How do we factor the diaspora vote?
We just
when you are making projections. I currently have the 2019 election results in front of me now as he's speaking. And I'm trying to take notes and try to make sense out of some of the things that he's saying.
I'm sorry.
I am looking at it. I am looking at the numbers to try to extrapolate where is this vote coming from.
Emeka, hold on. Des, take this thing real quick. And one man, you can probably be the judge too. Okay, let's focus on this diaspora vote, right? Let's assume that Nigerians in diaspora, right? They have the influence to they have the capacity to influence their folks back home. Now let's look at these political parties: PDP, APC, Labour Party. If we actually want to go by that diaspora influence, which of the political parties has more influence?
Right now, which of the diaspora is Labour Party?
Are you serious?
I will agree with that. I will agree with that.
No, I absolutely disagree. Let me tell you why.
One man,
do you know how many APC? Hold on. Do you know how
I
many
agree.
APC?
I agree. This.
No, Igbo people are more in diaspora.
What are you talking about?
I disagree.
Hold on, let him make his point now. He's taking us so much.
APC chapter
gentlemen, when we have three voices, then no voice is really being heard. But land that point enigmatic, and then let Des carry on.
Okay, what I'm telling you, right, man, one man, right, is when you look, because this is part of structure, you need to understand that. So you need to look at the numbers and the capacity of these two political parties, and that's why we actually make sense of the legacy political parties. You cannot tell me that Labour Party, has more numbers or population than APC or PDP, and then you can quantify that to the numbers of relatives they have abroad. So you want to tell me you have more APC connected family members? I mean, Labour Party connected family members abroad than PDP and APC by virtue of the numbers and the spread.
Okay, now
I'm sorry to add to that before you go on there. Sorry to add to that. I don't believe in this diaspora. No, because you send money to people, you are telling them who to vote for. They will equally go and vote for whoever they want to vote for. How would you know? Do you have a meter to know who they vote for?
Okay,
they will dance to your tune because you send them money, but they are in some situation themselves in that country, so they know who they want to vote for. So if you say, "Oh, you people should vote for this," so I've sent you 20,000, I've sent you this, or I've sent your money for school fees, they'll say, "Okay," but that doesn't mean because what you said would really change their mind on who they are.
No, DOG, it should go a long way. It should go a long way.
DOG,
bro, forget that one.
You're bringing that permutation into what you're saying, then you would probably say that buying votes is rubbish. It's a waste of time.
That one is different. Because
let me even shock this brother speaking. There are more diasporans, there are more APC diasporans than Labour Party.
Of course, I'm a member of the UK one.
South Africa.
I'm a member of the UK one.
Exactly.
There's
APC UK,
for over 5
there's
years.
APC Toronto and APC Canada. There's a Toronto chapter. There's APC South Africa. There's APC Ghana. There's APC.
Hold on, Emeka. You are leading us up a garden path somewhat there.
He's saying diaspora votes, and I want him to say who are the diasporans voting for Labour.
No, hold on. What you are talking about is that there are more APC affiliated groups in diaspora than Labour Party, but that does not represent how many diasporans are part of any of these things. I didn't even know there was something called an APC whatever.
There is. They have London, Birmingham chapter. All this thing goes on everywhere.
Yeah, but how many people are part of it? They don't represent even more than a single digit of the people in diaspora that are part of any of this setup.
Yeah, thank you. That is what I'm trying.
No, I agree, but again, the Labour Party, it does not even have full representation in Nigeria. Labour Party does not have full representation. Talkless, and he's calling diaspora votes. He's calling diaspora votes here. He's calling diaspora vote for a party that does not have full representation in the country. You have not covered 36 states in the country. You are talking of diaspora. Okay, please. I don't know what you are drinking.
No.
Can I interject now? Can I interject, Emeka? We understand you are APC hardcore member. You are on the line. You are convincing people, and you are making it clear. You have showed your card. You have showed your hand. So Hold on now. That's the issue. That's why I don't talk when you are talking. Because when we give you the floor, you would speak in that in 2 hours time, and you are good in that. I like it. You're a good debater. I give it to you. Doesn't mean what you are saying I must buy into it. I think let me speak my mind. On that diaspora vote, I will agree with that and agree with a little bit to enigmatic and support what one man is saying. When I meet diaspora vote, example, use Edo State. There's hardly any governor on the election that you're going to win Edo State now. If diaspora said no, you're not going to win. You're not going to win because there's no house in Edo State. We don't have somebody, 3 or 4 person abroad in that place that's carrying that household. And they decide to vote one person and they like one person. That is how that house will go. In a street in Edo State, let's just assume like 14 houses in a street. At least there's one person in abroad in a house there that's carrying each houses, you know. So when they say we are voting this person, that will influence a general vote of the 14 houses in Edo State. When I mean diaspora, it does not mean a APC group or a Labour Party group. How many people in a group? Maybe 12 or 20 people. But when I say diaspora, like people living in abroad from a particular place. Now, when I agree with a bit, there are a lot of Yorubas in London and UK. You understand? Which are diasporas too. If those were decided to play the ethnic politics, that is a big vote for Tinubu or APC. Now, PDP have a lot of diasporas too, but they have cascaded into obedient, good Nigeria government. That boasting Labour's diaspora votes. In all, to be fair, Labour have more diaspora than any of these two political parties in Nigeria. They are made for they just protest. They are protest people. They are protest voters. We want better Nigeria.
But
so
I don't think it
sometimes
has
when
much effect in people on ground in Nigeria,
I'm
regardless
not
of how
about
much
this.
you send
Hold
to
on,
them.
hold on. Let me land my point. Sorry. But Emeka, sometimes when you just disagree on everything.
No, leave Emeka alone. Don't personalize.
Okay, let me leave Emeka alone. Sorry. So at least sometimes when we see the fact, let's acknowledge it. Doesn't mean it will take any vote from your how you say your aspirant or add to it. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right. So people are asking you to calm down, Emeka. This
I
is.
I am very calm. Sorry, I'm very calm.
Hold on. This is Jeje Laye. It says, at one man, if Emeka interjects again, please step him down. He's been talking all night. Let others talk. So to that, let's now hear Desmond continue with his narration. Desmond, back to you.
One man, if you can watch all the facts I have been bringing out, it's a lot. You get, I've been bringing out so many facts why P2B would probably win the election. I'm not saying he's going that has the more chances to win. With Emeka's 2 facts of governors and Lagos base. But yeah, so when we're talking about diaspora votes, it goes a long way. Last elections, why you wouldn't see a lot of, I would give it to Edo people. Edo people started, I would say Edo people basically started voter apathy in Nigeria. I'll give it to them. They started it, even if you actually look at it, you will say that is the place NSAS even, carried on from. I'll give it to Edo people. But now, this 2023, so many, years, 2020, 2019, 2015, there hasn't been that much of voter apathy. That is why you don't see this diaspora, carrying one person, except, when you guys are talking about political parties that have structures there. We haven't seen that voter apathy in diaspora as we are seeing now. Last election, far back, whatever, we don't see this voter apathy right now that is, gravitating towards P2B. That is why this election is going to be so different from whatever people are saying. When Emeka said he has the last election in front of him, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same. There has been a lot of, people are not awake. I would say people are not awake. If you're in Nigeria, you would understand what I mean. I was in Nigeria a few weeks ago, I saw what is going on. I was even with Professor Pat in Abuja. So I really understand what's going on in Nigeria system right now, that whoever is in abroad permutating whatever he's permutating is going to be so surprised come 39 days time. Is going to be so surprised what it's going to get. You know,
it's just funny how everybody that goes to Nigeria now knows everything about Nigeria.
No.
You've only been to Lagos, and you don't even go to all of Lagos. You've only probably stay on the highland, never even touch the mainland. You can't just say that. You can't rubbish what people are saying from abroad. They have people on ground. I don't have to be in Nigeria to know what is going on in Nigeria. People know people. People talk to people. People understand people. People even finance people too that they are talking from abroad. Because you go to Nigeria once or twice in the space of 2 months doesn't mean you know everything going on in Nigeria. Did you go to Oyo State? Did you go to Ogun State? Did you go to Ekiti State? We have 35 states. You've only been to like 2 or 3 states. And you say, oh, you've spoken to people in Nigeria. You know what is going on in Nigeria. It's not like that, my brother. Don't be rubbishing what everybody says. People might not travel, but they have more information than where you have than you.
Why I selected Lagos and Abuja is they are basically mini Nigeria, right? These 2 states are mini Nigeria. If you can get a poll in Lagos, in all the whole Lagos, and they're telling you the same thing, you would find out that it's basically...
So can I ask you a question right there? You people say you talk, even just say I talk to people. So how many people do you want to put numbers to? Do you want to tell me you talk to half of the population of Lagos State and you ask half of the population of Lagos State?
Sorry, is that doing a poll? You don't talk to the whole Nigeria.
No, you can't talk to 2 people. Your vicinity, your surroundings. If you're in Lekki, I want to bet with you, if you talk to 10 people, 5 of them are probably going to tell you obedient, or 7 of them. But if you go to other places, if you talk to 20 people, maybe 19 of them will tell you bad. So you can't base what you hear from people that you are drinking together or hanging out together, or you meet, or you're just talking to on the roadside, what they say to you. You can't base your point on it.
Are you me? I don't understand why you're trying to put it.
I don't have to be you to make the point I'm making. Don't take me to where you're taking me to. I'm making a point to you. I'm making a point to you. You are saying you talk to people. You didn't talk to half of the population of Lagos.
How do you know?
How can you talk to half of the population of Lagos? I've worked in Lagos for 10 years, my brother, before I even travel away from
How do you know?
There is no way you've talked to half of the population of Lagos about politics and ask them what they can vote for and what they think.
But let me finish what I'm saying.
Finish what you want to finish. Just makes sense to us, because you're just talking since we don't even understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't, but a lot of people do. Anyway. So I don't even know what I was trying to say.
Anyway, sorry, your senses has been assaulted by.
I'm telling you, he's just trying.
Let me reboot you, Des. Do you know why?
I want this thing to have some flow. It's been 2 stop starts, but carry on.
Yeah, let me not sleep now already.
Yeah.
So, Des, do you know why people ask these salient questions? Because it's like, if we don't want to waste time, do you know why people ask, when did you actually start following elections or politics?
A long time. A very long time. I'm not leave this picture you're seeing. I'm very old.
No, forget you can be, age is not
I don't know why
give it a day.
Age is not about politics, because we've seen a lot of people
enigmatic. I've been into politics for a while. So anyway, but that's your answer to your question. But let me get to where I'm going to. So we've said all things being fair. All things not being fair, one man. We have the number 1 rigor of election. Sorry, we have the number 1 rigor in Nigerian political system on our side, which is Obasanjo. All things not being equal.
Dex, he used his incumbency power as he was president. That was how he rigged the election. He cannot rig any election. It was incumbency.
Yes, so that means that election go favor una, right?
Are you a joke?
Una no good for this platform. I swear, you are not kind.
Yes. I beg. One man, you there?
Yeah,
please, I've been waiting since, but I want just to give. Sorry, there's my brother. Sorry, I want just to give 2 minutes closing remark. I want to leave. I want to go to other things. I will the kids at home today myself.
All right.
Okay. Let me quickly give this. Yeah. First of all, let me quickly greet the people on the comment section. Ayo and Oga and the rest people. Mona buy na coffee. Mona click like shares and. Man, follow what we talk. Now, most because they all buy my coffee. Now, booyaka, it go be. Having said that,
It's giving his closing remark now. Let him. Sorry,
just before he goes. Okay, anyway, let me give it.
No, that's Fatai, isn't it? Oh, okay, yeah. So you want to address matters? Okay, yeah, Fatai. Let's hear from you.
Okay, Master, can say what you want to say before I give a closing remark?
No, yeah, Fatai, yeah.
One man, I want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody in this platform. Very lovely people. But you know, when I was coming here, I mean, I was like, the point I always made, like obedient. Oh my God, they are so unbearable. They get in your nerves. But from the last time that I was here, I actually have found obedience very lovely. Understand? Because these obedience, they don't behave like my daddy, right? You talk, they don't like what you say, they say what they say. And I think I've come to think about it, and I think it's more healthy than what happened last night, right? Even my dad would not talk to me like that. And I come here like, you know, it's fun. I like it, you know, and we're largely talking about our country, nice. But
sorry, can somebody mute themselves? Children in the background. Yeah,
so but the timing of this is like middle of the night where I am, right? So I am losing my sleep. My sleeping arrangement is completely disrupted. And over like yesterday, and I was thinking about it. Over what should I take somebody making such ridiculous statements to me? Like they must to decide for me what I would say. Not only that, with the God to come back and tell me that, oh, that thing I was saying, I was actually talking about that Fatai. Hey, fuck you, Fatai. Oh. And I said, like, I would come back and I would say thank you to everybody. I most probably will not be coming again.
Hold on, you will. What do you mean you will not be coming? Hold on, Fatai. You will be coming back again. Because you're an established voice on the platform and you have a very strong following. If you don't come back, people will just be harassing me on Instagram.
Fatai, I'm your number one fan. Please,
yes.
We want you.
I'm your fan. I like the way you laugh.
You know, where else will we go and find a German Kwara Yoruba man that speaks like
Woman, sorry. Let me
No, just hold on first. So you will be coming back again, Fatai. When we're discussing matters political, and when you have strong personalities that like we have on this platform always, things will spiral over. I think you know that. It's just by virtue of the maturity of the people on this platform that we've not had a lot of instances of things spiraling over. But in some circumstances, it will spiral over, and and in those instances, when you'll find that it's actually it's just a breaking communication or a miscommunication. When you hear because we had 2 incidents yesterday, and when we unbundled one of them, it was just a total misspeak and a total mishearing. So it's just we're finding where each other's thresholds are. So you cannot say because somebody just prod at you, then you take your football and you go back home. So yeah, of course you are going to come back. Of course
that's not the point I'm making. Even after this show was closing, he was writing using some name Yang or whatever, Yenny or whatever, Yen, like telling me something South people. And I'm like, I don't want to get put myself through all that. Yeah, it's not my salary. I have a lot of projects I have to do that I don't sleep. I lose my sleeping pattern, and I'm going to be tolerating somebody behaving like my daddy. I'm going to be tolerating somebody tell me, "Oh, you don't know South people." What South people? Somebody telling me, threatening me, you don't want to see the other side of me. What is the other side of you, bro? Calm down. There's no other side of you. You don't want to see the other side of me. You are from South. You don't know where I come from.
One man, please let me interject. Hold on. Let me interject.
Can you hold on, please? Fatai, it does happen, and I'm sure you're a big boy. Maybe it was not to your taste, and every day we're continuously finding out each other's threshold. So maybe that's your threshold, and that's been established. So it is no more than a matter of I don't like that, and then the person can then explain that no, I did not intend it in that way. So it's not enough for you to say you pick up your football.
No. It's not like he wants to explain.
One man, please let me say.
Hold on now. I will let you come in now. Please, can you let me just guide this?
I understand misunderstanding. He came back with some name Yenwen or something. I hope it's him actually. I hope it's not another person because that would even be worse.
So there you are. Then you don't even know for certain if it was him.
No. I mean, it's from Japan. How many? Okay. Anyway. Leave it there. So I can make it. I can make it.
Fatai.
Wait. Can I just finish?
Oh, finish.
And whoever it is that came back, telling me about how some South people. Essentially, it means that South people. Like, it's like, no, I'll be from South. Oh, I don't even remember the continent. Some South people. This is a level of gutter that I don't want to get into. So what should I reply now? Oh, you don't know about Southwest people, or you don't know about Lafayette people or Lagos Island people. I don't want to get into that level of garbage.
No. Often we don't get to that level, but sometimes it does spiral. So
he wrote that back at the end of my speaking. So it's not whether it was a misspeak. It was some kind of megalomaniac. Somebody thinks he's something in his head. I don't know.
No. Let's not take it. Let's not take it to that space. But let World Peace have the right to reply. But let's be elegant in how we handle this. So, I'm speaking to both of you. Let's be elegant how we handle this, so we can land it all in a good place. But World Peace.
Yeah, thank you, one man. As Gomez came in here and I spoke about it, and a lot of people spoke about it, and I will not take it beyond that. I'm only one person that not carry. Hey, everybody, quiet. Papa is talking. I'm one person that will carry past grievances to the next day. But since he has come back to talk about it, it's like he forgot before I left the show. I apologized to him as a bigger man. I called your name out. I said, Fatai, sorry, I was a bit emotional. I was emotional. Sorry the way I thought. I apologized and I left the show. Now you came back. Now that opened the space. Now let's trash it a little bit, because they said it's not broken, you don't fix it. When Kulata finished their section, and I spoke, not just long, I said I will not talk again because everything you say is like a Bible verse. Anybody that come after you that talk, you say it's a bad law. I did not even call your name. When you stepped in, you called out my name. Did I come back at you at the show? I gave you time to talk. You gave your analysis, and I stopped when you start comparing his law's word, it's not reading for the prompter properly. I like, this is so low. This is what I was trying to avoid. So I didn't talk. You make all your assertions for 2 hours. One even called my name. I did not respond, because if I respond, the show would have gone sideways. I gave everybody respect. And at the last time I was giving my assertion, I waited to go to my turn. I called you out like, first of all, let me tell you something. We are not brothers in this show. We are families. After the show, we are not buddies. We just go out the separate show. But we are here to act maturely, speak to people. We're not speaking to ourselves because we already know what we are going to say. We are speaking to the people outside, contributing our quota. So I was saying, like, this is what I was saying and all that. And I called you. I never said fuck you. So I say fuck the way some people talk sometimes. Fuck this kind of analysis.
No.
I never
But
said
you know we are not for that language. But
I know. But I never said Fatai, fuck you. When I said I was explaining, I said, hold on, Fatai, please, Fatai, hold on. You were talking. Hold on now. Can't you just wait? When I'm talking, just wait now. You were talking. I gave you time to express yourself. And at the first place, when I was talking, you interjected. You didn't like it, and I stopped mentioning your name. I started referring to collaterals, and all through, I was referring to collateral analysis. And you kept coming back, trying to tell me, trying to impose your opinion on me that your opinion is right. And I wasn't about that. I was just about, at least sometimes, when we see something that is right, if it's something that is good in something, let's say it. And it wasn't about whether the speech he gave was good or not. It's not going to, like I said, like Platter said, it's not going to give obedience, remove vote from obedient or add to obedient. Not just my point. And but I was emotional, and I thought it happens sometimes. But when I calmed down, I apologized to you. When you left when I left the show, which I felt my own part. If you're a bigger man, like you said, you would have let anything like that. I'm not there. You started using words, but I did not say anything. I slept and woke up, and I called Ajali Koko. I wanted to report Ajali Koko so that when you come, it will talk to both of us and see where it goes wrong. One man can play the show, but can see what I'm just saying. It is wrong. But you're still coming back. You don't even take time to sit down to watch through again. Just watch through what happened through that show. I didn't say more than 20 minutes. Altogether, me in that show was not up to 30 minutes. Go check it. But you are complaining more than 1 hour. Let it go. Let it go. I said I'm sorry. I owed up to it. I'm sorry. And you have the right to come back to defend yourself.
All right.
No, sorry, brother. He made some very, very factual assertions there.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hold on now, Wabis. Yeah.
You said I spoke for 2 hours. I never spoke for 2 hours. Even that day, I never spoke. Even 1 hour, you said I never spoke for 1 hour. If you look at the tape, maybe 10 minutes maximum. Even the analysis.
I didn't say you spoke. I said the show went for 2 hours. I didn't speak.
Can I speak, please? Can I speak? So you are trying to project what you were doing onto me. You were the one that came frontally and tell me who you were trying to impose whatever it is you're thinking on my speak. And I came in and I said, what people was talking about. No, I will just finish. And I said,
yes,
what can I just
don't,
finish?
hold on. Finish, but don't log off abruptly, because I wouldn't like it if we did not settle, if we did not come back together. So don't log off abruptly, but I finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, what did what Pete said there, that whoever says anything contrary to Kolata is lowering the bar. And I said, no, there is no lowering the bar. I can speak opposite to Kolata, and it does not mean lowering the bar. So, and I make my thing, and I never even said like the worst thing about Peter Obi. It's just ordinary prosaic analysis. I could say even worse thing. I noticed even worse that I said, and I said the other thing. No, it's just my analysis. And then you came back and started throwing the F word and everything. And I'm looking at that, and I'm looking, and I say, why are you trying to play the role of my daddy to tell me what I must speak? You came back to even reassert that what you were saying, you were talking about me. And I don't like it. And just to clear, then I would like to know if you are not Yen. I would like to know if you are not Yen Uyinwen or whatever. I don't know that name. That super chat or whatever.
Fatai,
hold on, War Peace, because I don't want this to.
Because at the tail end of the analysis, I said one man. I would like to not to, but I would like to say what for 10 seconds, like what one man was doing. I mean, what Peace was doing, playing the like it's my daddy, and I don't like it. And I said something like phrase like, and I went on to my analysis, and then I'm saying in front of my chat, oh, you talk too much. Some Yen Wenyi. Oh, you be careful, South people. I'm like, what the heck?
All right, Fatai. So, War Peace is offered his apology, and he did that yesterday as well. So, are you just are you happy to file that under just one of those things? Because we can go back and forth, and we would not really establish. But clearly, you've taken offense. And clearly he did not mean offense. So he has taken the stance to say, okay, if you were offended, apology. So are you willing to accept that and we just shake hands and we'll just file it under one of those things.
No. First thing I would like to know if his other phone is Yen Wayne. It will really help.
No, because that would dig even deeper into it.
Fatai. Look, Fatai. World peace. I've done the best that it can do to by apologizing, by saying, okay, it didn't mean it the way you perceive it. And I think since he has done it yesterday and today, I think you should let it go so that we can move on. Yes, we can say something sometimes that we offend the other people, or somebody says something to us that does not chant well with us. But when they say they are sorry, I think in America, that is one thing that we learn. We from Nigeria, American taught us that when they say, yes, I'm sorry, you should end there. And then you can move on and continue a new relationship. So that is the way, one thing that they taught us in America here, American culture, American way of doing things. So, and I want to, I would like you to adopt that tradition as well. Somebody have said sorry, I made a mistake, just accept it in good faith and put behind whatever you have done wrong to you and then move on. That is the best way.
Thank you, Abajale Koko. Fatai, please, I'm apologizing on behalf of the platform again. Let's just squash this beef.
So if you're happy to do that, then Fatai, that will be very pleasing.
One man, can I say something?
I want to wrap this up.
I know. I mean, coming from an obedient, I think if Fatai wants to leave, it's okay for him to go.
No. It's our number one Koboko. It's our number one Koboko for the obedience. So with the jam.
One man, I'm leaving.
You know that he hits us so hard every day. I was like, leave him to go now.
It's
pepper you in the pepper.
He pepper me here. He pepper me. So I beg.
Are we even sure that it wasn't Joel that bribed Are we sure? I
beg, the reason I just wanted us to laugh about it, please.
Yes. Well done, Joel.
Okay, it's normal.
So, Fatai, so I just got to see
it's a River State something. It's a River. Look at that. No. Let Wike say something, and then we move
not about
on.
the case. Just
no. I want Wike to round up that space there first. As Ajale Koko has just said.
When did they bend them? When did they switch us? They never say something. As in the sweet us, we go to bend them. As in the bend them, we go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, we go to.
I'm not sure that there's a human being more ridiculous than Yemsin Wike. He's from another planet. He's not from this world, though. He's from another planet.
Let me express my mind to Babajale Koko. Babajale Koko, sorry, my brother, I don't remember the name of my brother I spoke just now. Anyway, everybody, Joel, bro, life's good. Everybody on the platform, I think. Actually, before I came in, I was trying to come in and I saw AJ getting kicked, and I was laughing like hell. You know, AJ, you have to.
Oh, you enjoy it when it happens to other
Igbo.
people. Look at this
You
guy.
have to speak. No. You can't get away so easily. You have to speak some Igbo to prove your bona fide.
To get your license back. To get your license back. Look at that.
And these past days, it was delightful to see Jewel of Nashville, and life is good, enigmatic, shaking hands. That's so nice. And no, actually, I was coming in just to say I'm on my out of respect to say, look, it is below my own personal limits. Like, I don't mind criticism, but I don't like threats, because also I give back as much as I receive, and I don't want to come to your show, and it's like this big bad. I don't want it. So I said I would come, and I said, okay, for this reason, or because I don't want to come and I would have to give back as I'm getting, and it would not be good for your show out of respect and all this stuff. But I'm very happy.
Don't worry about that.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, because we want your view still on this Kwara rally that Tinubu had.
Why? Because I'm from Kwara.
Oh, well, yes.
Let me finish my. Let me finish my. I want to go now. I was going somewhere. I thought I'm leaving the show.
No, you still have the floor. I just wanted to hold Fatai to that space, and you carry on and round off.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to say something before, but I think there's no need. Anyway, Fatai, sorry. I got Fatai, sorry. Pass is past. Let's let it. Let's keep. Sorry for the anger. Sorry I triggered you. I'm very, very sorry about that. Anyway.
No problem.
Egmatic, you did there?
Yeah, they're here.
I sent my number. You give me notification. My text number.
I'll be seeing him. I go relate with you tomorrow.
I shut my company down. That company, I tell you before, I shut them down because of new tax season. I don't want to pay tax this year. I don't get power. Anyway.
We go relate now. No, Allah.
We relate, yeah. So, so this narrative of today was very nice. Sorry, I have to leave. I'm at home with my kids. I have to take them to the park. But this guy, please, one man, I would like you to invite Emeka guy here. What he was saying is good. It's what we've been hearing before. There's nothing new about it. We call it yam yam or what the one we always use for it. But I would like us to really look at Emeka, because he's sitting on the fence. I want to know if he's really a Tinubu man or he's just
it's not made that clear enough. It's not made that clear enough.
No, he's not making it clear enough. He says it's not for Tinubu. He has all Tinubu data. He has everything. He was in the caucus meeting. He's even in a caucus meeting. So I wonder if he's not an APC man. But I would like to scrutinize his how let's say political affiliation and support. That's my only. Everything I agree with him. He's good. He's a good debater. He has facts. Don't take it from me. Don't take it. Don't doubt him.
Even state one single fact. Any
No. That is your opinion. But he has facts. He has facts. I respect him.
What is the facts? Name one fact.
Wait now. I'm not there. Wait.
Please, just leave this matter. He doesn't have no fact about winning the election.
But allow him now. He said he's going to take his children to park and he's making his last. Let him have his say and go. Why are you guys?
easy now. Why is you just a para today? What they solve?
Wait now. He not going to put mouth.
Depriving ourselves of sleep. Some of you are in a country where you are during the day right now, so you have to factor that in. Somebody said he wants to round up and talk. He's taking his children back. Somebody wants to start interjecting and start interrogating him again. Carry on.
That's what I was trying to say. It's just I was just giving my this thing and rounding up. It's not so to say it's fat or not fat. Please, that's your opinion. I'm just going to say, please, Emeka, I like your analysis, but I want to scrutinize your person. I'm saying it. You're not an Igbo man, and you are a paid APC online debaters. You go around to the places where the places where they talk about where Tinubu is not really popular. You go there and make your stand and make it popular. I agree. You come in here, you know this platform is both sides, Tinubu and Peter Obi. You just come in here
Atiku is here
to.
too.
Quiet, yes. Oh, Atiku is here. Oh, I'm not feeling like that. I'm not feeling like Atiku. Only you.
Baba speak for me once.
All right. Thank you, Whoopi. Yeah.
Woman, do you want me to speak on what he just said, or I should
No, because it's just making his closing remarks. You still interact with him over the day.
Next time. Good night. Thanks. Peace. Ajaluko, thank you. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Whoopi. So thank you, Whoopi. So round up that space, Desmond, and then we move on to Solomon, and then I think we've lost control of this one. So it's another one but I don't know. It's gone the way it has gone. But Des, back to you.
Let me make my final bye too.
All right.
Yeah. So one man, thanks for bringing everyone together, and then all the panelists tonight. It's been wonderful. And then Emeka, you are welcome on board. So you had your shot today. So come
baptism
back.
Of fire.
Baptism of fire. So you should understand this platform. So learn. I think one man will read you the modus operandi on this platform. You are you have good points, but there are rules on the platform. So I believe you get used to that. And then let's be nice a little bit to our new guys. We like to flesh their politics and their ideas. And then Des, you are welcome back in town. So I'm just counting the days when I will get my cash. Whilst
you're here, what if it's neutral? What if Peter Obi does not win? What was the bet even? Peter Obi,
you will just take your ground
rent.
Yeah, then we split. That's it.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So finally, why you see a clash of personalities on this platform is because this is not a kumbaya platform. This is a platform that if you are not really strong on your analysis you are not fleshing out intelligence, you are not fleshing out proper analytical theories. You just come with your let's assume this is some platform here that we are just basically worshiping, coming here to do hallelujah for one particular candidate. You wouldn't be here, you wouldn't be seeing this kind of clash of personalities. But because of the divergent opinion, that's why you see this. I was a victim 2 years. I had my own issue 2 years ago, and I thank everyone. This is one thing I've seen about the platform, the reconciliatory, capacity. I thank everyone. We are all families. We are just working for a better Nigeria. So do not let us forget that APC, PDP, Labour Party, Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, whoever becomes president, they will be better than what we have now. So good night, everybody, and one love. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. Always brilliant. So that's the brilliant Enigmatic on D. So from the brilliant Enigmatic on D, we go back to the brainy Desmond. So Desmond, as you were.
One man. So I was basically, I'm gonna round off the whole thing because we're about 6 hours to the show. So one man, the truth is that what is good for the geese is good for the gander. If people are hoping that Tinubu will rig his way to Aso Rock, then they should know also that Labour Party is still on the ground, doing the same thing without a lot of people knowing. We're just doing it in a way that is not going to be open out there. It's not going to be known. That's why I mentioned Obasanjo. Obasanjo will not just fold down and do it the legal way. We all know that. He's always gonna try to maneuver his way, find places and potholes he can influence, And also, this coming election, that's when people would see that, the Southeasterners, that while we have the highest billionaires in Nigeria, the money is gonna come out one man. There's no doubt about it. Rounding off, one man, I've stated so many factors, why P2B is gonna get this seat, from the apathy to the diaspora influence to the ANAB and NOI polls and other polls, to
Big Brother supporters too.
So in fact, I'm one of the reasons why P2B would win. So there's so many reasons compared to just the two facts that King Emeka brought out here, saying that 12, 13 governors of APC and base, So one man, I would say that come the next 38 days now, we're gonna see a different politics in Nigeria, and by God's grace, P2B is gonna claim that seat.
All right, brilliant. By God's grace. So everything always by God's grace. So thank you, Des. So let's go from Des and let's go to Solomon. So Solomon, I want to take you to a completely new space. I was actually hoping to wrap the conversation a lot largely around this. Emefiele back in Nigeria, but is completely surrounded by almost a battalion of military men. So what's going on in that space, Solomon?
Yeah, Emefiele is being backed by the powers from, should I use the word, upper echelon? that they are the ones. But good morning, everybody, actually. Yeah, good morning, one man. Good morning. Emefiele, the backing Emefiele is having or has gotten is not just something you would underestimate or neglect or just come and intimidate him. No, the National Assembly and the powers that be in this country cannot the National Assembly and the rest of them, they can't intimidate Emefiele, because look at Muhammad. I think Muhammad Dara. I think he's backing Emefiele. He was one of the persons that instructed these guys to go and secure this Emefiele, and he resumed work yesterday. In fact, today or yesterday today, they will be having their first wherever meeting for the year, and these people are not going to do anything to Emefiele. Emefiele is going to start as long as Buhari is with him, and then the other.
Well, if Buhari is with him, then how are these people able to push so hard against him?
They've not gotten him now, because if they've not gotten him, the fact that this guy, what is his name, this army general has instructed
Lucky Rabo
has instructed his some of his soldiers to go and secure him, to guide him. They used to show you, and he's coming. That's the instruction came directly from the presidency, because he's the commander-in-chief. So this guy is in a safe hand.
Don't you think they actually soft pedal after some probably people talk to them like, if you go in this manner again, after this guy, people are gonna say a lot, and it's gonna, because people are already saying, oh, like even the obedient are already saying, oh, they're actually going after him for this, for that, for the, I think they must have softened the pedal and just, okay, maybe let's take another way. So giving him security and other is just to show him like support, like, okay, have the rest of mine, no problem, come, you are at peace, you just come back. That's how I see. I think they just change the way they are going about it because of what people are saying already before. Before, you understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I get your point, but you should understand something, that right from the day one of this is policy, whatever, the presidency has always backed him. So Emefiele now is not fighting. Is not He's not in contention with the presidency. He's in contention with the National Assembly and the House of Rep. So he's not in. So the the highest power, the highest office in the country is the presidency. So this guy is not going to. They can't do anything to him. That is just the truth. They can't do anything, but they would get him after his turn. I heard there was something I read or I saw online. Maybe he will soon be handing over also. If I were to be this guy, I would have by now said, even after as in coming back from US now, I would have even booked my tickets and checked my time of schedule, my time of handover, and just like Willie Obiano did in Anambra State. But that guy needs to move immediately, because if he doesn't move, yeah.
But they got Obiano at the airport now. They couldn't quite make it. Yeah.
Obiano owned the presidency. Nobody backed Obiano, but this one president is with him. At least he will still have some the impunity to make some moves immediately. Yeah, before they would arrest him or get him. So, but they can't do anything to him. He's in a safe hand, but he should be careful. That is just what he needs to understand. He has to be careful and come back, because he's part of them. So you can't take it away. You can't take it away from them. This one now is just internal dispute among them, and it's not something that will not escalate to more than what we've seen. Yeah, it's something they will start tackling within themselves there.
All right, and to the Tinubu rally in Kwara State, people are saying that a rally is not an indication of the direction of travel of the elections. But do you share those thoughts with them?
Yeah, I share. Look at sorry to digress. Look at what they call it, Ekiti State. Tinubu went to Ekiti State, and you saw the massive turnout that came out for him. And now, Atiku went there yesterday, and it was massive. We will not take it away from me. I was like, the only person, if we are honest here, the only person that has gotten the lowest turnout in Ekiti State is P2B. He's the only person that has gotten the lowest turnout. I was even expecting Isaac and Fayoshe to come and make noise to post something about Atiku, because that guy is always tackling Atiku. To come and post something about Atiku and say this guy that Okiti down, but he did not even post anything. That is to see that they shut his mouth up, because he claims to be in control. Like what Des is saying, those people are from Ekiti State, and they do things. They are like philanthropists in their states. But how far? Why can't you? But it's in election day, that would know who is who. That is just the thing. So Tinubu getting this turnout in Kwara State. They are heavyweights in Kwara State. They are heavyweights, and this is to show. If I got to understand that Lai Mohammed having the kind of power he have in this, he has had or he have in this Buhari's administration, he really worked hard for it. That is one thing I know for sure, because with this turnout, it shows that Kwara State they are really working hard in Kwara State, not just only in Kwara State, in Nigeria. Let's forget about the fact that people come here and say people are suffering, like the way Joel of Nashville says people are suffering. Yeah, people are suffering in Nigeria, yeah, but you can't come and people that they put it on is the person they put it on is on Buhari. They don't even put it on APC. There are people who are even suffering more than the people he has seen. But that party or whichever candidate that they've made up their mind to support, they will support the person. It's not about him coming here to say all the Nigerian youth. Which people are Nigerian youth? Is it people from south, some people from southeast, okay, majorly, then some Yoruba, then maybe some from, because you can't take it out. Obi movement is in these places where they are really trying in these places, but it's not what will take him to that place. So it's not all the youths. You say some youths. You don't use all the youths in Nigeria. You know all the youths in Nigeria that are supporting P2B. Yeah. It's not the youth in Nigeria that you can't even give
Who
them.
said all youth? Who said all youth?
No, you come here as you've said it. You've said it now. It's not. I'm not talking from a point of attacking you. I'm just saying. You say like most of the youth in Nigeria. You categorically say the youth in Nigeria. The youth in, and I'll be like, which youth are you talking of?
No. That doesn't mean that. I know. I never said that all youth. That would be stupid of me to say all youth in Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm just saying that being that the number of the youths, according to INEC, is 75 million. Obi is going to get a chunk of that number.
Okay.
That's what I mean. It's not like, I mean, there are people that are going to support other parties.
Okay. So their APC are working. Yesterday, I'm not an APC person. I don't support APC. I don't support APC at all. But you won't take it out with what you see. When you see the truth, you say it. Even their youth president, the guy even went from Benue. It was yesterday I found out that you can use. There is a point you get to in Benue. You would or in Kwara. Is it Benue or Kwara? You would use canoe. He drove his Prada Jeep into a canoe and they paddled it out as in like transported it out of the because that canoe is a form of transportation in that area. So they use that to take the car down to the road, like so that where he would cross over to another town. And I was like, these people are walking. Even if assuming there's a video online now in his page where even at night, that yesterday night, they were even canvassing, doing things on ground. You will not still take it out from Obi. Obi is still doing. I won't lie to you. Obi, with the way they talk down about this Obi movement, the kind of is I will not lie to you. It's not. I know that it's not what people expected. That is people that are not for Obi. What they expected that they are seeing. The guy is really going, but you will not take it out from Tinubu. You will not take it out. PDP and APC are going to still come top in this election. Let's forget about Obi's movement is a movement that they are trying, but they can't get in there. To be honest with you, there are many factors you need to put into consideration for him to get this thing, and those factors as it plays now. Even people supporting him, even on the comment section, there's this guy saying that they will make sure in their words that they will do this, they will do that. And it's going to be applicable in other places and in other parties too. Yes, man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Solomon, let me play you this clip and then I want you to react to it. Listen to what this guy has to say. It's only about 20 seconds.
For those of them where they kneel down, they propose to our wives. You are finished. It is not African for a man to kneel down before a woman and say, please, will you marry me? No. From there, you don't show who they in charge for the home. Now she marry you, no be you marry her. When you hear Rebecca weds Benjamin, with a man, Khadija weds with a man.
Do you agree with that?
You know, this thing is a Western tradition that they brought into the African space, and we've adopted it now. Like, if you don't behave like this, you're not a gentleman. Even if you're taking a girl in a date and you don't do certain things, maybe this ladies first thing.
You know, one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in recent times is black people buying flowers for women. Since when did that become part of our life? Africans, so not even black people, Africans buying flowers for women.
It depends. It depends.
Ludicrous nonsense.
It depends in the space. In Nigeria, yeah, I trust our Nigerian girls. If you want to do birthday for a Nigerian girl and you go and buy flower for that girl, you're just wasting your time. The kind of flower they buy for Nigerian girl in Nigeria, use money, 1,000 naira notes or 500 naira notes to make to as in
to replace the rose.
Exactly, to be like flower. So it's only a mugu in the Nigerian space that will go and buy flower. Except maybe somebody that stayed in Yankee, that stayed abroad, a girl that stayed abroad, and a guy that stayed abroad, a guy that is in Nigeria that have already gotten that knows, as in that have orientation or know what's up, that maybe he's checking or asking a girl from.
But Solomon now they are accepting it though. They accept that. See, let me just say this real quick. Look,
yeah,
you see social media, eh?
Yeah.
You see the way our women or our youth move with social media is very alarming. I am telling you honestly, like the cultures we are imbibing, we tend to carry. Look, I was listening to Tiwa Savage, one man. I almost cried. Tiwa Savage happened to go to this show, right? And you know, we that are living here, we know the level of such shows. You know, all these bitter single women shows, you know, where you just go and you want to just like talk down on the guy, you know, just make them understand that this is what you want and all that. I saw Tiwa Savage there, and the lady there was saying that what she needs a nobody that just happened to have a podcast. And Tiwa Savage was sitting down there like moo. And she was saying on behalf of Tiwa Savage that what she needs is, you know, when she comes back from work, a man that will make food for her, you know, have a good dick, fuck her good.
Sorry, can I
settle down?
Can I interject? Mr.
Sorry, sorry. I'm sorry. But you get where I'm coming from, right? One man.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, that was how they were talking to Tiwa Savage. Tiwa Savage just sat down there like mumu. I said, where is and see, one man, you will think that these things does not have effect on our youth. It does. For Tiwa Savage to have a sex tape and people were supporting her is to show you the way our society have gone. So I mean, please, Solomon, I beg, come on, carry on, I beg.
I want to ask you a question. Are you taking out the from the context that people? Okay, are you saying that the money doesn't really play the major thing in that Nigerian girls now beginning to accept the flower thing? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I'm not saying no. The money part, you know, the money part is a constant, right? It's a constant. The money will still be there. But now they are accepting flowers. Now, if you talk now, they will say, "Oh, buy me flowers." I say,
that flower is if you let me tell you, Tiwa Savage is not growing in Nigeria. Do you understand? And that flower you're talking about, that guy telling you buy flower, you don't know the orientation or the things involved in that. It's not to go and buy flower. It's just like somebody speaking in idiomatic expression. Buy me flower, and you can buy rose flower. And this is Valentine coming. 14th of February is Valentine, and you don't see people already posting that if you're in this social media thing and you have some guy, you have youths in your WhatsApp, you see the kind of things they post. People already say, how many days to this thing? They're not expecting flower. I know what you're trying to say, but not in this Nigeria space as it stands. That flower would see it is money flower they are talking about. Trust me. It's just the girls that they trained abroad, like Tiwa Savage. She was not trained here. Somebody that even was in Beyonce's group. Look at you, her orientation is different from the common Nigerian girls. No matter what our Nigerian people see on line, it's just the few things that they would take, but they will not take like this flower thing. You can't take flower and go and give to the Nigeria, like somebody that has not eaten itself. You give her flower, she will stone you that flower and call you a useless guy.
Not to cook them, not to
Oh,
cook.
go carry flower, go give Precious.
Go on.
My point is that right. My point is that they still take the money. They still ask for the money. The money is the number one. But there is this new trend about flowers these days. That's my point, right?
That is the money I'm telling you now that they use money to.
I have seen that one. You're talking about that they use money to make flower. I've seen that one. I'm also telling you that I have this group of people these days that I see online, you know, talking about flowers, and it's not just the Gen Z's generation. I'm also talking about the ones that are like above 30. Like
those
we are
ones are
learning
the
too
ones that you
fast.
can actually buy flour for. Yeah, they are the ones you can buy from, not these Gen Zs. Gen Zs, what you want is flour. Instead, you see, you buy an iPhone or you buy a tangible, a gift that she feels that is very tangible. It's not a flower. These Gen Zs are the worst. They are the worst kind of people. See, guys.
How many people get money for iPhone as a comment? How many people?
See, why they put my name as a comma? My name is Easy. People they buy iPhone. Guys,
Which
man,
one
tell
is
you,
the comma?
forget.
Is the comma?
He's just talking out of
No, I just caught it now. I didn't even hear it before, but I just
There's as for me at Dex, I don't have any bad energy towards him. So it's just acting up on his own. See, people, what are you saying? It comes to Nigeria, is it to buy iPhone? Is it because people just see, or these people supporting Obi? Do you think maybe they are the youth that are talking? What do you think is giving them the energy, or giving the youth you claim that they are supporting Obi to in this election? Do you think they will just stay like that? Do you know what is going on in Nigeria? If you know what's up with Nigeria space, it's not because you are in a Yankee. We don't want the system to be good so that boys would here, because it's not every time. This is a one or two. So it's not like you will see boys. You know what boys do, children do for girls in Nigeria here, especially in places like Delta State. I don't want to talk about Abuja here. Places like all these south states, Benin, Edo State, Edo State, Lagos State. There, you see boys, kids. You buy girl iPhone 13, iPhone 14. Life is not out of. I'm telling you facts.
All those ones are Yahoo boys now.
And what do you think? What do you think is rampant in the south? Like people are having hope in Obi that this one, or those youth are talking about. What do you think is fueling them or engineering, giving them the mind to say no to vote buying? Come to the south. I don't need to talk too much about that space, to be honest with you. So let's not talk about this thing. Guys, boys do things for girls. Kids, you see, I know, like where I schooled, children of 18 years, 20 years, they're already getting married legally. Their parents would it's not everything one needs to talk
you're
about.
not lying at all.
What are you saying?
Even
in Ogun State, yeah. You go there, you see kids. You just see the system is already bad, and right now the orientation in the country is already
kids
so,
of
especially in the
15
southern
years
part.
old are already lodging in hotels, lodging girls.
What is hotel? What is hotel? So it's not a good thing, but Nigeria now, the way American street operates, like I heard people talking about hoods and all that. That is how it is right now in Nigeria, especially in the southern parts. With the kind of things you don't expect to happen or to go on in the southern part of Nigeria, they're already taking place, they're already happening. So
well, I said it on this show. Then I said it when I came back. I told one man that, look, one man, I am not someone that whenever I travel, I just stay in a hotel room. I go to the streets. When I'm in the street, I go to the street. One man, Nigeria don't budget. Nigeria don't spoil. Look, even anyway, I don't know about the 15 years old and all that, but I know of those 20 years old students in university. One man it is. And look, the confidence that you even have to even stop any lady you feel like stopping on the road.
What
and
is
the confidence, the confidence that you feel like that lady will stop. Wow. It is just like, it's like candy. I am just telling you the way it is. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. But I mean, probably just me. I bet I don't know about other
no,
people.
you are saying what you're saying is facts. A woman like in Nigeria, it's not like in Abuja here, because in Abuja here like this, most people, Abuja is one place that they always believe in. It is Abuja is just different, but it's the worst. But
because I don't, you said Ogun here, you said Abuja here. Where are
see,
you?
I travel. I don't stay one place. Do you understand? You expect me? So if I'm in Abuja, I will be in Abuja all the days of my life. I travel and I have friends.
Here. Now you said Abuja. Where are you?
Am I not in Nigeria? Can't I say Ogun State here? Why are you guys stop tackling me? This thing is not. It's becoming childish now.
All right. I want to make that question actually a round robin question, just to make sure that all voices are. The question is: it un-African to go on bended knees to propose to a woman? Is it un-African? And even if it is un-African, is it now something that the African culture has adopted and there is no going back? So to respond to the TV personality,
let me go first, please.
Oh, okay, you go first.
Yeah, it's on African. It was introduced by the Europeans to the space. Normally, African man cannot, in those days before the Europeans came into the African shore, they don't kneel down to propose to a lady. Don't even know what it is to propose to a lady. You just be true. You just go to someone's house. You go and meet the person's parents and tell the person that that I'm interested in your daughter and all that. With what I've heard,
the apple in your garden, that I want to
pluck. So nothing like this one now is a gentleman thing. You open door for a lady. If you open gates or you open door and you first a lady and enter, you see this guy is not a gentleman. Don't you know ladies first? This kind of orientation. So it is a Western ideology. Yeah.
Yeah, but should it be our direction of travel though? Is it something that because the fact that it was Western doesn't make it bad? So is it something that we can adopt into our culture that
Can I come in here briefly?
No, you come in. It's a round robin, so everybody gets to answer. Okay. But let him go first. Then then I'll take it round. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already part of the system. You can't eradicate it. You can't. There's nothing you will do to clean it off. It's already part of the system. Like there's nothing. It's part of the culture now in Africa, in Nigeria. So there's nothing anybody want to do or want to say that will make this thing to get eradicated. Yeah, it's part and parcel of the culture now.
All right, brilliant. So I'll take it. I'll kick it off with Joel to land on it first. So Joel, as you know, with the round robin, it's just a very condensed. So to that space, is it un-African to go on bended knees and say, "Will you be?" And also to add on to it, to the people that are married, did you do it as well? So is it un-African? So answer that. Then cap it off with, did you actually do it? Yeah.
Anyway, first and foremost, I did not do it. Probably because I married my girlfriend, at the university. So I did not really. I'm not that kind of. I don't just follow trend. Like I just do things the way. I mean, some people say it's selfish and all that, but I mean, it is what it is. But I did not, and I did not cast aspersion on those who did. It's a culture. It's a culture that we've imbibed. We borrowed it, and just like democracy, just like religion, and just like white wedding. So you see, if you want to take away the kneeling down, then you have to take away the white wedding as well. So our culture has been infiltrated, and it has been going on for quite some time, without any breaks. We have more people that traveled abroad, and when we traveled abroad, we come back with our baggages. In the past, it wasn't like that because, like a few people, it was like a few people, making those decisions or traveling is abroad. When they come back with all these ideologies and all that. People tend to listen to those. Then now you have the social media, and that one just buried everything. So one man, it shouldn't be a part of our life, but here it is. I would just say at this point that those who want to do it should just go ahead and do it, and those who doesn't do it shouldn't be castigated or stampled on. That's how I see it.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, Desmond. So is it un-African? And if you're married, did you do it going on bended knees to ask a lady to be your wife?
Yeah, a woman is an African. I have not married, and if I will do it due to the fact that I don't see it as a bad thing. I'm a very romantic guy. I'm a romantica. So, and why it's not bad, I would say, is because, I mean, if you're saying, let's take it to the aspect of being a gentleman. You know, one of the features of being a gentleman is treating your lady as a queen, right? And with that being said, you're gonna treat your lady as a queen. I don't see any bad thing in kneeling down and proposing to her. That's how you treat her. That's basically a sign of how you probably gonna see her in the future when you guys are married. Because if you're to kneel down and ask for a hand in marriage, that means you can also be loving to her when you guys are married. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I think everyone is sucker for love, but always, adapt to that.
All right, brilliant. It's brilliant. So you're up next, Emeka. So the question, your response, Emeka.
Yeah, thank you very much. My before I answer, I would want to ask you one man. Did you propose in such manner?
No, I did not. But I would have, but I did not.
No, that's not a problem. I'm just trying to tease you. Anyway, based on your question, it's not. If we go by African culture, it's not the core custom of something that is part of our culture or our way of life as Africans, right? Or in this case, Nigerians or whatever tribe you're from or whatever tribe you are trying to marry. But most of the panelists who have spoken before me spoken quite well. We borrow things. Ways of life, which is culture, is not stagnant, is not static, is not cast on stone, is not a dogma. You change things, you learn new things, and it becomes a custom which you continue and pass on to the next generation. So I did it. Yes, I did it. It's a way to validate my love for my wife, to also show the seriousness and appreciation, and to also show that I'm serious, and for her to see that seriousness in me and accept my proposal for her. So I did it, and neither would I castigate anyone who goes against it and do not want to do so. If the end result is that your wife or to be accepts your proposal, yeah, that's good. If you don't wish to kneel down, it's fine. There's no big deal. If you do, it's also good. It's a choice. Is it a trend now? Yes, it is apparently, and I would say most men or many ladies, I won't use most, many ladies expect their man to propose or even make it more elaborate, like organize a party and organize a few friends and a few of our friends to be involved, make it make it very elaborate in such a manner that they can post on social media to brag about their proposed parties. These are one of the highlights of within a female's life journey, right? And the day she's been proposed, the day she gets married, that's her wedding day, the day she becomes a mom. You understand, those things are particular well-documented highlights for women, and if you could be a medium to document that process, yes, why not? It's good if it's something your wife do not care about. Yeah, no big deal. But I think many women these days care about it.
Do you think we're becoming too westernized in the way we are?
Well, definitely, I would want to say sort of. We are borrowing a lot of Western cultures into our community these days. We're westernizing our ways. Apparently, we can't rule that out. We were colonized by the West, the United Kingdom, for instance. So they brought in their culture, their way of life, even their food. which we have also emulated and passed on to our various generations. So if you say being westernized, we are getting westernized, that I think that's a major factor, decolonization from the West. But again, we still retain our own peculiar ways, right? We still retain our languages, we still retain some things we consider to be very important and valuable to us, and we transmit that across generations. Like our respect for our elder ones, we still retain that, and we do not act like we are individuals. That happens mostly in the West, but we still retain a resemblance of communal life anyway. You understand? So you're quite right. Yes, we are taking on and soaking up a lot of Western cultures, but not only African alone. The Asians too are doing likewise. The Indians too are doing likewise. It appears the West has succeeded in saying that their culture is supreme, and they've pushed it very well in the form of movies, music, and the rest. You understand? That is why I'm really happy with our music being accepted now in many countries in the world. Very soon, you would notice, I don't know if you've noticed, many Africans, if you go to many African countries, they are now speaking some of our core slangs and linguas. You will see them saying, wahala, no wahala.
Yes.
You see them saying, oga. You know, if you go to Kenya, there's Nairobi, you will get to hear that. You understand? So, why is that happening? Is because our movies
we are the shining beacon of enlightenment in Africa, especially Black Africa.
I would say entertainment anyway. So we are packaging our culture in our entertainment mostly, and then shipping it across the African continent. And our entertainment in music and in movies is very, very highly consumed by African continent, and even in the diaspora, you find Africans in the diaspora consuming Nigerian musical and movie content, even in the Caribbeans too. So you find that. So that's one way, and I think that was what the West succeeded in doing with Hollywood and with their pop music. And we are doing the same thing. And in 10, 15 years or 20 years down the line, you begin to see more African countries speaking our slangs more. Like I was surprised to hear now it's very common in South Africa. You say nyash, nyash, and you're like, oh my. Now even in Atlanta too, nyash, nyash, and you're like, oh really? Has it gotten to this point? So where are they learning this? Is our music, our movies. They're seeing it, they are enjoying it, and they are learning this stuff. So yes, we are being westernized, but at the same time, we adopt, and maybe some of these Western cultures, we can adopt it and modify it into a way that will suit us in an African manner or way.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, there's somebody.
Yeah, if kneeling down, some men see it's wrong, but I feel like kneeling down signifies three things, according to the Igbos anyway. Humility, respect, and loyalty, right? So if in the
sorry, where in the Igbos men kneel down to? It's women that need that to give man drink. Don't propose in the Igbo land, you kneeling down, guy.
It's a question mark. I think it is right. It's a question.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
Let's work a question mark.
One man, when the traditional marriage, when a girl kneel down, that is what I'm saying. It signifies humility, loyalty, and respect. You can go to the Igbo land if I don't think you're Igbo. You will see what that kneeling down means. So I don't know why we are arguing. So if that is the case, if the traditional marriage, if a girl kneels down and it signifies these three things, I don't see much of a big deal if a man kneels down and gives the same, loyalty, respect, and humility to the girl. I don't see it as a problem, man.
All right, brilliant. So let's start, carry it on, and a short condensed answer. But Fatah, you're up next. So the question, your response, is it un-African to go on bended knees to propose? But is it also the future direction that we should follow? All of that, Fatah.
Well, I think the viewpoint that everybody, I think if you look at it as a standalone, like just the kneeling down, I don't know how to, but if you look at it like a process, like the process, first of all, I think it's not really colonial. I don't think it's colonization that is responsible. I think it's more of globalization that is responsible, and so it's this process that is Western, not African. Like, I mean, if you go out with these white girls and they expect you go for coffee, you can't really say upfront that you like them. You have to go somewhere and you have to be some moment. This is not I'm an African man. I like you, no start. You shall be I'll take you coffee 5 times, 3 and if you actually say like you go on the first date or whatever, or immediately I say, oh I like you, it's like a bad thing you have to upfront. But
so sometimes it's cheaper just to pay for it, isn't it? But you know.
Yeah, you know, my point is this westernized process that you have to go through. I think that is what is leading to the question whether it's against our culture. But this is what globalization has brought to us now. A lot of especially educated girls now, they want, because they want to know you more. Or like before, when I would just go to your father, the girl's parent, I say I want to marry your daughter or whatever it is, or I just see her, I say, oh I like you, let's go. But now they want to get to know you more and everything like that. And if that trend continues, then it's inevitable. The kneeling down itself, just a moment in time. You want to, when do you tell her? If you want to tell her that to propose, so I mean, you want to make it a memorable moment. Whether you're going to kneel down or you're not going to kneel down, I don't think really is the point. You know, you could be banging and say you want to marry her.
Look at that. What's happening? What's happening? Look what you started, Jewel of Nashville.
It's Joel that corrupted me, or don't get
look
me.
at that. Look at that. You came in as a choir boy, and now you made Jewel of Nashville.
So I think it's the process that is westernized. The girls who want to know more about you and blah 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 before it ends up in marriage. Or sometimes she's waiting for you to, hey, are you going to propose to me? We've been dating 3, 4, 5 years. Hey. So when you finally want to do it, then the process of kneeling down is almost inevitable. Right? But if that process is not westernized, then I don't think African men will be kneeling down for women. But if that process is like that, it's almost inevitable. It's just a one moment. And it depends on the relationship. If she's a very emotional girl or something like that, or like what she cherishes. So I mean, you will already understand her coming along. And sometimes if you do, if she might the kind of girl that doesn't care. Maybe she cares if you want to propose to her to buy her a Bugatti. So kneeling down would not even who cares, man? Just give the Bugatti, and even if you like it, you do it standing on her head. It won't matter. So I think it's the process that is not African, not really that specific thing. From my standpoint, it's neither here nor there. That specific action.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next, DOG. The question, your response.
Yeah. I don't see anything bad in it. I didn't kneel down when I proposed, though. But it depends on the circumstance. What really just baffled me with, let me just say, Nigeria is, I see a lot of stuff on social media where people propose and they are getting slapped. And I just wonder, why would you be in a relationship with someone? I believe you should have conversations in the direction of getting together, getting married, raising families before you can go ahead and propose. I don't see why you want to propose to somebody you are so into with and you've talked in that direction to refuse a proposal. Then secondly, I still think even the old ways still stand. I'm still sure in probably the East and probably in the North, they still go to parents to ask for their daughter hands in marriage, even though the man has not even really said anything to the lady. So I don't see anything bad in proposing.
You know those marriages, they last longer. The arranged ones, they always last longer. That's what people say.
Because the culture that now boils back to what you are trying to say in how we've imbibed all these Western ways and all that. That goes along because it's more like when you say a needle has a thread on it, then the way and manner they go about it is hard for the lady to say no, and it's hard for you to say you are coming out of it. And the man would always come with a lot of things he will do for the lady that makes them really even stay in the marriage. So it's just what you choose, because I still believe a lot of people, especially maybe the East and the North, I'm sure they still go to people's house and say, oh, we saw a flower or an apple or something in your garden and we want to pluck it. I already heard that kind of thing. Then they will now say which one of them, if there are several ladies in the house, then they will now mention the name. Then they will call the lady to come. Then you will see the lady too smiling, even though she has not met the person before and all that. They will just probably know them by their family name and all those things. So I just think it boils the same way. So if it's good for you, all well and good. If you want to propose and kneel down, all well and good. I propose without kneeling down. I've seen a lot of people propose without kneeling down. So I just
did you was it? Can you give us the setting? Was it like at some sort of elaborate restaurant?
No, I didn't call it card. I just proposed. I didn't bring any.
No, was it in a restaurant over dinner? Or,
It was in a restaurant, but we've actually even left the restaurant. So we are now going like we are going shopping. Then we are it was actually by the car I proposed. So because we've been together for a while, so it was that's why I said, to me, it always changed to me when I see those videos that somebody proposed and the girl slapped them and all those drama erupt all of a sudden. Because I just wonder, because I just want to believe there is a way and manner, if you're in a relationship or courtship with someone, you would have been talking about in that direction of, getting married, settling down, having kids. So how come you now get...
some girls are very, very manipulative, and they might just ride you on for a long time, and you think that you guys are in this are like in the same picture, but at the end, when the guy proposes, the guy will be like, "Oh, I didn't even know this." You can be talking to a girl and like,
I totally agree with you, but in the other way, I see it in two ways. I see it in the light you've just said now, and the other way I see it is some guys are just in self-denial. You can easily just tell, even maybe this girl is double dating. Some of them are just even proposing just to hook that girl by force on themselves, to just force it on the girl. So they do it unknowingly. So the girl are not even expecting it. They've never even probably talked in that direction. They just see it as a way of engaging the girl and just keeping the girl to themselves. A lot of people I remember back in the days in Nigeria, we used to say, some people engagement ring has turned to Kyoda because they've had the wedding ring and the engagement ring in their hand with no direction. They are not even married. They are not living together for many years. So we say, that engagement ring has turned to Kyoda. You see, so I just think sometimes some guys is just most of them are just trying to tie those girls down by proposing to them, thinking they will accept, so they will believe, okay, I'm not the only one. I'm not the one that was probably going to get married to her, to just force them into it. So most of those girls reject it, you see. So
all right, brother.
Yeah, so just make it sure. I just think it's whatever is good for everybody, depending on the circumstance, your situation, anything goes for me. As long as you love each other and you choose each other for the right reasons and not the wrong reasons.
All right, brilliant. So Ajande Koko, hopefully you're still there. I suspect that you don't really have any truck with all this idea of going on bended knees to ask a woman to be your wife.
Let me start it with a song. Kolo mentality. If you say you be colonial man, you don't be slave before. They don't
You don't
release
really
now.
now. You
But you
never
never
believe in
release
yourself.
yourself. I say you fit to never release yourself. Follow mentality. If you say you be Logoloni Aluma, you don't display so before. They just release it now. But you never release it yourself. It be so. It be so that they do, then they overdo, then they thinking that they do. It be so that they do, then they do, then they overdo all the things that they do. It be so that they do, that they think it's the better pass them, brother. No, be so,
I can
that they
actually
do,
picture
that
you doing the fella pass.
brother. No, be so.
Let's hear the
The
song
things
now.
way blast no good. The things way blast no good. Now foreign things, then they like it not be so. The things way blast no good. Now foreign things, then they like it not be so.
No be so.
Then go turn your condition. Then close them country your way. Not be so. It be so. So this colonial mentality. When you allow colonial mentality to continue to dictate how you will live your life, when will you stop to copying white man culture? When white man don't want to even copy your own culture. Yoruba culture is not for man to kneel down for women. No circumstances you must kneel down for woman. Woman, you have to prostrate. You can prostrate to your mother and your sisters, your aunt. But to somebody you are proposing for, you don't have to prostrate or kneel down. You stand up, talk. If she loves you, she will accept your proposal as a man standing up before her and talk to her. She doesn't love you, she will not accept it. So why do you have to copy white man culture where they kneel down from that day one? They surrender their manhood to woman. They surrender themselves for women to be supreme over them. That is their culture. Your own culture, you are a man, you are a king. She's a queen. King never kneel down before the queen. It doesn't mean that the king doesn't respect the queen, but it is not your culture. So I don't know where we are getting this idea from. You see people justifying it means that you do this, it means you love her. No, it is just it is not the way we are. We eat with our hand. We use our hand to eat ever, and not fork. Fork is for white man to eat his own food. Is anything wrong in that? That is the way they eat their own food, but not to eat amala and gbegiri with fork.
You not actually eat eba with a fork.
I don't know.
It's only for the reasons of not wanting to go and wash my hands afterwards. So yeah.
Like one man said, I think there are some circumstances. Maybe the way you are dressed, maybe the way you are dressed, sometimes you probably think it's better to use a fork than to be digging your hand.
When I was in secondary school, in my boarding school, we use cutleries. You can't use ordinary hands to eat in the hostel. Yeah, in refectory, if you use, and I mean, I was my first post I held in secondary school was spoon and plate prefect, like a refectarian. So you can't use your bare hands to eat. You must use your cutlery, your fork and knife to eat, swallow, no matter anything you're eating. You can never try and use.
And one man, that was my case too in my boarding school. Primary, secondary school. I stayed in boarding school. We used what they call it, cutleries.
Sorry, guys.
Those
two guys. Sorry, one man. Those two guys that use cutleries. Did you at home when you get home? Did you do the same?
Yeah, that was that was
why will I
my
use
question.
Why will I use it as
when we get home, we go back to tradition. We go back to tradition when we go home. But then when you're in school, you have to use the cutleries. Yeah, that's the thing.
Is anybody prepared to admit that they eat pounded yam with the fork? Is anybody prepared to admit that? Nobody. I'm sure you all do.
No, for convenience. Now everybody must have done it, but it's not. I mean,
no, ours was punishment. Ours was punishment. If you use your hand, man, you're gonna get your ass whooped. So in boarding school, you have no choice. That's the law. That's the rule. So couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, that's the more I think convenient times you could. Not most people have done it, but not like when you are at home with yourself. Of course, you take your hand and like a Kwara boy.
like a proper village boy.
Like a proper village boy.
All right, back to Ajale Gogo.
So I don't subscribe to it, and my children, my sons, I even told them, you never kneel down for any woman because you are proposing. No, don't do that. When you are proposing or when you are trying, just stand up as a man, talk to them. Woman that will love you for who you are will not necessarily require you to propose by kneeling down before they will accept your proposal. So it's not our culture. We should not embrace it. We should leave their culture for them. Let us practice our own culture so that we can continue to champion it and let the culture continue for coming generation to know it. But when you are abandoning it now, and the white man culture will overrun your culture, your children and coming generation will not even know your culture. What is wrong with us? What are we trying to achieve? I don't get it.
I think most of them, sir, is just for the social media space to be able to post something and show that they actually propose. So they want to go the Western way to do. Yeah, that.
Yes.
What does it mean? Oh my God!
It's funny you say that. You know the Nigerian term that I hate the most.
Yeah? Nigerian girls are very wicked. If you take peer pressure will kill you in Nigeria, if you follow them and do all this.
Solomon, do you know the Nigerian phrase that I hate the most? You know when they go, hey, I hate that. You know the pity yes, that is embedded. I hate it. When they say, hey, I hate it. I hate it more than anything.
I have this friend right in Nigeria, actually one of my best pals, right? If he sees you with a beautiful girl, right? Immediately the girl walks in. What you just say is, hey, yeah.
Look at that. You know, because they usually do it for pity, or I just hate it. Hey, yeah.
The worst is this, if any guy hasn't done it for you, you're not just, your follow at all. I'm telling you the truth.
But one man, Solomon, but the one that is making me, crazy the more, is that these days when these girls get pregnant, right? They come out with only pants on TV,
photo shoot.
Their photo shoots. Woman, I am telling you, they take picture only pant and bra.
Some go nude, some go nude.
Some of them they even go nude, right? So you just it just
baby bomb, but what did they call it?
Straight from Rihanna, from
bomb. I don't know what
Beyonce.
That Beyonce shot, but after that time, it has been like that. So it is crazy. It is crazy. That's the reason why I want any person that is coming into power to look into our culture. Because even
the morals in Nigeria,
the morals in Nigeria is any, but I don't know how they're going to do that. But we need to put a cap on certain things, especially the promotion as they did it in Ghana. Because right now, one man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you one other thing. One man, you know that lettered genders, right? Do you know that in Lagos right now they have like bars in Lagos where you go and that is them. You'll be surprised. So, like they did in Ghana, why don't we pass a law to stop the promotion of all those lettered ideologies? You know, I mean, it doesn't make sense. If we leave it at this pace, Nigeria loves something foreign. They love foreign stuff a lot. So if you understand the mentality of your people, you have to check it. You know, I don't blame these Arab countries, you know, that will say wear hijab. Then probably you now say, okay, probably we don't want to cover our face. They say, okay, if you don't want to cover your face, then still put on the hijab, right? Because if you leave it the way the Westerners are going, if they get into those Arab countries, they'll finish them.
You didn't see the journalist at the World Cup that went and promote LGBT. They sent him back.
Okay. They said, you know, Qatar did not take that nonsense.
But you can't give it to them. Look at Ronaldo. Ronaldo was accepted with his girlfriend.
No,
they accepted him.
That situation. No. That situation. The way I see that situation is, I don't see them as just partner. They have kids together already.
Yeah.
So the only difference is they've not gone to do anything.
But it's against the rules in Saudi.
It's against
even if you have kids together.
No.
As long as you're not legally
you can't live together if you are not legally married.
Those are not his kids. Those are not his kids. They're not his kids. They're not his kids, though. Those are kids from his.
They are kids too.
Between
from
the both
that
of them.
from Georgina, from that lady, yes. All the kids there.
Because
it's only the son that the lady did not give birth for him.
The first son.
Okay.
So they have kids together. That's the angle I see it from. Like, these people have kids together, for crying out loud. They don't just do the proper.
And they've been living together for too long.
Exactly. Too. So what?
Living together. What is that? But they let out people. Then that's what I'm saying. The promotion that did it in Ghana. Ghana stopped the promotion, so the people like Bobrisky will not fare good in Ghana. You know, I mean, we need to put a cap. It's too much. We are drifting so fast. You know, I don't want to talk about the drug one. You know, one man before in Nigeria, before you see a girl smoke cigarette, it's like, hey, now one man.
they smoke Igbo freely now.
One man now in Nigeria, to smoke Igbo is nothing. If you see a girl smoking Igbo, now. I know now, like one man, you like I didn't want to talk about the pills on. You know, I don't want to talk about the pills on because what my eyes saw in Nigeria, like you light up a stick of cigarette, the girl sitting beside you will light up a stick of cigarette. Then they God, hey, no.
It's a different world, isn't it?
Yes, now when you don't smoke in Nigeria and a girl that smokes come close to you, she will look at you as a fool, like a guy that don't have liver, like a Jew man, a Josie man.
Yeah, like a Jew man.
She will say you don't have vibes.
But and Solomon, the pills part.
That one is crazy.
When I came back, I was telling one man, my problem is that there has been an increased rate of kidney issues in Nigeria. I told one man that, and I said, one man, with the way things are going, if we do not get it right in 2023, look, the STI and the venereal disease in next 10 years, with what is going on in Nigeria today, oh God, it will be like COVID.
The health issue in Nigeria is going to be it's going to be a big problem for that.
It's going to be a big problem.
Can I tell you something about these pills and these things? See, these things are social vices that were caused, that people got involved out of depression. I won't lie to you. People got involved in smoking because when they get high like this, it takes your mind out of thinking. You don't know how people think. No, to be honest with you.
No, you're right.
The economy influenced these things. So when
but
Mr.
those
Joe
things they are
about
smoking, and the drug, they are not cheap as well. Where are they getting the money from?
See.
Okay, go ahead.
No,
go
you
ahead,
can. You can come in. You can come in. Don't worry.
The boys they hang around have them.
Of course.
Most girls too, because they want to feel among. They want to do everything.
The people that give you see those drugs, the pills parts, right? The pills parts, like if you're going to the beach, right? Those guys that you see, those that buy those iPhone, they're the ones that buys those drugs for them. In fact, when they're coming for a party, right? Because this one happened in my presence. We are going for this what they call it again, beach house. At the jetty where we were waiting for, they started asking, say, "Oh, do you have pills?" I said, "What is pills?" They said, "Pills, party drug." I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." So I started calling my friend.
You see that tongues blue.
From Anambra.
I said, which one be party drug again? I said, which one be party drug? They said, no, I shouldn't worry. Before you know what, some other people now came. They now say, hey, everybody there are selling stuff. They're selling stuff. Oh, you get this one, you get this one. Oh my God. When I started seeing it, I started seeing the pills. And let me tell you, true to it, immediately they took that drugs, they went from 0 to 70, 80.
Is it ecstasy? What's the drug? Is it ecstasy?
It's like an ecstasy. It's Molly. It's what they call Molly.
Repno and all that.
Okay. Yeah. So they call it party drug. One more. They call it party drug.
Cheap medicine. They take tramadol again.
No, be tramadol. DOG. This one.
You go see their tongue. The
blue.
They had like different colors.
Different. We are just mentioning different type of drugs.
Okay, different. Yeah, no. But this particular one I'm talking about, the party drugs, is the one that have different colors. Immediately they took it. One man. Oh my goodness. You enjoy them all. Because it's like.
Are you talking? You're talking from experience, have you?
I'm talking from experience, one man, because they go from 0 to 100. They change. You see their eyes.
They just go wide.
They just go. So if you're coming from here, right? Because you have seen most of those stuff, right?
You go the rock arm.
They go. But if you have conscience,
they go they grind you, Abi.
They go they strain you.
Grinding.
What's going on here? Are we turning X-rated? What's going on?
Joel is corrupting the session today.
Joel has corrupted the session completely today. He has lowered the tone. We used to be highbrow once upon a time. Now we used to be highbrow. I don't know. Round up that space.
So my advice to our young one is that you don't respect yourself by kneeling down before woman by trying to satisfy her, particularly when you are proposing. You don't need to do that. Your great-grandfather doesn't do that. Your father doesn't do that. Did not do that. Rather, why they want to do that? They married, live a quality life with their wife. So any woman that really loves you will not require you to kneel down before they give you, before agreeing to marry you or do anything. Stand up. You're a man. As a man, talk to your woman. Respect her. What women require from a man, they require you to respect them, and show love, show care. That is it. It's not when you kneel down that really show that you really love or care or respect them. No, don't kneel down. It's not our culture. It's not good at all for African man to kneel down before. It's a curse. As a matter of fact, it's a curse in Yoruba land. And I believe it's the same in Igbo land too. We don't kneel down before woman. It's a curse to do that. Your mother will feel ashamed when he see you as a man kneeling down before a woman. No. So please let us continue to practice our culture so that we can, continue to promote it and leave it behind for coming generation to continue to practice it, and then leave it behind for generation that are going to come behind them. So that's my advice. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Always well put by Jan Lekoko. So let's go on from Jan Lekoko. So he rejoins us after surviving the, or even delighting probably. So we welcome back our Saki Father, of course, a voice that the platform has made. So Saki Father, good to have you. So to the conversation, your response.
Thank you, Woma.
Welcome back, Saki Babas. Welcome back.
Thank you, Jan Lekoko. It has been a very busy day for me, but finally we are here. One man on the topic of discussion, yes. Let me start by saying that globalization and globalism have tended to be powerful forces shaping the world, especially in the recent time, either for good or for ill. Let me also admit that culture is dynamic. Culture evolves. Culture interacts with culture. And then we end up having what we call cultural diffusion. Let me also say that it is regrettable that within this context of cultural diffusion, we have tended to allow ourselves to become more xenocentric than ethnocentric. In the sense that we have allowed ourselves to think that our culture is inferior to the culture of the West. And that is a very dangerous thing. I was listening to one of the symposium organized by one professor, one of the most intelligent man in the Southeast, Professor Geoffrey Ona, and the topic of that symposium was language and culture in the traditional Igbo society. But he was using it to talk about what is actually happening in the Nigerian space. So it is quite regrettable that we have, in the context of this globalization, we have allowed certain important, desirable qualities of our culture to fade away. It is very dangerous because one day in the future, time to come, we might be looking for these desirable qualities, we might not see them. In a traditional African setting, Nigerian cultural setting, it is not a desirable attribute for men to kneel down for women. And let me also emphasize that even in the past or in the olden days, I don't think there is something like this ceremonial marriage proposal. I don't think it was done in our cultural context. I think marriage is more of deeper than all these things. I think marriage is more of exchange of consent. It is not necessary to come and openly to do this ceremonial proposal. And in that light, a man kneeling down before a woman. So I think it is un-African, But we that are educated, or all of us here, we are educated, so we might not, we might tend to ignore those things, and say it doesn't matter. it matters, we should imbibe and rather, inculcate the mores and the attributes of our culture. Let our culture not fade away, because one day we'll begin to see other things coming. I think we're becoming too westernized. We're becoming too westernized. That in our mentality, we tend to think that the Western culture is better than our culture. That is what I call xenocentrism, and it is a very big problem for our cultural heritage. So I think it is important for us, not to be carried away by certain things we learn abroad and then bring it to Nigeria and begin to say this is way of life. I think it is all these things are really affecting, a lot of aspects of our life, our national life. Even today, the way we construct our buildings today, I think it is becoming more westernized. The way we speak today, you see some people trying to like you see somebody when he speaks, people will begin to laugh at you and say this person is being emotic in speech. This person is being too Yoruba in speech. Will I say Yorubanic in speech? And this person is becoming.
There used to be a time that there used to be a term that we used to use back in the day. They called it lokish.
Okay. Yes.
As if somewhat local, a little bit lokish,
So I think there is one man I respect so much, especially in the Anambra State. I think I've referred to him now. He's a professor. He became a chancellor of a university, Pontifical Urban University in Rome. Cardinal Arez, a very popular guy. He has lived in the Western world for more than 50 years. He speaks 32 languages. But one thing is very fascinating about this guy. Whenever he delivers a lecture or he speaks English, he speaks in an emotic way. So when people used to say, hey, but this guy has lived in the Western world for years, why is it that he has not changed the accent? I just laugh at people, Why don't you want to be the you that makes you? Why don't you want to be original? Why must you go and try to fine-tune your accent so that they will begin to say you are speaking like the Western people? Or so that people will begin to say, oh, the way the Westerners speak is better than the way an average Nigerian or traditional people or Igbo man speaks. I think it is wrong. You have to be original. It is dangerous that if we allow this trend to continue, we might look back to look at those cultural artifacts, cultural elements, in our rich culture. We might not see them. So I don't. My take, like I said, is that it is un-African, it is un-Nigerian, it is un-traditional. It is not traditional. These days where we see a man kneeling down, to beg a woman for marriage. The man should be in charge, sort of. I think the man should be in charge, sort of. One man, there was an argument I was having with one a Ghanaian girl like that, and I was like, one thing I like African women is that they are very proud, with the way they cook. They like cooking for the husband to enjoy their meal, something like that. So the girl was like, no, that she can't submit herself to cooking for the husband. That if the husband is hungry, she should go and, all this Western kind of tradition. I was like, well, but I know that in my culture, many women, they are very, very happy when they cook food and their husband say this food is very sweet.
Father Namayo, it is getting bad now. That thing she told you is right. I am telling you, even now in the United States, it is happening among Nigerians. That's what I was telling you about the wokeism. The wokeism is getting so high as we speak. This thing now you're talking about now is normal. Very, very normal now amongst Nigerians. And whenever you're talking about all this stuff you're talking about now, you talk about West Africa. West Africa, whether be it Nigeria, be it Ghana, they have imbibed that they are, susceptible to imbibe these people's culture. I'm telling you.
Sorry to interject. This thing has resulted is one of the factors that has resulted to, like this year now, there was a statistic that was posted online, and it was real. About 4,000 divorces in Abuja this year, this January. They've already filed for 4,000 divorce.
In Abuja city, that's
alone.
not city alone.
I'm telling you the fact.
Wow.
This was the fact. I think I screenshotted the headline in my phone.
That is the Western culture.
That's within the last 2 weeks. That's within 2 weeks, though.
I am telling you the truth, for real.
Because
I don't think
this
it's the
year is barely 2
Western.
weeks.
I don't think it's the Western thing. I think a lot of people, number one, pressure of you need to get married. A lot of people are choosing to get married for the wrong reason. So when the little challenges of life comes at them, it's easy for them to give it up because they've actually been in that situation for a wrong reason. So that reason is not enough to keep them going, because love alone is not enough. Some people just see something. So once that thing goes away, it's hard for them to stick to the same marriage or the same relationship. So they just tend to go their separate ways.
Yeah, so that's my take there. It is dangerous that we are still having this colonial mentality. It's really affecting our culture so badly. Culture is very, very important aspect of human society, and we shouldn't just move away from our cultural elements because we want to live like the Western people. It is very important to be original, and I'm not saying that there are no aspects of our culture that cannot be changed. There are, of course. That is why culture interacts, but at the same time, we shouldn't import most of their own and then lose most of our own. It is important to think of those aspects of our culture that are not actually good, like in the olden days, the killing of twins and many of them, those kind of things. But there are other aspects that we cannot just throw away like that. And one of that fundamental aspect is respect difference. It's very, very important. We shouldn't joke with those fundamental aspects of our culture. So we shouldn't continue like this. It is not African, and we shouldn't encourage that. Although it's becoming a phenomenal in our space, but we should put this thing on national discourse. People should make this conversation. This National Orientation Agency. I think they should put up these conversations. They are very, very important conversations, so that we shouldn't fast lose our culture. One day you wake up, you hear that a particular language has disappeared. The rate at which people are teaching their children how to speak English right from time, to the extent that most of the children will present themselves that they don't hear Igbo language or Yoruba language again. If we continue on this trend, one day we'll wake up and we discover that our languages have disappeared. So what about that's my point there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellently put. Of course, we remember him, Saki Fada. So from Saki Fada, we go on to Ife. So Ife, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, woman.
Oh, all right. So the question, your response.
I will throw the line of Saki further. The only difference will be on the line of cooking. We need to understand that times have changed, responsibilities have changed, and circumstances too has changed. Obviously, I don't expect that a man should have that consciousness. Let me use it, that consciousness that it's my turn to cook at home now, but you have to remember too that where, especially in the family, your wife is also contributing in some aspect of the family. You don't want to be rigid.
No, sorry, Ife, let me just interject a bit.
Okay.
Not to misinterpret that space.
Okay.
What I was trying to buttress, I'm not saying that it is right for a man to just see his wife as a tool that must always cook in the house. Must. That is not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to condemn is the fact that many women of today are not seeing values in domestic work.
Okay.
In our society. They are beginning to have these extreme Western views, extreme Western views that you didn't marry me to come and cook for you. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I can't cook. If you're hungry, go and cook. So, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying that men shouldn't,
help in the house,
help out in the house. That is not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to say is that is not an excuse for an African woman to believe that there is this that we married on equal basis. I cannot cook for you. You have to go and cook. When I'm hungry, I should cook. You understand what I mean? It is not African.
Yeah, sure.
It is not African. So yeah.
And if look, one other thing, I keep telling people about this, right? The woman does not belong to the kitchen, but the kitchen belongs to the woman.
Yes, I agree. I think in some culture itself, it's a taboo that when you get married, that you still go to the kitchen and serve yourself.
Exactly. No, but the thing there is that the kitchen belongs to her, right? Now, I also understand that times are changing, but the issue there is this: the traditional role of a man is to provide for the family.
Family, yeah.
So you cannot compete with a man in terms of providing. You see, those rules have to be spelled out. Now, do I expect the wife to go to the kitchen every day? No. However, you can still cook in big quantity and put it in little plastics and put in the fridge. Then any person that comes in can now go and warm. But you must do your duty. If I come in now, it doesn't mean that every day. I can't remember the last time my wife said to serve me food. But she does the cooking. So, but now what these ladies are saying now is that they are following the extreme. I know that in Nigeria, when they're following ideations, they do not know the kind of people that are practicing it in the Western country.
And they don't know the reason why it has been practiced.
They don't know the level of people practicing it. I just remember those days we used to think about Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. We didn't know that they were hood rats. But you have people in banks, in a bigger organization in Nigeria, jumping to their stuff, thinking that it was, so that's my point.
Yeah.
All right. If I bring it to in a short summary, then we can all go to bed.
Okay. So I want to just quickly finalize things that the Western culture we are even complaining of started changing because of the war they had that disrupted their society. So for us in Nigeria, we still have our society intact. We shouldn't let it go. I want to believe that before you get married to a woman, spell out some things that you would expect her to do if she does not want to go in that line, and it's not what you can what's it called, sacrifice. It's better for you guys to part ways than to go into the marriage and start having problems, So that's the way I want it. But for us to imbibe Western culture, I still also believe it's part of the reason, the cause is our languages are not used as our learning. So subconsciously, we've been programmed to think like an English or like an American or cultures that speak English. So that's why I find out if you go to Francophone countries in Africa, they tend to behave like the French. If you go to Portuguese country, they tend to behave like the Portuguese. And Ghana and Nigeria, that's why we tend to have similarities when the way we do our things, because in these countries we are not using our local languages as our what's it called, our mode of learning. So to appreciate our culture from our language is not in it, but it depends on the family you are from. Ideally, it should come from the language, because in Japan you have the Japanese culture, they teach them. In England they have the English culture, we have been taught in the schools to the children. In Nigeria, we don't have a Nigerian culture that is being taught, but we have a Yoruba culture, we have an Igbo culture. All the ethnic nationalities have their culture. So I want to believe that, assuming our ethnic languages are being used to teach us either from primary to some secondary level, it will also help us to appreciate our culture anymore. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Faye, and thank you, everyone. So we're 7.5 hours in, and I can barely keep my eyes open. So I think it's time to go to bed. So thank you, everybody. So hopefully we do it again tomorrow. Tomorrow we are almost likely going to. Sorry, did somebody want to come in before I went round up?
No, go ahead, Wama. I just want to say I'll be leaving as well. Thank you very much. You're doing the Kwankwaso thing tomorrow, right?
No, I think I'll skip it because I'm not sure that I could just run it as a standalone and not take reactions. I could just stream it in that way, but I don't think one, I don't think I'll be in any fit state. Two, and I don't think he has anything especially that
fair enough. It's not one of just like Showore and just like Showore. I get it.
Look at that. You couldn't help but put that last bit. You never miss an opportunity.
Is that the way to say good night to me?
Yes.
Good night, everybody.
So thank you, gentlemen. Good night. So we'll convene tomorrow at some point. A real delight. Good to meet you, Emeka. Join us again whenever you are chanced. And peace. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.